You asked me to come here today to have a talk. What do you want to talk about? I hope you don't make me waste my time with you. Frowning and squinting her eyes, Clara sits in front of Laura. Yeah, I also don't want to see you unless it's need a broken bar, but I think it's important we talk about this as soon as possible. With her arms crossed, Laura opens her mouth again. I think you should drop from the team. With you on it, we'll never be able to play properly. What are you saying? I'm Andrew's sister. Of course, I'm going to be on his team. That's what I mean, you are his sister, not his friend. You should leave Andrew alone so that he can play with his friends. I can say the same about you. I've always played with him since we were children. So why should you have a preference over me? You have only known each other for a year. A broken bar. It's you who should leave. Then, tell me why you want me to leave. Not that I'll hear you, but I'm curious. Only if you tell me first. Haha, broken bar. Okay. Foo chuckles Laura. Hee laughs Clara. So broken bar, we reached an agreement, right? Yes, we did. Then, I'm glad you are on the same team. I was thinking you were a useless brat that was too attached to her older brother, but I don't think so anymore. And I also thought you were a cheap bitch that was only interested in charming my brother and abusing his kindness. But I'm sorry, I was wrong. Don't worry, everyone can be mistaken sometimes. I forgive you. Foo. Likewise. I'm glad we could understand each other. After a momentary pause, both of them start to laugh at the same time, imagining what's to come in the future. Foo. I'm glad I asked you to talk like this. Why don't we shake our hands to seal the deal? I too am glad you did. Yeah. Let's shake hands and leave all disagreements behind. The two shake hands, wide smiles on their faces. From now on, each one will help the other achieve their goals. Is that right? Foo. Yes, of course, it is. You help me, and in return, I help you. What are teammates for if they don't help each other, right? You're right. Foo. So, when is our next party training? I don't know yet, but I'm going to pressure the guys so that it's as soon as possible. Nice. Thank you. You're welcome. After another short pause, both of them chuckle evilly again. This marked the beginning of a pact between two players of the evilest factions. The one that crushes the body and inflicts pain, the demons, and the one that crushes the mind and inflicts despair, the abyss. Unknown to Andreu, certain plans were starting to move in the background. What were these plans about? It's a secret meeting and they talked about secret plans, so of course I'm not allowed to talk about it here. This chapter has a different path. After a flash of light, two figures appear in front of the dungeon portal. The two are about the same height. The main difference between them is that one has pointed ears and is more handsome, objectively speaking. Soon after, preceded by more light flashes, several extra figures appear near the first two ones. Similar to one of the two, half of them have pointed ears and handsome faces. They look around, assessing the situation. You must be Black Plague Pony, right? Nice to meet you. Oh, sorry, I was distracted looking around. It's the first time I see this dungeon entrance. Yes, I'm Black Plague Pony. And you must be Daddy Johnny. Nice to meet you in person. The one with the pointed ears extends his hand for a handshake. In response, the first one extends his hand too. Yeah. Let's hope we can clear this dungeon with the two of us. I've tried quite a lot of times but couldn't clear it until now. A broken bar, but you said you already cleared it once, right? Then it's going to be easy. Ha. Yes, I cleared it once. The one with pointed ears, Black Plague Pony, explains. But I didn't find it that difficult. It surprised me when you asked me to come to get their broken bar, but I was interested in knowing why people were so desperate to clear it, so I agreed to come. Oh, by the way, please call me Pony. The whole nickname is too long. A broken bar. Haha, broken bar. Pony? Okay, you can call me Johnny then. The daddy part is a joke with some of my friends. Think of it like part of a lost bet. I prefer when others forget about it. A broken bar. Ha. I can understand. With his pointed ears swaying as he laughs, Pony continues to talk. Then, Johnny, why is it that so many people are obsessed with this dungeon? Also, the last time I came, The entrance was different. What's up with those changes? A broken bar. Believe me or not, this dungeon is extremely dangerous, and it changes as time goes on. You said you had an easy time, but it must be because you were lucky. The obsession comes from not wanting to feel inferior to those who manage to reach the end of the dungeon. Also a broken bar. Aren't you a druid? If you are one, I can understand why you managed to clear this dungeon without too much trouble. Oh, you guessed it right. I'm a level 5 druid. But I'm not that strong of a champion. Sure, I have high stats for casting spells, but the innate skill nature attuned isn't very useful. I don't understand how it helps with clearing this dungeon. A broken bar. Yeah, broken bar. That's exactly what happens with this dungeon. The forums are full of oblivious people like you that don't fully understand the troubles the rest of us have. A broken bar. With his hand on his face, Johnny heavily exhales, exasperated because his teammate doesn't understand how this dungeon works. After a pause, he opens his mouth again. Well, anyway, I'll rely on your help for this dungeon. So please take care of me and carry me to the end. I'll do what I can. I won't promise anything, but leave it to me. I almost forgot to introduce my champion. A broken bar. I'm a level 5 knight. I'll be the front line and you the spellcaster at the back. Are you fine with it? Not that we can do it the other way around, but still. A broken bar. Sure. Let's do it. Having finished their introductions, both players proceed to start the dungeon invasion. Hey, Johnny. When did the entrance change? When I came, it was a straight tunnel that led to a big cave. I'm not so sure about it, but it's been some time already since it changed. Don't worry, until we reach the big cave, the area is safe. No, I'm not worried about traps. But are you sure it's the same dungeon? Because broken bar. I don't know how to say it, but it feels completely different. I don't know why, but I have this uneasiness as if something was telling me that I shouldn't come inside this big cave. A broken bar. Are you chickening out before the start? Don't call me chicken. I'm just saying the entrance feels a lot different than before. It does feel different, but that's all there is to it. Also, the only part that changed so much, as far as I know, is the entrance. Once we go inside, you'll start to see parts you recognize. Is that so? Then I'll believe you. They cross the cave entrance and soon find the first glowing mushrooms. Disgusted with their appearances, Pony tries to avoid looking at them. But because he's not looking where he steps, he trips and falls into a crevice. Yuga. Broken bar. Why is there a hole here? Oh? That's not a hole. Come out and you'll see what it actually is. With a smile on his face, Johnny is waiting to see what reaction Pony is going to have when he sees what is the crevice he just fell into. After getting out, what Pony sees is a giant claw mark. 3 carved strikes, about 2 meters long and 50 centimeters deep. A broken bar? What the hell is this? Isn't it a huge claw mark? Does this mean we will have to fight a monster that can leave these marks on the cave walls? There was no monster like this when I cleared the dungeon. Nah. There's no monster as big as this one. At least not yet. This is only a decoration, so don't worry about it. Broken bar. But your reaction was funny. Okay, broken bar, please don't make fun of me. A broken bar. Still not so sure about the claw marks. Pony follows after Johnny. As they advance, more and more glowing mushrooms fill the cave walls and floor, up to the point that Pony doesn't know where to look so that he doesn't see their disgusting screaming faces. He also doesn't want to fall into another claw mark, so simply walking turns out to be a difficult endeavor for him. Not very long after, they reach the big cavern. It looks kind of amazing with so many glowing and giant mushrooms. It does, right? But from here on, only the dungeon looks have changed. The mobs, layout, and zones remain mostly the same. So it's your turn to show your dungeon delving skills, or luck, whichever allowed you to beat the dungeon last time. You're broken bar. Don't put so much pressure on me. Please. Broken bar. What if I make us fail? Are you going to blame me then? You know, a broken bar, after so many dungeon dives, and the same amount of deaths, I know perfectly how this dungeon works. Unless you make a stupid mistake and it's clearly your fault, I'm not going to complain. Just guide me with your luck so that I can brag about clearing this damned dungeon to my friends. Yeah, so no pressure at all. A broken bar, complains Pony, sarcastically. Since I'm the tank, I go in front. Just tell me where we should go. Also, be careful because this big cave is perfect for ambushes. Then, I think I went that way last time. Nice, let's go. Close to the tunnel zone, Johnny and Pony take a short break and talk about the dungeon exploration so far. Broken bar. I don't remember it being this difficult. A broken bar, says Pony. Is that so? I didn't find it particularly worse than most other times. In fact, it went a little better, with fewer ambushes and troubles. I knew I had to rely on your luck. Broken bar. So, what are we doing now? Do you want to take the tunnel route or try our luck through the rabbit area? The rabbit area? What are you talking about? Oh my god. Don't tell me you don't know about it. A broken bar. I didn't find a single rabbit when I beat the dungeon, so I don't. How a broken bar? You really a broken bar? Ahem. Johnny makes false coughing noises to catch Pony's attention. There's this kind of a shortcut that allows you to skip the tunnel area. We call it a skip because it allows you to avoid most of the most dangerous tunnels, but the shortcut is also mostly made of tunnels. A broken bar. Now that I think about it, it sounds kind of stupid. A broken bar anyway. The shortcut is mostly safe, but the problem is the rabbit area. How come you talk as if the rabbits are dangerous? Aren't they critters? Maybe they can have a random skill that deals damage or something, but how can critters be dangerous? What are you saying? How can it be that you reached the dungeon's end with this kind of attitude? How lucky are you? The hell, give me a little bit of your luck. Only a tiny little bit. Come on, a little. Hey, what are you doing? Johnny tries to grab something imaginary around Pony. Johnny grabs the luck surrounding Pony and then sticks it onto his persona. His desperate moves give the impression as if something's wrong with his head. A bit scared because of Johnny's reaction, Pony moves a few steps away, a mix of confusion and surprise on his face. When he sees Pony's reaction, Johnny returns to his senses. Sorry for that. But you must understand, a broken bar, you were so extremely lucky. I just wanted a little bit of your luck for myself. Or broken bar. Broken bar. I'm sorry. You are broken bar. Okay, I can understand. This is what he says, but Pony's face doesn't return to normal yet. So broken bar, what is it? The rabbit area or the tunnels? If we take into consideration your luck, I would choose the tunnels, but you are the lucky one. So choose yourself. Last time there wasn't any rabbit area, so I think I prefer the tunnels. Nice. Then let's go. Hey, Johnny. It's kind of weird, but my HP is steadily decreasing, and I'm not poisoned or anything like it. Do you know why? Wait, what? It must be broken bar. Check your status and battle log and tell me what it says. Wait a moment. A broken bar. The status screen doesn't display anything. Oh. The battle log does have something. It's the same message repeated all the time. It says, your HP has been reduced by 2. Then it's one of the fucking butterflies. A broken bar. Let's see. A broken bar. Do you have any? Oh, I do. Hit yourself with it. Why should I hit myself with an O? Are you stupid or what? Also, what about my HP decreasing? Don't say weird things and focus on the problem. Broken bar. How could it be broken bar? Why is it always the stupid ones that get lucky? A broken bar. How can you not know about the oldest mob other than the basic ones? Johnny complains to himself in a low voice, so that Pony doesn't hear. Then, it opens his mouth again so that Pony hears it. He uses a similar tone to what a lot of people used to talk to kids. You see, a broken bar, this and that are related. If you don't hit yourself with an O, you are going to die. So please, can you do it? Even if it's only to make your party member happy? Okay. But I don't see how the two things are related. Finally, under Johnny's urging, Pony uses the wind wall spell on top of himself. Immediately after, the corpse of a previously invisible butterfly drops to the floor. What's that? Why was it attached to me? I told you, right? Look at the battle log again. You'll see there are no more messages saying you took damage after you hit yourself with the wind wall. Still confused, Pony opens the battle log again and finds no more messages saying his HP was reduced. It's true. Thank you. You saved me. Then, Pony's expression changes from relief to paranoia. Wait a moment, a broken bar. WW, what does this mean? How could you know? And why didn't I notice the butterfly? Are there more of those butterflies? Is that a common thing in this dungeon? Or was I unlucky? Wait a moment, a broken bar. Was I really that unlucky last time? I didn't find anything like this. So maybe I was? I think somebody's starting to understand what this dungeon makes normal people feel. With normal people, I mean those who aren't extremely lucky. Ha ha ha. Chuckling to himself, Johnny continues to move forward, followed by Pony, who, contrary to the relaxed atmosphere that surrounded him before, is now anxiously looking everywhere. Please, don't leave me behind. Don't worry, I won't. Just choose the path. You are lucky one. Ha ha ha. I think we already passed through this tunnel, says Pony. You think so too? I was only following you, so I'm not sure, but it could be. Almost everyone gets lost in these tunnels. Butte, a broken bar. Aren't you worried? Aren't you going to complain to me? Worried? Complain? Ha ha ha. You still don't understand it all. Usually, by this time, I'd have already died. It's thanks to your luck that we are still doing fine. So why should I complain? Butte, a broken bar. It doesn't make sense. What doesn't make sense? It doesn't make sense that you're so relaxed. We are lost. You were worried before, but now it feels extremely weird for me to be the only one who cares. Sure, we are lost, but we are still doing fine, so sooner or later we're going to find the exit. In this damned dungeon, as long as we don't die, we are doing fine. And we didn't die, not yet at least, so this means we are doing fine. A broken bar. Also, I'm relaxed because it's true you're really lucky. We didn't find any real danger so far, so I'm having the easiest exploration yet. Ha ha ha. What do you mean by we didn't find any danger? I got that butterfly attached 2 times, plus we were ambushed 4 times. Surrounded by enemies 1 time, and one of our support mobs got eaten by a giant worm. What about it? Is doing fine? Pony starts shouting. He must have had a lot of pent-up stress and he's releasing it now. But we are still alive, right? Sure, we are. But everything else is bad. No, it's fine. Calm down. Also, these are only minor setbacks. The real problem would be if we got separated, and it didn't happen. If you say so. Broken bar. Pony finally calms down. But what's up with this dungeon? Why does it have so many unexpected things? Nobody knows. Also, there is a chance that somebody, without knowing anything about the dungeon, clears it. Does it ring a bell? Johnny looks at Pony with his eyes half closed. A tint of anger mixed with madness in his stare. Ha ha ha. It does. A broken bar. Ashamed, Pony scratches his head. Then a broken bar. What are the real dangers? The real dangers? A broken bar. Johnny starts thinking, trying to remember all of them. First, if one of us falls into the river, getting separated from all your support units is very bad. The same happens if the giant worm eats you. It makes sense. We were lucky that only a support unit was caught inside it. Then there's the exploding flies that can kill all your support units if unlucky. The butterfly, if you don't notice it on time, and the sleeping and poison mushroom combinations, and also getting ambushed by several mob parties at the same time. That last one sounds extremely nasty. Ha ha ha. It does. But these are the milder ones. Remember that empty room I told you to avoid earlier? Yes, that one is really dangerous. If you enter it and fall asleep, you won't wake up anymore. What? The backstabbing rabbits are also extremely dangerous. You can get one-shotted if unlucky, and I'm sure I forgot a few other dangers. But the worst of all, that only the extremely unlucky ones have ever suffered, is when the dungeon's owner comes to attest one of his newest creations. Do you mean the dungeon owner comes and fights against the invaders? No. He doesn't fight. He only makes his newest monster fight against the invaders. Not a single one of those unlucky souls has ever managed to survive the encounter. Housegaria broken bar. Do you think it's going to happen to us? Pony shudders just imagining the situation. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, with your luck, I'm sure we'll be fine. I've come here more than 10 times and not a single time did it happen to me. With confidence in his steps, Johnny strides forward and Pony follows closely behind, afraid of what's to come. The contrast between the experienced and lucky players got wider as the Mad Rats lab continued to evolve. Generally, Those who reached the end through sheer luck didn't know anything about the true dangers inside the dungeon. So the more traps, tricky mobs, and difficult situations the dungeon had, the more clueless they were when compared to those experienced players. Funnily enough, because luck was so important when clearing the dungeon, players who cleared the dungeon through sheer luck were in high demand as party members, even when they were completely clueless about the dungeon. This chapter has a different path. Johnny and Pony proceed with the dungeon exploration while talking between themselves. Hey, Johnny, I'm sure there wasn't a hole there when he crossed this tunnel before. What holy broken bar? Johnny looks at the place Pony is pointing at. Oh, it's true. There wasn't a hole there before. Isn't it weird? Is the dungeon changing in real time? I don't think so. Never heard of it before. But there's a rumor circulating through the forums about these kinds of things happening before a broken bar. What kind of rumor? Is it scary? I wouldn't say it's scary. But a broken bar, they say that there's something hidden in the dungeon's walls. Something dangerous, extremely dangerous. And it's related to these holes. Johnny then partially hides his face and starts to talk in the tone people used to tell ghost stories. They say, once you enter the dungeon, a secret mechanism activates, and holes start to appear everywhere in the dungeon walls and floors. Then, sometimes, you can hear a rumbling sound through the tunnels. The more holes that appear, the stronger the sound. There's no one who has confirmed it yet, but they say that, if you are really unlucky, you are going to face whatever makes that sound and you are going to die. That there's no way to escape. See? If you stay silent for enough time, you can sometimes hear the sound coming from a random tunnel, like right now. Please, stop. Don't scare me. I'll believe anything regarding this dungeon after so many surprises. So don't tell me things like that. Pony is trembling in fear, scared of whatever happens in the dungeon. But the reaction Johnny has is the exact opposite. Ha 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 ha. Laughing so much he drops on the floor, Johnny tries to calm Pony. At the same time he makes fun of him. Don't worry that much, you scaredy cat. Ha ha ha. With your luck, I'm sure we're never going to encounter it. Also, I'm sure it's a fake rumor. There must be a weird mechanism that creates the holes. It's just that nobody has found the origin yet. Ha ha ha. It isn't funny, okay? I was scared shitless. Ha 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 ha. Just at that moment, from one of the nearby tunnels, they start to hear a rumbling sound. It sounds like a multitude of objects striking a hard surface at high speeds. And it's getting closer. Shouting aloud, Pony immediately starts to run in the opposite direction. Johnny, who an instant ago was rolling on the floor, laughing, stands up as fast as he can and chases after Pony. His previous smile, replaced by fear. Hey, wait for me. Don't leave me alone. Ha ha. Broken bar. Johnny, a broken bar. What was that, a broken bar? Ha ha. Broken bar. Yeah, broken bar. I don't know. Ha ha. Broken bar, and I don't want to know a broken bar. Exhausted, Johnny and Pony stop running only when they reach the first laboratory zone. Lucky them, they didn't encounter any danger after hearing the rumbling sound. There's a golden rule for exploring this dungeon: you should never investigate those things you don't understand. That's, of course, unless you don't care about dying. If you are okay with it, then you can freely investigate, and you'll be treated as a hero by the other players if you explain what you discovered. I don't care about fame or being a hero. I just don't want to find whatever was making the rumbling noise. Me neither. I just want to reach the end of this dungeon and clear it, so that I can brag about it. Hey, why do you care so much about clearing this dungeon? I already cleared it once and I don't find the need to brag about it until a broken bar. You are still too noob to understand. You must have failed at least twice before you can understand the meaning behind it. Johnny rubs his nose after talking as if he was proud of his previous failures. If you say so, broken bar. I say it because it's true. Johnny stands up and leans against the wall. He then spies what's inside the next room. Anyway, it's time for the first big fight. Let's defeat this guy with the lab coat and move on. With the two of us, it's going to be a breeze. Ha ha ha. Okay, broken bar, please protect me. Yeah, sure. Several machines and laboratory equipment fill the room. Cables, pots, containers filled with suspicious-looking liquids. There are also several capsules of multiple sizes, all of them glowing and providing enough light to illuminate the whole room. Inside, standing completely still next to an ominous operating table, on top of which bloodstains still remain, stands the enemy they must face. It would look like a normal human if not for the long and pointy ears, and the short and muscular limbs. Ha ha ha, dee. Johnny shouts and runs inside the laboratory wielding his great sword. Noticing the intruder, the monster, called lab assistant, makes a jump over several tables and laboratory equipment to land right next to Johnny. With a loud impact sound, a shockwave occurs and Johnny takes some damage. Ha ha ha. Is that all? I'm going to crush you to death. Hey Pony, take care of the lightning rod first. I'll keep him busy. Lightning strikes Johnny from a metal rod inside the room. It isn't very big and the damage it deals is low, but it can't be ignored. A few seconds later, lightning is released from the metal rod again, this time against one of the support units. Sure, leave it to me. Pony casts a spell. Several energy balls, called magic missiles, appear near the tip of his staff. Not long after, they accelerate and strike the metal rod. Pony repeats the process another time and the metal rod is destroyed. Done. I'll support you now. At that moment, an ice nova is released from the lab assistant, encasing Johnny and most support units in ice. Shit, why did it trigger so fast? It should have triggered when it was at half HP and not now. I have no idea. If you don't know, how am I supposed to know? I don't remember the condition for it to trigger because the last time was a long time ago. Broken bar. I also only saw it one time for each lab assistant. The lab assistant takes this chance to hit and kill a few of the support units. They can't defend themselves, so it's a foregone conclusion. What's weird is that the lab assistant is killing the invaders with a pencil, stabbing them repeatedly until they die. Finally released from the ice, Johnny quickly resumes fighting against the lab assistant. Pony, be careful and ready for more tricks. I don't know what has changed, so we should be ready to face whatever comes at us. I know. As Johnny continues to exchange blows with the lab assistant, Pony supports him from behind, continuing to cast spells. The lab assistant casts a fireball and throws it where the rearguard is standing. Pony was paying attention and manages to avoid it, but a few support units aren't as lucky and the fire consumes them, with 2 dying from the fire damage. Engaged in melee combat, Johnny is getting angry. Fuck. It's starting to kill too many mobs. We must quickly finish it. Then I won't hold anything back. You ready? I always am. Ha ha ha. Give it death. Pony casts his strongest spell. Light condenses on the tip of his staff until it gets so bright it's impossible to look at. Then, the light is released in a continuous stream toward the lab assistant. My MP is going to be depleted. This spell deals very high damage but the MP consumption is no joke. Don't worry. It's more important to kill it as soon as possible. Keep going. The lab assistant's HP bar is decreasing at an astonishing rate. Only a second after Pony casts his spell, its HP is reduced to under a third of its maximum. A second ice wave is released from the lab assistant at that exact moment, immobilizing every close invader and killing a few. The lab assistant then tries to cast another fireball spell against the immobilized invaders, but before it can, Pony's spell kills it and the lab assistant drops to the floor, dead. Fuck, I knew it still had some trick. I didn't expect to release a second ice wave via broken bar. Well, at least we killed it before it was too late. I'm sorry, I caused it to release the second ice wave. No, it would have activated anyway. You did a good job killing it so fast. If it managed to cast that last fireball, only you and I would have survived. That's also true. Broken bar, but now I don't have MP, so I'm useless. Yeah, broken bar, but I prefer it this way. Also, for the next area, we mostly need good luck. And with your luck, I'm sure it's going to be okay. Ha ha ha. Again, no pressure at a broken bar. After a short rest, Pony and Johnny enter the freezer area, filled with stitched corpses and partially frozen body parts. This area is the worst for Pony so far. Yuga broken bar. I don't feel so good. I want to puke. A broken bar. I don't remember this part being so broken bar disgusting. I think last time there were fewer corpses and gore. And I don't like it. When are we going to enter the next area? Depends on the paths we take. If you choose correctly, it's going to be soon. So broken bar, which path, the right or the left? I don't know. A broken bar. Let's pick the right. Okay, let's go. Johnny strides forward, but when he steps on the ground, a nearby corpse explodes with a disgusting squelch. The whole area is now covered with an extra layer of blood and gore. Beware. I can't stand it anymore. Bleeg. I'm now covered in it. That's why I hate this area so much. It isn't only dangerous, but also extremely gross. Don't need to convince me. A broken bar. Yuga broken bar. I want to leave it as soon as possible. Not long after, Johnny and Pony find themselves in another room covered in blood and body parts. In front of them, a group of Stitched is shambling through the room. Let's kill them fast and leave the area, okay? Yeah, broken bar. They quickly engage with the Stitched squad. But Pony is out of MP, and most of their support units have died, so they can't kill them as fast as they wanted. During the fight, 2 more Stitched squads enter the room and join the fray, surrounding them. Also, more steps and moans can be heard from the adjacent tunnels. It looks like your luck has run out, my friend. Ha ha ha. Even in this situation, Johnny laughs. Something in his brain must have been damaged due to the repeated failures. I'm sorry. I couldn't carry us out of here. Regret stricken on his face, Pony apologizes to Johnny. Hey, don't be like this. Don't need to apologize. You can still leave this place if I open a path for you and block them with my everything. So go, leave me here. I'm already used to dying like this. Ha ha ha. No, I won't abandon you. Do as you see fit, but don't complain if we both die together, okay? So broken bar, this is our last stand, huh? Don't be so ominous, please. Ha 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 ha. Surrounded by Stitched, Johnny, Pony, and their support units try to keep the enemies at bay. They choose a corner so that they aren't attacked from all sides at the same time. The disgusting monsters hit them with their all, attacking with their deformed fists and limbs. And when they can't reach the invaders, the Stitched instead throw poisonous spit from their mouths. Pony and Johnny fight with their all, but the Stitched are relentless and don't mind getting killed if they manage to kill the invaders, sacrificing themselves for defending the dungeon. Johnny ends up taking too much damage and is on the verge of dying, and though most Stitched had been dealt with, some of them still remain. Broken bar. It looks like I'm going to die here. Broken bar. My HP is close to 0. Hey, won't you have a healing spell? I'm sorry. I do, but I don't have enough MP. Broken bar. Well, a broken bar, you did your best. It was the best invasion into this damn dungeon I had. Haha. Broken bar. The last 2 remaining Stitched attack Johnny at the same time. Good luck, Pony. I hope you can finish the dungeon for both of us. I'm sorry we couldn't reach the end together. A broken bar. Yuga broken bar. These are Johnny's last words before dying. No, Johnny, don't die on me. And don't leave me alone. I'm scared. Crying over his teammate's dead body, Pony doesn't notice that there's now a phantasmal version of Johnny staring at him. In his phantasmal form, Johnny looks at Pony with a weird face. Hey, you know I can follow you during the rest of the dungeon, right? I'm a phantom now and can't help with anything else, but I can follow you. I didn't know. Sorry, I got too immersed in the role-playing. Pony was close to dying in the last fight, but he managed to kill the lab assistant, so it turned to be a happy ending. Even for Johnny, who died along the way. That's because completing the dungeon or not is a team effort, so this dungeon invasion counted as his first time clearing it. After bragging to his friends and through the forums until he was satisfied, Johnny decided to try to conquer the Mad Rat's lab again. This time, without dying, and Pony went with him. Hello everyone, and welcome the Mad Rat's worldwide famous time skip show. Ha ha ha. Clap, clap, clap. As I already told you, this past week I was busy thinking about the first dungeon boss and looking for the bodies to create it. Well, and also training with my sister and friends for the tournament, but that's not relevant. Foo-fa-foo. I sagely nod at my own words. Then I open my arms wide and exclaim. I also used this time to look for a lot of critters to capture and finally, complete the dungeon rework I started long ago. Look behind me. Contemplate my glorious work. I then turn around and move my hand sideways, displaying the magnificence of my latest creations. Amazing, am I right? Ha 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 ha. And they are all creepy. What I was missing to give life to the dungeon after the rework. Ha ha ha. Now, my dungeon can be finally considered a non-noob one. Foo-fa-foo. Baldy, I'll make you eat your own words the next time you try to call me a noob because I'm not one anymore. Ha ha ha. That's a secret between you and me, but for me to actually be able to create so many creepy in a single week, I first had to upgrade the collectionist technology so that I could bring more bodies with me after each dungeon exploration. Anyway, I think it's time to reveal them, don't you think? Yees. We want you to tell us already. I answer my own question, simulating as if there was somebody actually listening to my monologue. Okay, don't be so impatient. And now, without further delay, a broken bar, I make a short pause to increase the suspense. Here we go. Ha ha ha. The new monsters are neatly arranged into the row behind me. For this to work, I had to modify their AI to stay still all the time. I'll return their AI to normal later. Don't worry. I walk to the first creepy in the row and introduce it to the non-existent public. Here we have the first creepy. Hey, say hello to our viewers. The creepy stays completely still, ignoring me. Well, I did change their AI to not move, so what did you expect? This one is the pet of the future. It's so cute that will melt your heart. I call it the Octocat. Clap, clap, clap. I want one. Nice name. I want two. Only two? I want at least 1,000. Thank you for your enthusiasm, viewers. The creepy I'm talking about is, as its name suggests, a mix of cat and octopus units. It has the head and body of a cat and the legs of an octopus, but the tentacles are covered in fur, the same fur that covers the cat's body. I found that there is a technology upgrade that allows me to modify how the creepy units look instead of using the visuals of a single of the two units. It works in a similar manner to how the hybrid or basic chimera work a broken bar, so I researched it. Of course, the new tech only allows me to modify how they look. The stats and skills work the same as before. Look at those eyes and those tiny tentacles. They look like a bunch of tiny furred paws, only that they don't have bones or joints. Ha ha ha. Like I said before, the pet of the future. You might be asking, how is this wonderful creature going to help with the dungeon defenses, right? Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but it doesn't. Not at all. The only thing it does is stare at you with puppy eyes and make you feel bad if you kill it. Ha ha ha. The Octocat is a level 1 creepy, after all. It doesn't have any skill except for the optic camouflage innate skill that comes from the octopus. But it only helps with hiding against enemies, so it's a non-combat creepy. I created a total of 11 of them. But the best of all is its ability to change its fur colors. Like an octopus. You want a black pet today? No problem. You like it white with brown spots? Sure, why not? If you ever get tired of your pet's fur, just change it. You can even make it have green, blue, or purple fur. Ha ha ha. Adorable, don't you think? Well, let's move to my next creation. I make one step to the side and put myself right next to the next creepy. This one is smaller, so it might be difficult to see from afar. Please get closer, don't be shy. When I edit this video, I'm going to make a zoom in effect at this point to properly show this creepy. This one can be slightly disgusting, but it can also be cute depending on your preferences. What do you think? Do you like it, or hate it? What's it? I don't understand the broken bar. Hey, is that liquid that's dropping from it? Well, it seems this one needs a little bit more explanation than the first one. Ha ha ha. This one is a mix of a gecko and blue gel. Everybody knows what geckos are, so I'm not going to explain that part. But a blue gel is a slime-type monster that looks like blue jelly. I call this creepy, blue gecko. About 15 centimeters in size, the blue gecko in front of me looks exactly like a gecko, except it's translucent, blue, and continuously releases mucus, a similar kind of mucus to the one snails release, except this one is blue, denser, and the quantity released is a lot higher. If I had to give an objective and simple description of the blue gecko, it looks like a gecko-shaped gummy bear covered in sticky goo of the same color. But look at this. We also have them in red, green, black, white, yellow, orange, purpley broken bar. Basically, they come in every color you can think of. Of course, this only applies as long as the game devs have created a gel unit of that color, which means most colors, but certainly not all. We have the whole series. If you call us right now, we'll give you an exclusive pack including them all. Ha ha ha. You are broken bar. They look gross. I don't want one even if they are for free. I want a red one. I want a yellow and blue combo. The black one looks cool. Are they edible? I want all of them. So I'll get 10 packs. Yes, yes. Thank you for your enthusiasm. Ha ha ha. As a side note, those from other colors are called red gecko, green gecko, black gecko, and so on. Also, it's now the most common unit in my dungeon. Yeah, there are more than stitched. Geckos are so stupidly easy to find that they appear in most underground dungeons. And gels are the critter units from the Amorphous faction, so almost all their dungeons are filled with them. In short, it's very easy for me to create more colored geckos if I want to. I just need to dive into 2 different dungeons and capture a bunch of geckos and gels. That's why I'm using them as the most common mob inside the dungeon. Right now, I have 127 colored geckos in the dungeon, and I plan to fill it with even more of them as time goes on. It's the first easy to get combination I've found that I like, so I'm going to create lots of them. Ha ha ha. And like with the Octocat, blue geckos and all their variants are completely inoffensive. Ha ha ha. See, they only are a little sticky, but you can safely squish them as much as you want. What do you say? You want a bunch of them? Ha ha ha. Colored geckos are also level 1, and only have a single non-combat innate skill, Sticky Trail. Oh, and they can walk through any surface because both geckos and gels can climb walls and even stick to the ceiling. Sticky Trail, innate passive skill. You leave a sticky trail for 20 seconds when moving. Other units that touch it are slowed by 10% while in contact. This skill doesn't work on allied units. I stop squeezing the blue gecko and leave it in its previous position. Now, let's move forward to the next one. This one is, by far, the most disgusting you'll see today. Ha ha ha. Here's the stair shrub. With a hand gesture, I present the next creepy in the row. This one is a close competitor with the stitched for the most disgusting unit. The winner depends on your preferences. As you can see, the stair shrub is a disgusting shrub with lots of eyeballs. The base is a shriveled shrub, from which slender branches grow and end in eyeballs. They kind of remind me of snail's eyes, but the eye globes are a lot bigger. Ha ha ha, so disgusting. A broken bark. I want to puke. Somebody, please crush my eyes so I don't have to see that thing anymore. Foo-fa-foo. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. This creepy is the first one that actually has some defensive capabilities. If you stare at their eyes for too long, you are going to have some trouble. Ha ha ha. This is because one of the units used to create the stair shrub has the eyes everywhere innate skill. Eyes everywhere, innate triggered skill. If you and another unit look at each other's eyes for more than 5 seconds, the other unit is paralyzed for 5 seconds. This skill doesn't work on allied units and can only trigger once every minute for every unit. Maybe you don't know yet, but DMA released a new faction a few days ago. A faction based on dreams, the Dream Vestiges. They have lots of unrealistic units based on people's unconscious, and also have units based on nightmares. This creepy is a mix of an awakened shrub, from the Sylvans faction, and the Mass of Eyes from Dream Vestiges. Ha ha ha. As you can already guess, the Mass of Eyes is a critter of this new faction that follows the nightmare design. Everybody has had a nightmare where lots of eyes are looking in your direction while you are paralyzed, right? Oh, and a lot of Dream Vestiges units look very powerful, but in reality, most of their innate skills are based on status effects. They are a mental or a imaginary faction and thus they manipulate other units' minds, rendering them useless while they kill the enemies unimpeded. But precisely because it's a faction so new, I couldn't find a lot of Mass of Eyes to capture. So I only have 7 stair shrub for now. What's the best is that, Other than being extremely disgusting, they follow the invaders and try to trigger their innate skill. Eyes everywhere. I pity those who activate this skill because 5 seconds of being paralyzed inside a dungeon can mean certain death. A broken bar, and with so many eyeballs, it's very hard to avoid them all. What do you think? Nasty, right? Ha ha ha. While laughing, I quickly get away from the stair shrub. It's so gross I want to stay away from it if possible, to avoid touching it by accident. Let's move to the next one. Foo-fa-foo, a broken bar. This one. Foo-fa-foo, a broken bar. This one is my favorite. This is a mix of canary and goat. As you can see, it's mostly a tiny yellow bird, with short tiny horns on its head. And let's not forget about the goat beard made of feathers. Don't you think it's adorable? Our broken bar so cute. It reminds me of that famous yellow cartoon character. It stabbed my heart with its tiny horns and now I'm in love with it. I know, it's astonishingly cute. But I still need to explain to you why I like them so much. First of all, I'll tell you its name. Ready? I call it Enoya. Yeah, Enoya. You heard it right. I put a hand on my chin as I continue to talk, nodding to myself. You may not know, but goats are animals that can make one of the most disgusting sounds. They can even sound like screaming humans. Now, imagine a bunch of flying little birds, hiding everywhere in the dungeon, while making disturbing and annoying sounds from time to time. A broken bar. Call me crazy if you want, but I find it fascinating and absurdly funny. Ha 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 ha. I've already told you a few times that DMA developers try to make the game feel as close to reality as they can, so the goats inside the game can make those disturbing sounds, and of course, the Enoya can do them too because it's half goat. Ha ha ha. Just imagine how annoying it's going to be. Ha ha ha. Or funny, depending on who finds them. But to compensate for how annoying they are, the Enoyas also don't have any combat skills, or any skill at all, so don't expect anything more than making the players confused and distracting them from what they should be paying attention to. Both canaries and goats are relatively easy to obtain if you invade human dungeons, but I didn't want to make the invaders too crazy, so I only created 5 of them. I think 5 is going to be enough to make some players go crazy, but not too angry. Also, a broken bar with only 5 is easier to surprise the invaders, because everyone's reactions are more impressive when finding something not expected. If there were Enoyas everywhere, the players would think another one, huh? But if I only put a few, they are going to think, hey, what's that? When they hear the goats cry. Moving on, we still have 2 creepy to show and time is running short. Foo-fa-foo. I make one step and stop next to the 5th creepy. I'm sure most of you have suffered from a discharge caused by static electricity at least one time in your lives. You know, like when you touch somebody wearing a wool jumper. Have you ever wondered if it's possible to get real damage from one of those discharges? Well, this creepy here brings that idea to the extreme. Ha ha ha. I introduce you to the static lamb. Oh it looks dangerous. Hey, do you think it's safe to touch it? I want to try petting it. How cool. A lightning sheep. The sheep next to me looks like a normal sheep, except it slightly glows, and is constantly releasing sparks. I'm sure you all remember the fiery flies. The static lamb is exactly the same, except that it's been created by using the body of a sheep and an electric spark. It also deals constant electricity damage around itself and explodes when killed, so you better stay away. Ha ha ha. I don't think there's a need to talk a lot about this one. You should be already familiarized with it thanks to the fiery flies. The static lamb is level 3, I didn't change its AI, and these are the skills it has. The only important part is that I've created 6 static lambs. Death burst, lightning, triggered skill, after dying, explode and deal 10+10 level plus SPI, lightning damage to all units within 3 meters. This damage isn't increased or reduced by having higher or lower stats. Lightning elemental, innate passive skill, negates lightning damage that deals less than 10 level damage. Lightning damage higher than this amount is reduced by 50%. Static discharge, passive skill, deal 10 plus SPI, lightning damage each second to yourself and to every unit within 5 meters. This skill is deactivated until there's an enemy in the same room and within 30 meters. If you want my honest opinion, this one is definitely the most dangerous creepy we are displaying today. Though the next one is quite dangerous too. Ha ha ha. I quickly move to the next and last creepy. This one is also relatively small, though it's bigger than the colored geckos. I intentionally left this last creepy for the end, mostly for how absurdly crazy it is. Ha ha ha. This one comes with a short story behind it. That's how I came up with the idea to create it. I would like to tell you the whole story, but we are short on time and the clock is ticking, so I can't. I'm sorry. I stick my tongue after saying this. Hey, we came for the show. So tell us. I hate you when you put on airs like this. You liar. Hua. I'm sorry, but life is cruel sometimes. Let's say that it all comes from this question. What happens when you find a water elemental inside the water? Well, you might already know, but a water elemental inside water can move completely unimpeded and is also almost impossible to spot. I'm explaining this because the last creepy is half water elemental. Say hi to the water ant. Ha ha ha. Hey. I can't see it properly. Are you sure there's anything there? Are you blind? It's there, but it's hard to see because it's made of water. Do you think it's cool to the touch? The last creepy looks like a giant ant, except that it's completely transparent, as if made of water. Only its contour can be seen properly due to light refraction. I must say that it looks quite badass, objectively speaking. Now, you might be asking what the water ant can do and why did I create it. If you put them inside the water, they can swim better than fishes and are close to impossible to see. Now tell me, what do you do with a swarm of almost invisible giant ants? Of course, you release them so that they bite anyone they find in their path. Ha ha ha. The giant ant is one of the extremely few critters that can actually attack. They only deal 1 damage with their bite, and because they aren't aggressive, you must change the AI so that they actually start combat, which I did. Imagine a swarm of water ants inside a river. You can't see anything, but you can feel multiple bites as you try to escape the river alive. They are way worse than piranhas. Ha ha ha. Water elemental, innate passive skill. You are almost invisible while inside water. While inside the water, you can also move around units and alter your shape to pass through tiny holes, and your speed becomes 7 unless it's already higher. I created 64 water ants for now, and put them in all the places with water, the river, underground lake, inundated areas, a broken bar. I also interconnected all water zones with tiny underground canals so that the water ants can freely move through them. Water ants use giant ants and water spark units. I was incredibly lucky for this one and found a primordials dungeon where the dungeon owner added only water elementals, so I only had to farm that dungeon a few times. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to create as many water ants. They aren't that strong, with 1 horsepower and dealing 1 damage, but if they bite the invaders enough times a broken bar, and what's more important, now the water areas aren't safe anymore. Ha ha ha. We've now seen and explained all the new creepy. Do you like them? I hope you do. Ha ha ha. But now we must continue with the program and move on to the boss introduction. We also have a surprise at the end of the program, so don't leave until then. But first, the pause for the ads. Foo fa foo. Ha 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 ha. Not long after, Andrew uploaded a video called The Big Reveal that showed all the new units he created, as well as the effects of their skills, to the world. It was a video from the It's Alive series. The video quickly became incredibly popular for the non-player populace, especially among the young girls, because the creepy are so cute. Hello everyone. We are back from the publicity and ready to talk about the first boss. Let me introduce Mandingo, who's going to be commenting with me this second part of the program. Hey there. It's nice to be here with you today. So tell us, Madrat, what do you have prepared for today? Of course, Mandingo is me, but with a deeper voice. Like I already said before, I'm now going to introduce the first boss in the Mad Rat's lab. Ha ha ha. Oh ooh, it sure sounds exciting. Then, without further ado, here's the Mad Rat's lab's first boss. Come forth, My newest creation. A figure can be seen slowly coming closer to my current position from the shadows. It's not that big, only a little taller than a child at around 1,3 meters. But if you look at its aspect regardless of its size, it looks imposing and majestic. Say hi to the boss who's going to terrorize the invaders from now on. I called it the Minotaur Queen. Ha ha ha. Wow. If you ignore its small size, it sure looks dangerous. It does, right? Well, what can I say? A broken bar. I'm really proud of how it turned out. Ha ha ha. The Minotaur Queen looks similar to a human, except it has a bull's head and hooves. Most of its body is covered by fur, the whole body so muscular that it puts bodybuilders to shame, and 2 pairs of purple translucent wings protrude from its back. And let's not forget about the crown it wears on top of its head. So what units did you use for its creation? I can guess it, but I want you to explain it in detail to us if possible. I think you can already see by its looks and name, but the 2 units used for this monster are the Minotaur and the Fairy Queen. Both of them are decently strong units you could expect as bosses in other dungeons, but I went a step further and made hybrid out of them. Ha ha ha. What you're saying is that it's a crazy strong monster, right? Because if both are strong enough by themselves, a hybrid that uses them both must be stupidly strong, am I right? Yes, you are right, Mandingo. Its stats are crazily strong. A broken bar, only that the 2 units are very specialized in different fields, so the hybrid isn't as strong as you might think. I don't understand, Mad Rat. What do you mean by different fields? What I mean is that the Minotaur is specialized for brutal melee combat, but in contrast, the Fairy Queen is specialized for magic combat and staying away from danger. So the Minotaur Queen is very good at both, but also isn't as good as any other unit, within the same CP range, in either melee or magic combat. A broken bar. Then I don't understand, why did you create such a flawed boss, Mad Rat? Why did you create a monster that isn't good at anything? Very good question, Mandingo. The answer is simple. In fact, if you don't excel at anything, it also means you don't have a weakness that others can exploit. You can think of the Minotaur Queen as a monster with no flaws you can take advantage of during combat. Or even worse, a monster that will counter you in your own weak point, regardless of what your weak point is. Ha ha ha. When you put it like this, it sure sounds nasty. A broken bar. I can assure you, it is quite nasty. Most people like to complain about units that are a jack of all trades, usually by adding a and master of none at the end. But in real life, not having a weak point means you can turn your tables around any enemy as long as you exploit their weakness. That is, unless it's another jack of all trades with higher stats than you. For example, the Minotaur Queen can fly around and keep shooting magic against melee opponents, or choose to engage and quickly kill archers and mages in melee. It's true it'll never be able to win in melee against strong fighters, or win a ranged fight against archers and mages. A broken bar. But what does it matter when it can win any fight by just swapping the attack method? So, can you tell me and the viewers what skills the Minotaur Queen has? I'm sure we all are thinking the same. Ha ha ha. I'm sorry, but I'm not going to spoil the fun for all of you. If you want to discover what is the Minotaur Queen capable of, you must dive into my dungeon. Ha ha ha. But I can tell you a few things if you want. Oh, what a shame. A broken bar. And yes, please tell me all the info you can, Mad Rat. I'm sure the viewers are going to appreciate it. Foo for few. A broken bar. Okay, here comes the first info. You should already know, but the Minotaur Queen has the innate skills of both the Minotaur and the Fairy Queen. Which skills are they, you ask? They are Fierce Charge and Trickster, respectively. Oh, I think I remember what both do. Does this mean the Minotaur Queen is a hit-and-run monster? Because the Fierce Charge is incredibly good at initiating fights, and the Trickster is good for disengaging. I only put a smile on my face at Mandingo's, my own, words. I keep silent on purpose because I'm not going to reveal it to the public. By the way, here are the innate skill descriptions for both the Minotaur and the Fairy Queen. Fierce Charge, innate triggered skill. If you move at least 6 meters in a straight line before attacking, your attack deals twice the damage, stuns the target for 2 seconds, and pushes it 3 meters away from you. If the target hits an obstacle or another unit when pushed away, the stun time increases to 5 seconds. This skill only works if your STR is higher than the target's STR. Trickster, innate active skill, cost 100 MP. You create an illusionary copy of yourself in your current position and you turn invisible. Both effects last up to 10 seconds. If you attack or use a skill during this time, the effect of this skill ends. The skill also ends if you take damage after 2 seconds of turning invisible. This skill has a 1-minute cooldown. Hey, does your smile mean I'm right? Why don't you say anything? Ha ha ha. Sorry. No, I will not confirm or deny your statement because I don't want to give too much information away. Ow, you're evil to keep us trying to guess a broken bar. If you're not going to talk about the skills, at least tell us something else. Sure. I was going to show you anyway. Just follow me. What are you going to show us now, Mad Rat? The intrigue is killing me. A broken bar. We are currently inside the second laboratory zone, the dungeon core room. Well, the previous dungeon core room, because I've changed it a little now that I have a boss monster. There are now a few stairs that you must climb to reach the new area I specifically created for the boss. The new boss room is directly on top of the second laboratory. When I edit the video, I'm just going to make a cut and directly show the part when we arrive here. We have arrived. What is this place? It looks amazing with the gigantic capsules and laboratory equipment, and that water canals that cover the whole room give it a romantic feeling. What can I say? I enjoy building and expanding the laboratory zone because I have so many options. A broken bar. Ha ha ha. This room has a similar vibe to the two laboratories, but it has a few very distinctive points. First of all, instead of being a mess of laboratory equipment everywhere, this one has everything organized. And most importantly, the layout is labyrinthic, making it very easy to get lost inside it. The whole room is full of water canals. It's easy to fall into them because they are 3 meters wide, and they not only prevent invaders from crossing from one side to the other, but the water current is strong enough to drag away those who fall inside. The canals are safe in that they don't have water ants inside, but they all connect to the underground river, so it's a good way to split the party and make people despair. And I made sure it's a one-way trip only. It's impossible to enter this area through the water canals. The room is a lot bigger than the two laboratories, at around 100 by 40 meters. If you think about it, it's certainly big. So tell me, is this room what you wanted to show us? Yes, it's this room. But I didn't show it to you only because it's new. This is where the players will fight against the Minotaur Queen. In fact, this room's exit is always open. If you manage to survive, or avoid, the boss, you can reach the next area without trouble. Don't you think I'm very generous? I'd have to try it first before commenting on the difficulty. But it at least allows for the invading players to have a chance at beating the dungeon if they aren't strong enough to beat the Minotaur Queen in combat. Yeah, that was the intention. Except that I added other special mechanisms to make the invaders' journey through the room a lot harder than what I'm explaining to the viewers, like adding hidden lightning rods throughout the room, or that the crossing points for the water canals change over time, or that the Minotaur Queen has the detect presence skill so that it's incredibly difficult to avoid. It's a skill champions can't have for obvious reasons. Humans don't have the capability to track presences and would make the player sick, and the fast recovery and survival instinct skills to help with the hit and run tactics. Fast recovery, triggered skill, if you are outside of combat, WHP, EP, and MP regeneration without increasing the STA and SU spent. You are considered outside of combat after 2 minutes of not attacking or taking damage. Survival instinct, triggered skill, when you have less than 30% HP, regenerate 1% HP per second. Presence detection, passive skill, you can know the general location of enemies within 20 meters of you. You said that the invaders only need to reach the end of this room. Does this mean that the Minotaur Queen will pester them with hit-and-run ambushes during the whole trip and only those able to survive will reach the end? As I said before, I'm not going to explain the strategy for this encounter. If you are curious, Just come invade and see for yourself. Ha ha ha. But I am going to tell you a few other things regarding this boss encounter and the strategy. In private, the first thing is that the Minotaur Queen, as I said before, has very balanced stats. It only lacks in the dex department because none of the two units is good at manipulating stuff. These are its stats. Minotaur Queen, LV3, HP 1116, 930, STA 78, 65, SU 73, 61, EP 780, 650, MP 900, 750, STR 69, 58, Con 73, 61, AG 81, 68, SPI 72, 60, Will 78, 65, Dex 57, 48, SPD 7 INT 5 Com 3 Skills active, Trickster, innate, Acid Bubble, Light Arrow triggered, Fierce Charge, innate, Fast Recovery, Survival Instinct passive, Presence Detection. Yeah, it's strong. Very strong. You just have to know that the cost to create this unit is 740 CP, and on top of this, you have to add the 100% stat buff for being a boss a broken bar. If you are curious about it having so many skills, let me remind you that bosses work similarly to champions and start with 3 skill points too. If you compare it to any other dungeon mob, the Minotaur Queen is stupidly strong. That's why I messed up with the AI and made it so that it doesn't engage in prolonged fights. It shows itself with a dramatic entrance, and then disappears for some time. The players are going to have to hurry through this area and hope they reach the exit before the Minotaur Queen kills them all. I also changed the AI so that it uses parts of the Minotaur or the Fairy Queen AIs depending on the situation. The Minotaur AI when starting combat and if most attacks it receives are ranged, and the Fairy AI when disengaging and if most enemies are melee. I also didn't want to level it up too much, only to level 3. This way it isn't as strong as it could be so that invaders don't die too fast. But more importantly, this way I have time to see how it works against invaders before I level it up and give it more skills. You know, for all that I recreate the boss from zero if I mess it up. I definitely don't want to go search for another Fairy Queen anytime soon. They are nasty, like to hide, and can fly, a very bad combination when you want to capture one. And the best of all and my favorite, the Minotaur Queen can push enemies into the water canals thanks to the Minotaur's innate skill. Meaning invaders are going to be dragged by the water until they reach the underground cave. It's almost a death sentence. Ha ha ha. I truly expect this area, the first boss area, to be a nightmare for the players. Not in the A it's impossible to beat way, but in the A there's danger and we don't know when it will strike way. Something like in terror films, you know there's the big monster somewhere close, but don't know exactly where it is, or when it's going to strike, and you can't really do anything else than run away and hope it targets someone else first. Ha ha ha. I also gave it 2 different elemental attacks. The only purpose behind it is that I don't want the enemies to bring 1 element resistance skill and ignore the Minotaur Queen's attacks. They can still do it, but with 2 damage types, it turns into a huge waste of skill points. Acid Bubble, active skill, cost, 20 MP. Deal, 2 plus 0,5 SPI, acid damage to a single enemy. There is a 10% chance that the acid sticks to the enemy, dealing an extra 0,1 SPI, acid damage each second for 3 seconds. Light Arrow, active skill, cost, 20 MP. Deal, 2 plus 0,5 SPI, light damage to a single enemy. There is a 10% chance that the enemy is stunned for 1 second. In short, this whole boss area is a mix of running and strategy planning inside a labyrinth. Depending on what choices you make and your luck, it can be relatively easy or absolute hell. Plus there's an extremely dangerous enemy called Minotaur Queen that harasses you all the time, strong enough that most players with similar levels to mine will never think about killing it. I thought about it and I'm going to give you a tip on how to fight the Minotaur Queen, after all. Nice. And what's this tip? I hope that with this tip we are going to have an easier time fighting against the boss a broken bar. I'm not so sure about helping fight the boss, but it will help you survive. Now I'm even more curious. Can you say it already? I don't like when you put so much suspense into things like this. Ugh, what an impatient guy. A broken bar. The tip is this one, don't waste time and run, you fools. Ha ha ha. How the hell is this going to help us? I'm sure we all wanted a tip to fight against it. Well, there's no hope for you in a fight, so the best you can do is run away. I hate you. You know, I don't care if you hate me. Foo fa foo. Ha ha ha. After laughing for a while, I continue with the program. So there's only one thing remaining, and that's the big surprise reserved for the end of the program. Oh, yes, the big surprise you have been talking about. In fact, the surprise is that there are two surprises instead of one. I was kind of expecting something like these, a broken bar, so what are they? More creepy you reserved for the end? Maybe something else about the boss fight? Ha ha ha. Are you curious about them? Well, the surprise is this, telling you there are 2 extra mobs in the dungeon now. With a dramatic gesture, I point towards a dark area and the light turns on, showing 2 different monsters. The first one has an imposing and terrific form that invites dread to whoever sees it. Completely pitch black as if absorbing the light, with a dangerous-looking yellow eye in its stomach area. Its wolf inheritance can't be denied, and although it can stand on 2 legs, its proportions are too deformed to be considered humanoid. At 2 meters tall, with 2 gigantic arms, and a terrifying head devoid of eyes or eye holes, it certainly looks like one of those monsters one would find in nightmares. The second one is about half a meter tall and looks like a mushroom. It looks very similar to the mushrooms that populate the dungeon, except it has 8 spider legs and a bunch of black eyes. Oh ooh, they look nice. And tell us, what are they? What skills do they have? I'm sorry, but I'm not going to explain anything about them at all. If you want to know, just come and invade the Mad Rat's lab. Ha ha ha. That's why it's a surprise, because you won't know anything about them until you fight them, and not because they were hidden from you until the end of the show. What did you expect? Ha ha ha. Oh, come on, stop spouting bullshit and tell us already, Mad Rat. Thank you for viewing the program today, and thank you, Mandingo, for coming and commenting about the new monsters and dungeon area. Let's see you next time on Other Mad Rats show. Ha ha ha. Hey, are you really going to end the show like this? You suck at these, a broken bar. I interrupt Mandingo, myself, before I can finish the sentence. See you next time. Bye bye. Foo fa foo. Ha ha ha. Let me finish talking at least. Hey, don't ignore a broken bar. At this point, I'm going to add a fade to black effect when I edit the video. The second part of The Big Reveal was the one most watched by DMA players, especially for those who wanted to dive into Other Mad Rat's lab, and those who already tried but failed. It started a lot of discussions about what was the best strategy to fight against the Minotaur Queen, and also about the mysterious surprises, the looks of which was the only thing revealed. Where the hell did so many monsters come from? I don't know. I just looked behind me and saw the whole passage filled with them. Running through a rocky tunnel, 2 players, followed by their support units, are trying to escape from an absurdly large number of monsters. The problem is that the monsters are faster than them. To make matters even worse, they make a wrong turn and find a dead end that prevents them from running away. Shit, we have no escape. This is a fucking dead end. Don't need to tell, I'm not blind. I can see it in front of us. The monster horde keeps running in their direction and will soon reach them. So what now? Do you think we can survive? I don't know, a broken bar. If I had enough MP I could cast a few areas and we might be able to survive. But I only have enough for 2 areas and there are too many monsters. A broken bar. It's better than nothing. Let's try it at least. We are going to die anyway. Okay. The 2 players divide themselves into a front line and a back line formation using the support units. The ones at the front are going to give their all to prevent the enemies from reaching the archers and mages, while the back line focuses on killing the enemies. It's a decent tactic because of the situation. They are at a dead end, so the enemies can only come from the front. Not long after, the monsters reach the players' formation, and combat starts. Releasing arrows and spells from the back, the first monsters get quickly slaughtered. But the monsters are relentless and don't care if they are killed. They only have one thing in mind, to kill the invaders in front of them. They push through the bodies of the dead and finally reach the front line. The intensity of the battle increases as the monsters and front line start fighting. Not long after, the first casualties on the player's side appear. They aren't the only ones to suffer casualties because more than 15 monsters have been killed. But there's still no end in sight. The whole passage is full of them. Why did nobody else say anything about this happening before? Maybe nobody was attacked by so many monsters? How can this be possible? Don't joke around. It's ridiculous to think that's possible. How can you miss a group of so many monsters? Shit. If only I had skills. The front line is going to crumble soon under so much pressure. More than half the support units that formed it are already dead. Dread and despair taint the two players' faces. They never expected to find something like this inside a dungeon. Doesn't this look like a monster train? How the hell do you create a thing like this inside the game? A monster train is created when pulling the aggro of monsters as you run away. But there's no other player who could have created it. The dungeons are instanced. Haha, broken bar. Don't ask me. A broken bar. There's a reason why it's called the evil mastermind. A broken bar. I'm not surprised by anything anime. A broken bar. The front line finally crumbles. At that moment, the player, the only one remaining in the front line, tries to stop the mobs from reaching the back with taunting skills. A broken bar, but is quickly overwhelmed by the sheer number of enemies and dies a horrible and gruesome death. Shit, we're done for. The monster wave quickly reaches the backline and decimates them in less than a minute. Why did it have to be us who found the monster train? I hate it when we're the only ones to suffer. Hey, do you think we should report the monster train to the rest of the players? A broken bar. I don't see why we should. A broken bar. Don't you think it's going to be better to share the suffering with our fellow players? Foo. Yeah, ha, broken bar. Let's keep quiet and enjoy the others suffering the same fate as you, sa. Broken bar. Ha. This is what happened to one of the first invaders to find the monster train inside the Mad Rat's lab, and the fate that a lot more players would meet, because they weren't warned. Having finished the Mad Rats show, I'm now going to tell you all the secrets you need to know about the surprises. What are you saying? Of course not. I never wanted to reveal everything to the future dungeon invaders. What fun would the dungeon have otherwise? I've gone to a few places in the DMA forums where players talk bullshit about my dungeon. Own a broken bar, and as much as I still don't understand their enthusiasm and almost fanatic obsession for my dungeon, I do enjoy the despair and craziness my dungeon is creating. Ha. All those posts complaining about being killed by creepy are the best. Especially those that complain about the death butterfly. Though I find it weird that nobody has complained about the monster train yet. A broken bar. Could it be that nobody has met it yet? Are they really that lucky? A broken bar? I don't think so, because most players complain about being unlucky. A broken bar. Then why are there no messages about the monster train at all? I know it was designed in a way that relies on luck to actually find the invading players because of its random movement. A broken bar, but it doesn't make sense at all that nobody has found it yet. And another thing I still don't understand is the evil mastermind nickname they've given me, saying that all the times they died because of random things were because I planned them from the start, in an absurdly convoluted and evil plan. What the hell are they saying? That's utter bullshit. I only put random things inside the dungeon and it's you who are unlucky. One error leads to the other until finally, you get yourself killed. I haven't planned anything of that at all. At least it isn't all bad, because those discussions help make my dungeon famous and more players enter it every day. There are also random players who beat the dungeon out of sheer luck, and when the others see it, they turn even crazier and start to dive into my dungeon to show they are better and can beat it to. A broken bar. Anyway, returning to the surprises. Let's start explaining the third surprise. Ha. You might be thinking, WTF, the third? Weren't there only two? Right now. And you are right, to broken bar, except I purposely didn't show the third to the viewers because it's only relevant to me. If your brain is fast enough, you might already expect what this third surprise is about. I already showed everything that I had planned to improve the dungeon except for one single thing. A broken bar. Yeah, I'm talking about the kidnapper upgrade. Without further delay, let's show you all the new and upgraded kidnapper. I called the template Stone Eye Kidnapper. The biggest drawback I found with the original Kidnapper was that it was completely incapable to capture units on its own. I, or another teammate, had to incapacitate the enemies so that the Kidnapper could capture them. And it works decently well, but I had to remember to cast Chain Lightning every time I wanted to capture a unit. A broken bar. Let's just say that my brain isn't the best at remembering things sometimes. Another non-ideal thing is that because I have to cast Chain Lightning, I have to spend a lot more MP than I should. And the Stone Eye Kidnapper solves all those problems at the same time. It's capable of capturing units on its own because of its innate skills. And what's best, it can also passively turn enemies to stone and remove them from combat. Though the chance is very low, so I won't rely on it at all. But it's very handy for capturing critters because they are usually everywhere. So just by being alive, the Stone Eye Kidnapper can turn critters to stone and capture them without spending a single EP or MP point. Ha ha ha. Another great thing is that it isn't very expensive at only 80 CP plus the 20 from basic Chimera, so I can easily bring with me other support mobs during invasions. I kept it at level 2 to leave the cost as low as possible. Other than the innate skills inherited from the spider and the cockatrice used to create it, the new Kidnapper only really needed defensive skills. Its AI even comes with the follow and no combat options by default, as all AI with 3+ INT does. I only had to change it so that it uses the web throw skill when I tell it to do so, and never starts or participates in combat, the same as with the original Kidnapper. It's so better than the stitched. Ha ha ha. I only need to tell the Stone Eye Kidnapper to capture one unit and it will wait until its HP is low enough to effectively use web throw and then capture it. Stone Eye Kidnapper, LV2, HP 154, 140, STA 13, 12, SU 12, 11, EP 143, 130, MP 110, 100, STR 14, 13, Com 13, 12, AGA 16, 15, SPI 12, 11, Will 15, 14, Dex 7, 7, SPD 5 INT 3 Com 0 Skills active, Web Throw, innate, triggered, God's Intervention, passive, Eternal Pain, innate, Petrifying Eyes, innate, Too Gross to Look At, Web Throw, innate active skill, cost, 20 EPU. Throw sticky threads and immobilize another unit for up to 5 seconds. The immobilization time is reduced the higher percent of HP the target currently has. This skill has a 20-second cooldown. Petrifying Eyes, innate passive skill, every second, you have a 1% chance to petrify a unit you can see. The petrification lasts until the unit leaves your field of vision. The chance is increased or reduced if your average stats are higher or lower than the target's stats, respectively. The chances to petrify champions and bosses are halved and you can only petrify them up to 5 seconds every minute. This skill doesn't work on allied units. What I find funny about the Stone Eye Kidnapper is how it looks. Imagine a spider with a rooster's crest, wings, and a very long reptile tail. Oh, and its 2 front legs are replaced by chicken legs. You might think that it can fly because it has wings, but a broken bar cockatrices can't fly, only glide. So the same goes for the new Kidnapper. Of course, I reconverted the original brain-dead Kidnapper to a brain-dead leader and created 3 more brain-dead mobs for it to lead. Soldier, you've served me properly for these past weeks, so you deserve a promotion. The last thing I did was delete the original Kidnapper template. I'm not going to need it anymore. Now that the third and extra surprise has been explained, let's move to the other 2. The second one is quite similar to the Stone Eye Kidnapper. You could even say they are distant cousins. A broken bar. I'm talking about the one that looks like a mushroom with spider legs and eyes, the Silent Kidnapper. This one is a mix of a spider and a small myconid. For those of you who don't know, myconids are monsters that look exactly like mushrooms. When they stand still, There's no way to differentiate one from the other except by inspecting or attacking it. The silent kidnappers are going to hunt invaders for me. They aren't very strong, but they have the perfect skills for capturing units, and I'm going to put them spread through the whole dungeon. Own a broken bar. This way I can easily get a bunch of free units without having to play the game at all. Ha ha ha. Both the innate skill from the spider, the web throw skill, and the skill from the small myconid, the paralyzing spores, can inflict status effects that allow capturing the affected unit. Paralyzing spores, innate active skill, cost 50 MP. Cover a 3-meter radius area with a spore cloud around yourself that lasts 5 seconds. Each second while inside the cloud, other units have a 5% chance to be paralyzed for 5 seconds. This skill has a 1-minute cooldown and doesn't work on units that have this same skill. In fact, the paralyzing spores is an innate skill common to all myconid units. The skill is also implemented in a way so that it doesn't work against other myconids. A broken bar, though it still works against other allied units, so you must be careful when using it. I also modified the AI of the silent kidnapper. What I did was change how it behaves during combat. First, it doesn't actively attack. It feigns to be a normal mushroom by staying completely still between a bunch of other real mushrooms. This was easy because the myconid's AI does it by default. Then, it waits for an opportunity to strike with the paralyzing spores if the enemies get close. It releases the paralyzing cloud and then waits until one enemy gets paralyzed and then tries to capture it. I'm sure more than one player is going to think that the silent kidnappers are just a new type of mushroom I added to the dungeon. A paralyzing mushroom. Oh, boy, a broken bar. How wrong will they be? Ha ha ha. And in the case where the paralyzing spores strategy doesn't work, the silent kidnapper waits for a chance to cast web throw against an enemy that has low HP, and then tries to capture it. Of course, the silent kidnapper only tries to capture isolated targets. I also made it so that the silent kidnapper doesn't attack or target champions at all. They can't be captured, so why should they waste their small chances to capture anything against an enemy that can't be captured? They are kidnappers, after all. What I want from them is to capture the invaders' support units without the players noticing at all. The best is going to be if they say something like, "Hey, where the hell's X unit gone to?" Or I was sure there were Y+1 units before. That's why it has silent in its name. Ha ha ha. Oh, I also leveled the template to level 2 and gave them 2 utility skills that will help them with their job. Unidentifiable to make them even more difficult to find when they stay still, and capture expert to facilitate the capture. As you would expect, the latter is a skill exclusive to the Flesh Monstrosities faction, the only faction that needs to capture other factions' units. I didn't know this skill existed. A broken bar. Maybe it came with the latest game update. A broken bar? Anyway, here's the status screen for the silent kidnapper. Silent kidnapper, LV2, HP 110, 100, STA 12, 11, SU 9, 9, EP 121, 110, MP 110, 100, STR 12, 11, Con 12, 11, AGA 9, 9, SPI 11, 10, Will 11, 10, Dex 6, 6, SPD 5 INT 3 Com 0 Skills active, Web Throw, innate, Paralyzing Spores, innate, Triggered, Capture Expert, passive, Eternal Pain, innate, Unidentifiable. Capture Expert, triggered skill. When you are capturing a unit and the status effect that allows the capture ends, you instead extend it for as long as the capturing process lasts. You can still cancel the capturing process and be interrupted as normal. Unidentifiable, passive skill. You can't be identified for as long as you are alive. Since both spiders and small myconids are basic units, the total cost for the silent kidnappers is only 60 CP. They are a very cheap way to obtain free bodies, if you ask me. Objectively speaking, I don't think that the silent kidnappers are going to be too annoying to the invading players. If I'm lucky, I expect them to capture at most 1 unit per dungeon invasion, which is quite a lot for me if you think about it. A broken bar, but losing a single support unit, a weakened one at that, usually doesn't make any difference to the invaders. I also didn't put too many of them, only 12 for now, 6 in the big cave and 6 in the tunnels. So yes, they are going to be just a little nuisance for the invaders, but for me, they are going to be incredibly useful. Now I just need to create a bunch more stasis chambers to put all those extra bodies into them, and unlock the fleshlings. To use those extra bodies, I don't really want a broken bar. So the to-do list never gets shorter, a broken bar it only gets longer as time passes, and I never stop crossing things out of it. Before I move to the last surprise, I want to tell you something. I almost forgo a broken bar. Taking this whole capturing and creating new monsters, I also took the chance to increase the number of previous units, though not by much. I added a second tunnel mimic. Now the chances to find one are doubled because there are 2 of them. And I also added 2 more death butterflies for a total of 5. And 3 more fiery flies for a total of 7. Their numbers were okay before I upgraded the dungeon and expanded the areas, but now they were too spread and their usefulness was reduced. That's why I increased their amounts by a little. After a few days, I had to reduce the number of silent kidnappers in the dungeon until the dungeon grew bigger, and I could build more stasis chambers and unlock the fleshlings. This was because they were continuously capturing useless units like farmers, and I couldn't bring useful units I had captured in dungeon invasions because there was no space. A broken bar. I almost cried in frustration when I was lucky to capture another runesmith but had to leave it because all stasis chambers were full. Ladies and gentlemen, let's move to the last surprise. This one is an actual fighter for the dungeon and not a unit to help me get more bodies. I'm sure you're going to enjoy listening to this one a lot more. Ha ha ha. Until now, I've watched quite a lot of times the progress of other players invading my dungeon, to see how my tricks, mobs, and traps work, and also went to test my newest creations personally, a broken bar. I really like how the freezer turned out. I love the entrance, and the big cave is okay broken bar, but I still felt like something was missing in the tunnels area, though I couldn't say what was missing a broken bar until I had this crazy idea. Yeah, I'm talking about the first surprise. Ha ha ha. Or should it be the third surprise? Broken bar. Well, who cares about small details like this? I believe that with this new unit, the tunnels will be finished. With it, I'll make sure that all players believe that something dangerous can happen at any time when they are inside the tunnels. Ha ha ha. The thing that was missing in the tunnels was unpredictability. Okay, it's true that the tunnel mimic and patrolling mobs are unpredictable, but they are only a small part of the tunnel area. The problem was the mushroom zones, traps, resting areas. A broken bar. I'm talking about those elements that are always going to stay in the same place after I put them there. The problem was that after the first few times they dive into my dungeon, all invaders know which tunnels are dangerous, and which ones lead to the next area. If they are good enough, they can even remember the shortest and less dangerous path and ignore the rest. This is something any good player does, optimize the strategy to have an easier dungeon invasion. The problem is that I don't want them to be able to actually optimize the dungeon invasion. They can remember the shortest path and danger zones, and even make maps to help other players. A broken bar. They can even know which one is a tunnel mimic if they are familiar enough with the layout. After all, the tunnel mimics are the only tunnels that change from time to time. After every change I made to the area, the only ones to suffer were the first ones to dive into the dungeon, and I can't keep changing the dungeon all the time. I call this new unit the Tunnel's Nightmare because its main purpose is to prevent this from happening, keeping all invaders on guard against it, because if they find the Tunnel's Nightmare, it won't matter if they know every part of the tunnels, they are going to suffer anyway. It can turn the predictable and static elements into truly dangerous elements by itself. Ha ha ha. By now you might be curious about how this works. A broken bar. Don't worry, I'm going to explain it right now. First of all, the Tunnel's Nightmare is a basic chimera, and the 2 bodies I used to create it are a terror slime and a Magiloif. The terror slime is easy to explain. It's just a pitch black slime, so dark that it seems as if the light is sucked into it. It isn't very big at around a meter high, but it looks imposing because of its looks. And as its name suggests, its innate skill is related to the fear status effect, Terrifying presence. Terrifying presence, innate passive skill. Every second, you have a 5% chance to apply fear to other units that look in your direction for 3 seconds. This skill doesn't stack and doesn't work on allied units. This skill can only apply fear to the same unit once every 5 minutes. The timer resets after the fear ends. Terror slimes are support units from the Amorphous faction. By themselves, they aren't too dangerous, but they are resilient because of their high HP. They aren't fast to kill, so it's easy for 1 or 2 units to be affected by fear before the terror slime is killed. The fear status makes you run away from the unit which inflicted it, in a random direction. This is really bad, so terror slimes are usually the first to be targeted, and their low will and speed make them easy targets for spellcasters. And the second unit I used is the Maguiloif. Remember when I was talking about the Dream Vestiges faction, the one with units based on dreams? Well, the Maguiloif is another one of their units based on nightmares. Broken Bar and nightmares are based on fear, so the synergy between the two units is perfect. Maguiloif's aspect is already terrifying with its deformed wolf-like appearance, creepy eye in its stomach area, huge maws, and gigantic arms. It's a unit based on the fear of being persecuted by a very dangerous predator, so, of course, its looks are terrifying. Oh, and since it's based on a dream, its figure sometimes turns partially transparent because it's imaginary and you can say it actually isn't there at all, as if it were a manifestation of your psyche. But the most terrifying thing about the Maguiloif is its innate skill, your worst nightmare. It works as a support skill to help inflict the fear status effect against enemies, especially if you combine it with other units, or in my case, with the terror slime's innate skill. Your worst nightmare, innate triggered skill. Units that look in this creature's direction can't look away for the next 5 seconds. The duration of any fear status effect inflicted during this duration is accumulated into a single fear effect that's applied at the end of this skill's duration. This skill can only trigger once every 5 minutes against each unit and doesn't work on allied units. Champions and bosses can't be feared by more than 10 seconds with this skill. The idea behind the skill is that the Maguiloif is so terrifying that you can't keep your eyes away for a while after seeing it for the first time until you finally are able to look away but are so scared that you immediately try to run away in fear. You already saw it before, but just in case you forgot, I'll tell you again how the tunnel's nightmare looks. Its body is black and, similar to the slime, it seems as if the light was sucked in. Its shape is based on a wolf, except its forelegs are too long and muscular, and its gigantic mouth is full of sharp teeth. But the most striking part is the eye located in the stomach area. More than 30 centimeters long, it keeps looking in the prey's direction all the time. You can't turn your head away because of fear. Furthermore, it can keep you in sight even when standing on 4 legs thanks to its disproportionately longer forelegs. Black veins penetrate the eye from all directions as if they were blood vessels, and in contrast with the rest of its body, the eye looks as if it glows in a dangerous yellow tint. If you know how the two units look, you might have a better idea of how the tunnel's nightmare looks. If I tell you you can take the Maguiloif looks and add the pitch black surface of the terror slime plus the black veins in the eye zone and you have the tunnel's nightmare. Oh, I also did a special trick with it. Slimes don't have a fixed shape, and can extend their pseudopods to attack a broken bar. I used the slime's body for the main joints when creating the tunnel's nightmare, so it can rotate all limbs freely as well as extend its arms to attack. Nasty, right? Ha ha ha. It can also stand on 2 legs and use the 4 legs to attack with wide swiping attacks that have more range than they should because it can extend them. A true nightmare. As for the AI, I used the Maguiloif default one as the base and tweaked a few things. It basically roams the tunnel's area randomly until it finds an invader and then tries to apply fear to them. If all enemies start running away, it will resume its previous behavior, but as long as there's one invader that isn't affected by fear, it will continue to fight against it until only one of the 2 sides survives. This is the rest of the info for the tunnel's nightmare. The tunnel's nightmare, LV5, HP 714, 510, STA 37, 27, SU 44, 32, EP 350, 250, MP 448, 320, STR 37, 27, Con 51, 37, AGA 23, 17, SPI 46, 33, Will 28, 20, Dex 14, 10, SPD 6 INT 4,1 Skills active, Alpha's Howl, Corrosive Goo triggered, Your Worst Nightmare, innate, Mind Break, Paranoia passive, Eternal Pain, innate, Terrifying Presence, innate, Too gross to look at. As you can see, it is only a little stronger than the lab assistants. Of course, their purpose is completely different, so it's only natural that a unit that has to inflict fear is also powerful enough to actually inflict fear. Who would fear a weakling? Nobody, right? I'm sure you already know what's the purpose of the tunnel's nightmare now, right? Yeah, you're right. It's to make players and their support mobs run randomly through the tunnels because of fear. And since they can't control their movement directions, they are going to activate traps, walk into mushroom areas, or even get lost. I don't expect invaders to have to actually fight against the tunnel's nightmare at all, just run away from it. Its only purpose is to cause chaos inside the tunnels. After all, you can say it's going to be successful if it manages to force experienced players to use tunnels and areas they would never want to step into. The idea behind its skills is just to make invaders have a bad time after encountering the tunnel's nightmare. Alpha's Howl is another way to inflict fear other than the slime's innate skill, and Paranoia is a skill that further increases the effectiveness of the fear status effect by dealing damage when an enemy is under the effects of fear. And let's not forget that the Mind Break can also help with other status effects other than fear. If the tunnel's nightmare manages to activate the Mind Break skill by applying both Terrifying Presence and Alpha's Howl, those enemies affected by the sleeping mushrooms will sleep for an extra second each time the sleep effect is applied. For example, the Too Gross to Look At is an amazing defensive skill given its innate skill that forces enemies to look at it. They both synergize with Terrifying Presence amazingly well. Now for the Corrosive Goo skill, a broken bar. You can think of it as a way for the tunnel's nightmare to deal extra damage against enemies that are going to run away because of fear. It deals continuous damage even while they are running away. Ha ha ha. Alpha's Howl, active skill, cost, 100 EP. 100 MP. Release a howl that terrifies your enemies. All enemies that can hear your howl in a 20-meter radius have a 20% chance to be inflicted by fear for 5 seconds. Always applies fear to enemies with lower average stats than you. This skill can only apply fear to the same enemy once every 5 minutes. The timer resets after the fear ends. Corrosive Goo, active skill, cost, 60 MP. Throw a blob of corrosive goo in a straight line that sticks to the first unit it touches. The affected unit takes 3 plus 0,1 SPI, acid damage each second for the next 10 seconds. The effect of this skill doesn't stack if the same unit is hit multiple times, but the duration is refreshed. Mind Break, triggered skill. If this unit applies stun, charm, fear, or sleep to another unit for more than 10 consecutive seconds, its mind is crippled for the next 5 minutes. Every time that unit is afflicted by stun, charm, fear, or sleep, the duration of that status effect is increased by 1 second. The effect of this skill doesn't stack, and multiple instances of this skill can't stack. Paranoia, triggered skill. When this unit applies the fear status effect to another unit, the fear effect lasts for an extra 1 second and that unit takes 2 plus 0,1 SPI, psychic damage each second. Foo. Yes, that's what I was talking about. Thanks to the tunnel's nightmare, now the tunnels aren't going to be safe anymore. Do you know the whole path, traps, and dangerous areas? Good for you. But a single unlucky fear can make you move through a tunnel that you never intended to cross. Ha ha ha. And what's best, I don't need to keep modifying the tunnels anymore just to prevent easy dungeon invasions. I can keep them as they are, only changing them when introducing something new or when making the dungeon bigger. I'm sure you noticed, I'm very proud of this new unit. I think it fits the tunnels area so well. This was all about the new dungeon changes. Now I just have to wait and see if they actually work as I intended to. Ha ha ha. One of the best examples I've ever found of the phrase "a status effects are king" is in the Mad Rat's lab. Have you ever fought the Tunnel's Nightmare? It's a monster that basically makes you run in fear. That's almost everything it does. It can also do decent damage depending on the situation. But the problem is with the fear status. I'm sure you already know how difficult the dungeon is. Now imagine running randomly through it because you have the fear status and can't control your champion. A broken bar. I see you shuddering, so it looks like you understand what I'm trying to say, right? The Tunnel's Nightmare is just a normal mob, stat-wise, but is considered a mini-boss for most players because of the fear it inflicts and the situations the fear status can put you in. I still shudder every time I remember that time when I ran inside a tunnel mimic because of the fear effect. A broken bar. Excerpt of an interview with a random DMA player. This chapter has a different path. It's the time. The time to invade the Mad Rat's lab again. Haha. Laughing alone, I'm about to start my weekly routine of invading the aforementioned dungeon. I don't know how many times it has been already, but I'm sure that this one time is going to be the time when I finally beat it. I can feel it in my muscles. It's today. The day when I recover my Orc's pride has finally come. Ha, ha, ha. My guttural laughter spreads through the wasteland. That's my dungeon. Wooden fortifications and buildings populate it, spreading as far as the eye can see. Everywhere you can put your eyes into is full of green-skinned humanoids, goblins, orcs, a broken bar, even some trolls here and there. These are my prided companions. We fight together, and squash everyone who dares to stand in our path. Oh, how fun it is to fight to the death with all my glorious mobs. The only one who has managed to curb our efforts so far is that damned evil mastermind guy. But today's different. Today I'm sure I'm going to beat it once and for all. Just you see, I'm going to beat the dungeon alone and show everywhere how to beat the dungeon even when you are unlucky. I shout while raising my fist. Nowadays, the forums about the Mad Rat's lab are full of people who don't understand anything. They advocate for joining other players to invade the dungeon to have an easier time. What the heck are they saying? A true warrior can beat the dungeon alone. I'm going to show all of them how wrong they are when I beat it. Also, this damned dungeon is designed by the evil mastermind. It doesn't matter how many players enter it, because if you are destined to die, you will die. That's all. Let's prepare carefully the units I'm going to bring today. After some deliberation, I decide to bring with me 2 goblin archers, 1 goblin mage, and 2 orc warriors. Taking into account what I found in previous dungeon invasions, I think this gives me the best options for clearing the dungeon, a mix of weak ranged units and strong melee units. Not like I've tried other combinations to see if they work better, mind you. But if it works in all other dungeons, why shouldn't it work here? Okay, let's go. I'm already anticipating the moment I can finally crush the dungeon core. I know that today's the day. Ha, ha, ha. Yuga broken bar. Why is the dungeon teleportation so annoying? I don't really like the dungeon teleportation. This white flash of light makes me think I'm going to go blind every time, and I hate it. I turn around. Behind me, I see that the orcs and goblins have already appeared and everything's ready for me to start the dungeon invasion. Let's crush them all, guys. My muscles are excited today, wiggling in anticipation of our victory. It's time to finally have our revenge on this damn dungeon. Let's open a path with the blood of our enemies. Not wasting time, I move toward the dungeon entrance. I know there are players who dislike the entrance because of the dread it can make you feel, but I personally like it a lot. Now that it has this dungeon entrance, the dungeon feels complete. Before, the first time you entered it, you wouldn't know anything about the dungeon on a broken bar, but now with the new entrance, you must be a fool if you don't understand how dangerous it is by the first things you see. Just the bloody plants and the dark and ominous cave entrance should be enough to warn any player about its dangers, unless they are too dumb. But that's their own problem and has nothing to do with the dungeon. I like very much the giant claw marks along the cave entrance. I'm looking forward to the time I can fight such a dangerous enemy. Ha, ha, ha. Imagine the size of a monster capable of doing such giant claw marks. It must be pretty strong by itself, but because of the faction's nature, it will be mixed with another strong monster and turn out to be even stronger. I shudder in excitement just thinking about it. There are also a lot of weird glowing mushrooms everywhere, but I don't care about them at all. They are decoration elements on a broken bar as long as they don't surprise me by releasing poison clouds or the like. I won't take a second look at them. They are only mushrooms. After a short walk, we reach the big cavern at the end of the path. I can already see, and hear, the horrendous monsters that populate it. Now, be ready guys. The action starts now. It isn't very long after that the first enemy comes rushing at us. My ears. You don't know how much I hate their screams. I'm going to send you to hell just to shut you up. I angrily return a shout to the screaming monster. We are now competing for who can shout the loudest. Of course, I'm the winner. The fight plays as usual. The monster screams for reinforcements. We all jump to kill it. Then the reinforcements come, but we have already killed the first one. Then the fight continues. When the enemies reach our position, a broken bar, this is then repeated until no more screaming monstrosities are nearby. It isn't a surprise anymore after the first time because you just need to take care of not being surrounded by enemies. Though it can turn out to be a lot more troublesome if this happens in the middle of another fight. A broken bar. We are crossing the big cavern when an arrow strikes me from above. Not again. I hate them so much. I look up and see a fucking goblin pest standing on the cap of the closest giant mushroom. The thing is that the giant mushrooms are too big, and also it's very difficult to climb it during combat. A broken bar, so we can only ignore it or try to kill it at range. As if having little ranged options and power wasn't bad enough, the goblins are fucking annoying because they follow you if you try to run away. So we can only kill it here before it meets its teammates and ambushes us later on. Go, kill them fast. They are 2 units in one. That's why I use the plural. We can't waste too much time here. The 2 goblin archers and goblin mage start attacking the goblin under my orders. Meanwhile, the fucking pest keeps hurling attacks and spells at me while dancing and trying to avoid as many attacks as possible. I hate them so much. Come here and meet my battle axe, you fucking pest. I promise you'll have a nicer time than dancing around. The only good thing is that they are weak, absurdly weak. With a few more arrow shots and spell casts, both halves die and we can proceed with our dungeon invasion. We took very little damage. You could almost say it's negligible the amount of damage we took. But they are so annoying. If I could, I would ban them from appearing. If only the game had a feature to remove a specific kind of mob from the enemy dungeon. Own a broken bar. Not long after, we reach the entrance to the mess of convoluted tunnels. By now, I've already been here quite a lot of times, so I kind of remember the path through the tunnels area. Yeah, kind of. The only problem is that to avoid as many mushrooms as possible I must make a large detour, a broken bar, or choose the rabbit area instead. But the rabbit area is too dangerous for me with the weak goblins. They can be killed with a single strike if I'm unlucky, and I want to keep as many of them alive as possible for the fight against the guys with the lab coats. So I'm left with no other option than to take the long and convoluted path that avoids most mushroom areas. They were hard to find in the big cavern because of how huge the place is, but here, it's very easy to see the new creepies that resemble a gummy gecko. I must admit they also match well with the glowing mushrooms. You don't have to ask. It's evident that everyone that wants to dive into the Mad Rat's lab has seen the video about the reveal of the new monsters and boss. Who would be the fool to come inside knowing you can have an easier time just watching a short video that explains most of the info about the new monsters? Though there are people like that a broken bar, they like to call themselves a purists. If you ask me, they are just a bunch of fools, and they don't achieve anything because information is power, and it's the most important thing in this damn dungeon. I only hope we don't find a stair shrub in the middle of an important combat, because the 5 seconds of being paralyzed can effectively destroy us, especially for a faction like ours that lacks ranged power to kill it before it's too late. With me at the front, we enter the tunnel. I'm resilient, so I can take some damage from traps without having to worry. A broken bar through the same can't be said for the goblins. That's why I put them in the middle. This way they are also protected from ambushes from the back. We continue moving until, ahead, I can see a different kind of lightning to the one generated by the glowing mushrooms. How weird. A broken bar. This kind of light is what you see in the tunnels with holes from where the sunlight enters, but all of them should be close to the rabbit area, and I'm sure this tunnel doesn't lead to that area. Afraid of what's to come, I generally like surprises, but I abhor them. When it comes to this dungeon, I come close to the tunnel's turn, stick out my head, and peek at what's ahead. What I see is a broken bar, a glowing sheep that's constantly releasing lightning. Oh, it's one of those lightning sheep. If I'm not wrong, they are weak but can deal lots of damage when killed. A broken bar. I decide to use phantasmal weapon here. I throw a translucent copy of my battle axe, and it flies to where the sheep is standing, hits it, and the sheep dies. BZZZZT. With the sheep's death cry, an electric burst is released, wide enough to cover the whole tunnel. Weak but dangerous. Luckily it only took one strike to kill it, so we didn't take a single point of damage here. Ha, ha, ha. My guttural laughter echoes through the tunnels as I continue the dungeon invasion. How a broken bar. I live for this. The battles against these guys are always very good. Ha, ha. I can't keep my excitement after fighting against the guy with the lab coat, the first real challenge we faced so far. I always find it funny that it wields a pencil instead of a weapon, but this guy is no joke. If you get too absorbed in the combat, the ice waves will surprise and immobilize you. Also, weak melee units are quickly killed with the fire or a broken bar. That's why I gave all weak units ranged attacks. I take this chance to look around and find the two orcs staring at me with impassive faces. Someplace a little far away, two goblin archers are slowly treading towards our current position. Wait a moment. A broken bar. Before the fight started I also had a goblin mage with me. Did it get killed during the fight? In this damned dungeon, it isn't wise to ignore the things you don't understand because they are sure to come back to bite your ass later on. To avoid it, I try to find its corpse and understand how it died. A broken bar, but find nothing. What the heck? There's no corpse. What happened to the goblin? Did it just disappear? After a few minutes of trying to locate the goblin, or at least its corpse, I get tired of searching. I even backtracked quite a lot of distance to no avail. This makes no sense. A broken bar. Until now, there wasn't a single time when a support unit vanished without a trace. It could be killed, ambushed, poisoned or put to sleep, or even fall into the river and be dragged away. A broken bar, but you could always find the corpse somewhere. Tired of wasting time, I decide this is a lost cause and continue with the dungeon exploration. This part, called Freezer, is dangerous because of the vast amount of enemies and exploding corpses. Everyone knows that the best strategy here is to walk some space ahead of the group to trigger the traps, so that they only damage own person, and to change who goes in front to spread out the damage. I might not be the smartest one, but it's common sense to follow what others have proven to be the best. So I'm going to do the same and switch with my orc warriors. The goblins are too weak for this job. By following the strategy I managed to reach the end of this area without any trouble. Well, not more trouble than usual. I mean a broken bar, because getting surrounded by those grotesque monsters is a thing that's going to happen at least once in this area, with so many of them. But with my orcs' strength and resilience, we managed to kill all enemies before it gets dangerous. So it's nothing to worry about. Also, I know that today's the day when I'll finally beat this damned dungeon and recover my orc's pride. I'm not afraid of anything. Just bring it on. Ha, ha, ha. A broken bar. Why, actually a broken bar. Just forget about what I just said and be nice to me, okay, evil mastermind? Pumped up for what's to come, I find myself looking expectantly at what's inside the room in front of me. Ha, ha, ha. The time has come. I'll be one of the first invaders to face the new boss. And I'm sure I'll manage to reach the end of this dungeon once and for all. I can feel it in my bones that today's the day I beat it. And then I'll brag to everyone in the forums. Ha, ha, ha. Right in front of me, there's the new boss area. The water canals occupy most of the room, creating a labyrinthic area full of unknown dangers. Did you really expect us to believe there was only the boss here? Evil mastermind. I'm sure you added a lot of tricks to this room and you didn't explain about them on purpose to get us killed. But I'm smarter than you thought and I'm not going to fall for your evil machinations. Just watch as I cross this room and destroy your dungeon core once and for all. Hua. I've been resting for quite a while just to recover all HP, EP, and MP for the fight that's going to come right now. Yeah, who would want to run from a strong enemy? Of course. This is going to be the biggest fight yet for me, so there's no way I'm going to run away here. And most importantly, I'm confident I can kill the Minotaur Queen and beat the dungeon. Ha, ha, ha. I continue to laugh while imagining the glory that's to come for me. Follow me, guys. This is the biggest challenge we have faced until now. I confidently walk inside the room, followed by the orcs and goblins. I randomly chose a path and continue moving forward. There's no need to wait a lot for the boss to appear. Here it comes. Prepare for battle, I shout. The orcs and goblins immediately put themselves into position, following my orders. The goblins take the rear with their bows and the orcs prepare to engage in melee while protecting the goblins the best they can. Of course, I'm in front, ready to receive the boss charge. Without hesitation, the Minotaur Queen charges at me. It isn't very tall at only a little over a meter, but its aura sure is imposing. It must be stronger than me, but I'm confident in my melee prowess. I'm not scared at all. Come, let's enjoy this fight. I'm going to beat you. We both exchange the first strike, but, after receiving the Minotaur Queen's attack, I feel myself being pushed away. Right after, I can't feel anything under my feet, and soon find myself falling into a water canal. Oh, shit, I forgot about the push or broken bar. Also, I have this kind of deja vu feeling. I wonder why a broken bar. Fuck you, evil mastermind. You had it planned all along. You knew I would lower my guard if I had an easier time than the previous invasions, didn't you? I shout while being dragged away by the water. Meanwhile, in the distance, I can see my goblins and orcs trying to fend off the Minotaur Queen on their own. At this rate, they are going to get crushed. Eat a broken bar. Run, you fools. That's the only thing you can do against the Minotaur Queen. Try to fight it and you'll only make yourself killed, or worse, dropped into the water canals and isolated from your support mobs. A broken bar, and when you come back, the boss will have completely recovered, and your mobs will be dead. Like I said, run, you fools. This ain't a boss you should be fighting. Extract from the chapter A, Relearning Exploration from A, How to Stay Sane in the Mad Rats Lab. This chapter has a different path. As the water drags me away, I have free time to chastise myself for my own stupidity. What was I thinking? I forgot the Minotaur Queen can push you a broken bar. I didn't position myself properly. I had a water canal just behind me. Things like this are a common occurrence in this dungeon if you ever lower your guard. A broken bar, and let's be honest, I did lower my guard quite a bit. But I was sure today was the day I could finally reach the end. My muscles are still filled with excitement and extra energy, telling me that I'll beat it today. But I'm clearly doomed right now. What's wrong with me? Could it be that this is too a plan made by the evil mastermind? Can he really plan everything up to this level? No, a broken bar. Stop thinking weird things. This is clearly impossible. But if I can't beat it even when my intuition tells me, when will I recover my orc pride? I want to cry right now. While I'm blaming myself and complaining about the evil mastermind's plans and strategies, I feel something biting my leg. What's it now? I lower my head but I only see water everywhere. Not very long ago, the water canal ended and dropped me into the underground river, so it's pretty dark right now. But I still can see enough, and there's nothing in the river. A broken bar. I'm in high tension looking for the culprit, so when I feel another bite, I can't avoid being surprised. Wait a moment, a broken bar invisible and in the water. A broken bar. It's the fucking water ants. Leave me alone. I'm trying to reflect on my mistakes here, you stupid weaklings. At the same time as I finish speaking, I feel the bite from another ant. You dare? I'm going to exterminate you. In a crazy fit of anger, I randomly attack everything in close proximity. I continue until the river drags me to the underground lake inside the big cavern. By then I've calmed myself down thanks to releasing all the accumulated anger caused by my failure and my overconfidence against the Minotaur Queen. Now that I've calmed down, I start to talk to myself. Now what a broken bar? I'm alone here. I don't think I can reach the end of the dungeon easily without any support unit, and even less beat the minute I'll win a broken bar. Is this another failure? But I was sure today was the day I was going to beat at our broken bar. Not knowing what to do, I slumped down to the ground. Ha broken bar, I suspire. What should I do if I can't believe in my intuition anymore? Should I leave the dungeon and accept defeat? For now, I decide to list what happened today and try to find out why it went wrong. The list isn't very long, because I only did a single mistake, but the problem is with what led me to lower my guard and make that mistake. First of all is my intuition telling me that I would beat the dungeon today. Our broken bar. It's clear I shouldn't have believed something like my intuition when it came to other Mad Rat's lab. How stupid can I be? Then, it's the easy encounters and lack of trouble. Usually, we would have been ambushed several times, or suffered pincer attacks. A broken bar, plus we didn't find any dangerous traps. A broken bar. The only thing out of common that we encountered was the mysterious disappearance of the goblin mage. Now that I think about it, our broken bar, I was pretty lucky today, wasn't I? The only conclusion available to everything is that it was all a plan from the evil mastermind for me to lower my guard and crush all my hopes at the same time. It's always his stupidly convoluted and evil plans that make me suffer. How much I hate him. At this moment, I notice that there's something floating in the lake, slowly moving in my direction. With my pride and expectations shattered, I can only think of it as part of the evil mastermind's plan to finish me off once and for all. What's up now? Don't tell me it's another new enemy. I don't want any more surprises. I'm already tired of them. Wary of what's to come, I prepare myself for combat. Slowly but without stopping, whatever's floating in the water approaches, until I can finally see what it is. Oh. Surprise and excitement fill my face at that moment. Yeeeeeees. Not everything's lost. Ha, ha, ha. My shout and laughter fill the whole cavern. But I'm not worried about attracting enemies because we cleared them all the first time we crossed it. What's floating in the underground lake, slowly drifting toward my position, is a tall and very muscular green humanoid, one of my orc warriors. And the best of all is that I can see the HP bar on top of it, so it means it's still alive. We were fighting near one of the water canals, so it's easy to imagine that the orc was pushed into it. The same that happened to me. My brother, you survived the fight against that nasty monster and came back to me. I'm so happy to see you again. I'm so happy that if this wasn't a game, I would be crying right now. When the orc drifts close enough, its AI resumes working properly, and the orc starts swimming in my direction. I wait for him, but right before he can reach me, I see something else floating in the lake. There's a broken bar. No way, a broken bar. This can't be possible. Not in this damn dungeon. Am I dreaming right now? How could something as good as this happen in this dungeon? It's the first time something this good happened in all my dungeon invasions, and this is including all the other dungeons I've ever invaded. The second object that's slowly drifting to where I am is the body of the second orc warrior. And like the first one, it's still alive. I must thank my luck for this reunion against all odds. Who could have expected something like this to happen? Ha, ha, ha. My loud guttural laughter echoes throughout the cavern. I knew it. This is a divine signal from the orc god. It's the signal that I was right, and that today is the day when I'll reach the end of the dungeon and recover my orc pride. Ha, ha, ha. Overwhelmed by emotion, I spend a short time crying. Well, not exactly, because my champion can't actually cry. Who could have thought, after so many failed dungeon invasions, that I'll have so much luck in this damn dungeon? When I finally recover, I can't stop myself from hugging my two surviving orcs. Completely sure of my incoming victory, I swear to myself and my sworn enemy, I'll show you now, evil mastermind, a broken bar. I promise on my lost orc pride that I'm going to dismantle all your plans and destroy your dungeon core today. And nothing's going to stop me, not even my bad luck. I'm currently in front of the door that leads to the Minotaur Queen area again. It must be true that I'm blessed by the orc god today, because we didn't find any trouble on our way back to this point. Now, focus. I can't allow myself to lower my guard or fail again. I anxiously look around, but I can't see any sign of the boss. I'm sure it's moving randomly through the room, waiting for us to come inside. Contrary to the previous time, I advance slowly, taking special note of my position and where the water canals are located. I'm not going to fall for the same thing again. I won't get close to them until I'm sure the boss won't push me into the water another time. Now that I'm moving slowly, I have a lot more time to look around. The most striking feature in this room is the water canals. Obviously, they randomly cover the whole room, making it impossible to easily traverse the room unless you can fly. And the Minotaur Queen can fly, that's why it's almost impossible to avoid. The room isn't flat, having elevated platforms and passages everywhere, further complicating the layout and making it more difficult to traverse. I'm sure there is a need to use the different floors and passages to reach the end. Metal sheets cover most of the floor, especially near the water canals. The rest of the floor and walls are made out of cut stone, giving the room a mix of rustic and modern at the same time. The room is also full of laboratory equipment. Everywhere I can put my eyes on, there are cables, mysterious capsules filled with colored liquids, large and clunky machines, big storage containers, and boxes dripping a suspicious substance as a broken bar. I've also seen a few containers with beating organs inside. Ugh, gross. Unlike the previous laboratory rooms, this one is organized and the laboratory is properly stacked. You might think this is something good, and it usually would be a good thing, if not because of the fact that it is now impossible to move between them. The laboratory equipment, boxes, stasis capsules, etc., are tightly packed. This makes the room more difficult to move through because all laboratory equipment acts as walls that impede both my movement and sight. And the distribution of the laboratory equipment and the layout makes me feel as if everything is unique, but at the same time it all kind of looks the same, making it impossible for me to find clues about where I currently am, or where I should go. About a minute after entering the boss room and randomly choosing paths to take, I can see a shadow getting close to our position at a fast speed. You decided to show yourself again, huh? Just in case, and to not repeat my previous mistake, I immediately look around my current position. There are no water canals nearby, only laboratory equipment, so we are safe. Come here. It's time for our rematch. Ha, ha, ha. The Minotaur Queen and I clash again, and like the first time, I'm launched a few meters back. The only, but very important, difference is that this time I fall on the ground instead of into a water canal. Ha! Your trick will only work the first time against me, I shout. At the same time, I rise my battle axe overhead and swing it against the boss monster. Both orcs join the melee and it quickly escalates into a lethal weapon dance. It's a 3vs1. Even if the Minotaur Queen has higher stats than me, and the orc warriors are weaker, we deal quite a lot of damage. After exchanging a few attacks, the boss decides to disengage and fly around our position while launching spells. At this point, there's almost nothing I can do other than launch a few phantasmal weapons, so I decide to continue moving forward while avoiding the spells the best I can. You little shit. Come here and fight like a man, I shout. I don't know if it's because of my words, but the boss turns round and starts flying away. Yeez. Run away like the chicken you are, and only come back if you are ready to have a straight fight. Ha, ha, ha. I mock the boss with my words, but in fact, I'm more scared about losing sight of it than having to face its constant spell barrage. That's because I won't be able to predict where it will charge from when it comes back, a broken bar, making it easier for the boss to surprise me and drop me into a water canal. Again, I'm sure it's going to take a break to recover MP now. Let's move as fast as we can before it comes back. I switch gears and start running through the room. I don't have any idea where I'm right now, or in what direction I should go. I'm just following my instincts here. It's impossible to completely avoid the water canals, so I don't have any other option than to pray for the Minotaur Queen to not appear when I move close to them. And it seems it works because it came to attack 2 more times after the first, but every time we were far from the canals and there was no real problem. Slowly but surely, the Minotaur Queen is exhausting us. After every clash, our HP is lower than the last time, a broken bar, but the worst is that every time the boss runs away, it seems like it recovers all HP, EP, and MP. What the heck did you do, evil mastermind? Is it even possible to kill this boss? I would need to inspect the boss to know what skills it has, but it's impossible to do unless it stays still for a few seconds. A very unlikely thing to happen during combat. The other option is to inspect the corpse, but this is even more difficult because it runs away every time we deal enough damage. This boss area makes me feel as if I'm hunted and played by a strong predator. I never know where the boss is, and I can't hope to defeat it, so I can only defend myself. And the worst is that I can't focus on the labyrinthic layout because most of my attention is on spotting the Minotaur Queen when it comes, to avoid being pushed into the water. Our clashes continue. I'm at 30% HP right now. One of the orcs died a while ago, and the other is close to joining the rows of the dead. We aren't going to last very long. I then turn around the corner and find myself on a straight path. It's cut in the middle by a water canal, but it has a platform that allows me to cross it. And on the other side a broken bar. I can see a door that leads outside of this room. I can even see the dungeon core at the end of this path. Is my current good luck compensation for all the previous bad luck I had in this damn dungeon? If so, why couldn't it be the other way around, so that I could beat it the first time? I would have kept my orc's pride and my sanity if it were the other way around. Yeeeeees, I shout. I start to celebrate my victory when I hear a metallic gear noise and the platform starts to move. No, I shout again. Slowly, the platform starts to recede. Soon there won't be any way for me to cross the water canal, and I'll need to find another way around. With my champion, it's impossible to jump over the water canal because it's too wide. But if I'm fast enough, I might be able to use the platform to cover part of the distance before it completely disappears. I start to run. I believe I've never run as fast as right now. When I reach the water canal, half the platform is still outside, so I don't slow down and make the last step before jumping. I'm going to make it, I think at this moment. But just when I'm sure I'll beat the dungeon, and as if to crush all my hope and dreams, I see a flying shadow approaching me in the middle of the jump. Alarmed, I turn my eyes and see the Minotaur Queen. If nothing changes, it's going to clash with me and I'll be launched directly inside the water. And I can kiss goodbye to the dungeon invasion if this happens. Is this the end of my good luck? Well, it was nice to feel lucky for one time. A broken bar. With all my hopes already crushed, I almost miss another shadow that appears right next to me before the clash happens. It's a broken bar. It's the remaining orc warrior. The orc jumped to intercept the Minotaur Queen's charge. Thanks to his honorable action, the boss hits the orc with the attack instead of me, and I can reach the other side of the water canal. When I turn around, I see the Minotaur Queen entangled with the orc in mid-flight. Then, the boss drops the orc into the water and turns to look at me. Brother, I'll never forget your honorable sacrifice. I promise. At the same time I turn around and run toward the dungeon core. The Minotaur Queen follows me, but it stops once I cross the door to the next room. I've finally reached the end of the Mad Rat's lab. I'm going to celebrate it for at least 1 week. My guttural laughter is louder than ever. Maybe it can be heard from the whole dungeon right now. I'll never forget the sacrifice and loyalty of my orcs and goblins. I'll need to prepare something special for them. It's the first time that I feel this good. When I reach a dungeon core, with quick steps, I move to crush it. I don't want to find more traps or monsters because I wasted time, and throw this rare opportunity away. When I finally extend my hand to crush the dungeon core, I hear a plof sound. At the same time I feel something heavy hitting me. What's it now? I look around and see a corpse near my current position. No way. A broken bar. I look up and see a falling corpse trap. It didn't kill me, but it did remind me of my first dungeon invasion failure ever. Are you mocking me? Do you imply I only reached the end because you wanted to? I hate you, evil mastermind, I shout. I then grab the dungeon core, but instead of destroying it normally, I throw it to the ground and stomp on it several times. Finally, the oh-so-much-awaited victory screen pops in front of me. Finally, it wasn't too long after this adventure that the soon-to-be famous guide called How to Stay Sane in the Mad Rat's Lab came to life. Was it a coincidence? It's Monday morning, and a new week has just started. I'm currently peacefully eating breakfast and quietly humming to myself when somebody opens the door. With her eyes half closed because of sleepiness and wearing pajamas, Clara yawns. A broken bar. Good morning, Andreu. Good morning, Clara. She then looks around, and when she notices I'm the only one in the room, she opens her mouth again to ask, I'm a broken bar. Where's Marta? Shouldn't she be eating with you? Marta broken bar? She said she didn't have class today, so she's going to sleep until late. Is that so, broken bar? Usually, Clara, Marta, and I eat breakfast at the same time. The three of us have similar schedules, I and Marta in our college and Clara in high school, so it's easier and faster for us to eat together. Our parents get up even earlier, so we rarely eat breakfast with them. Clara slowly walks to the table and seats in front of me. Still with half-closed eyes, she stares at me for a while. Worried, I decide to ask her, hey, something wrong? No. A broken bar. I'm just a broken bar. Sleepy. A broken bar. She talks slowly, her tongue not moving properly yet. Why do Mondays exist? Can't we skip them? A broken bar? Ha ha ha. You wish. Mew you a broken bar. She pouts at my words and proceeds to prepare her breakfast. It's nothing complicated, just a bowl with milk and cereals. We stay silent for a while. I continue to eat while she starts eating her own breakfast and finishes waking up. During this time, she alternates looking at me and the cereal bowl. Hey, Andreu. Yes. When are we playing together again? I think about it for some time before answering. I don't know, but I'll talk with Ricard and Laura later about it. When are you free? I'm always free, just decide between yourselves and tell me. Okay, then I'll tell them you are free anytime. It looks like all her sleepiness has vanished when thinking about playing together. I don't know how other people view her, because she behaves differently when she's in front of me. But when she's near me she's almost always cheerful and enthusiastic about everything. It really helps me to try to achieve my best. I have no idea how much free time Ricard and Laura will have during the week, but we should be able to play together at least one time before the tournament starts. Maybe twice if our schedules align. And talking about the tournament, a broken bar. If I'm not wrong, the tournament starts this weekend. With this, I mean that both the registration and first preliminary matches are on Saturday and Sunday, respectively. In this first round, each player team will randomly enter a series of other participants' dungeons, and the teams who beat the most dungeons in the shortest time, or suffer fewer deaths, will be the ones who pass to the second phase. And the second phase is going to be a traditional team versus team match, in a cup format, until only the winning team remains. In this phase, all 4 members of each team will create a single dungeon, and each team will dive into the other team's dungeon. The one who destroys the enemy's dungeon cow first wins the match. Of course, it's also possible to win if the enemy team is exterminated. This leads to 2 strategies: to stall for time or focus on trying to kill the enemy team. The most interesting option in the matches is that it's possible to defend your dungeon instead of only attacking. Both dungeons will have 3 entrance portals, and they will be connected during the match in pairs. There also must be a valid path from each portal to the dungeon core, and they must be independent of each other for most of the distance. Connecting the entrances means that both players and dungeon mobs can freely cross them to reinforce the dungeon at any time in defense, or go into the enemy dungeon in an all-out attack. You can say that the tournament mixes both PvP and PvP at the same time. And having multiple entrances means it's impossible for players to focus on protecting a single one to block the enemies. The tournament is going to have levels to separate players depending on their player level. We'll participate in the player level 5 tournament, which means we can only use champions, mobs, and dungeon features unlocked at player level 5 or lower. So the maximum level for units and champions is level 6. This isn't a problem for me, Laura, or Clara, because we are at a lower level right now, though both I and Laura are about to reach player level 5. But it is troublesome for Ricard, who's higher leveled at player level 6 and with a level 7 champion. In the beginning, we didn't know about this rule, so we didn't take it into account. A broken bar. But when we read the rules in detail, Ricard decided to lower his champion one level and drop the Soul Feast skill. This way we'll be able to play against players of the same level as ours instead of players up to level 10, which is the next tier. Not having the Soul Feast skill also didn't change too many things, because it was conditional and didn't work against constructs. For example, having finished breakfast, I stand up and pick up my stuff, but when I'm about to leave the room, my sister opens her mouth again. Hey, Andreu, a broken bar. She's making a serious face right now. What could be so important for you to make that face? What's up, Clara? Do you have a girlfriend or somebody you like? I freeze on the spot, trying to make sense of what she just asked. It's as if somebody punched my face out of nowhere with that question, and it hurts. The worst is that I didn't expect to receive this sudden blow. My poor heart. I sit back down and look at her. She knows I don't. If I had a girlfriend, there's no way she wouldn't know. So why the heck does she have to ask about something she already knows the answer to? What's more, it's something that hurts me. Don't you feel bad too, when somebody asks if you have a girlfriend and the answer you must give is no? I'm about to rebuke her, sure that she asked the question just to make fun of me. But when I see her looking downcast and fidgeting, I change my mind and decide to answer honestly. Though why is she behaving like this? It kind of feels like she's forcing herself to ask this question. A broken bar. Why are you asking this? I'm sure you already know I don't have one. My heart. It hurts having to say it out loud. She continues her fidgeting for a short while before asking again. And is there somebody you like? Somebody I like? Yeah, broken bar. There's none right now. Are you sure? I'm sure. Dina, broken bar. What about Laura? What about Laura? Broken bar. Well, we have similar tastes in games and hobbies, but we have only known each other for less than a year, and have been friends for even less, maybe about 2 months. Regarding her looks, she's tall for a woman, a little over 1.7 meters. Her long, dark brown hair and slightly elongated eyes give her an exotic appearance. She's slender, and her perky butt and small bust make her seem younger than she actually is. Defying the initial impression, when you talk with her, she's pretty smart and mature. I know she has been making insinuations for some time already, which I've been actively ignoring. Broken bar. I don't know. I don't feel like accepting her advances yet. Call me a virgin, stupid, or whatever you like, but I believe our relationship should be deeper before I can accept her feelings. Laura, cue her. Broken bar. There's nothing between us. You shouldn't worry about it for now. Is that so? Broken bar. She quietly raises her head to look at me. I can see her eyes slightly trembling as if she were to start crying anytime. Then, she opens her mouth again. You'll never stop playing with me, right? You won't leave me alone just because you found a girlfriend, right? So the reason why she asked if I had a girlfriend was because of Thesa. Broken bar. Don't worry, I won't stop spending time with you. If a girlfriend or boyfriend demands all your time, it means it's a toxic relationship and you should cut it as soon as possible. But Clara, if I had a girlfriend, you must understand I won't be able to spend as much time with you as now. Yes, I understand, as long as you don't leave me alone. Broken bar. It makes me very sad to hear Clara say something like this because it reminds me of when we were in elementary school. A broken bar. She has always been attached to me, but it is worse now compared to how it was when we were kids. She was bullied during elementary school, and I protected her. Since then, she has always wanted to stay close to me all the time. Clara changed schools when entering middle school, so she's doing fine now, but she hasn't been able to open her heart to one of her classmates again, or to anyone outside the family, to be more accurate. It's also why she behaves differently in front of me and everyone else. After remembering about the past for some time, Clara snaps me out of it with her next words. I'm sure Laura's interested in you. I saw it when we played together. The thing now is that after being directly asked about it by my sister, I'm sure I'm now going to be more conscious about the lack of a girlfriend and even more about Laura's actions. A broken bar. Sigh. Emotionally exhausted, I stand up again and leave the room. What I don't see is that, just when I turn around, Clara clenches her fist, and all her tears have disappeared, being replaced by a smiling face. Having finished the first class of the week, Ricard, Laura, and I start to talk about DMA. As expected, the one to start the topic is Ricard. The tournament starts this weekend. I hope you haven't forgotten about it. Of course, we remember. Right, Laura? She quietly nods at my question. How could we forget about it when you remind us every single time we meet? Do you really need to ask that question? I'm itching for the tournament to start. I want to show everyone the efforts of my team building sessions and team planning. Ha ha ha. Laura and I exchange a weird look and agree to not break his delusions. He still thinks everything is thanks to him, but he didn't have anything to do with most of our skills and builds, though he did help with how everyone should play in the team so that we could achieve the best results possible, pointing out errors and suggesting things to improve. That's the only reason why we tolerate his ramblings right now. Since our first dungeon invasion together, we have played 2 more times. We were focusing on improving our coordination and also learning what each one was capable of doing. That's why I didn't explain anything to you. It wasn't interesting. Though there was one thing that clearly surprised me. Remember all that fighting between Clara and Laura? It started as soon as they met, but it reached its peak after the fire trap in the Magic Engineer's dungeon. Well, in the second dungeon invasion, all their arguing disappeared as if nothing happened between them. You might be asking yourselves, what's the reason for the change right now? I don't know, and I don't want to know. They aren't a problem for the team anymore, so there's absolutely no reason for me to stick my head into something dangerous. Just imagining them returning to the previous state, but this time with me in the middle, makes me shudder. As the saying goes, all's well that ends well. Ha ha ha. And that's why we should plan for at least another dungeon invasion, the 4 of us together. We still have lots of things to polish for the incoming tournament, but I believe we should be able to reach a significant position as long as we practice playing together another time. Having finished talking alone, Ricard turns around and waits for us to say something. His eyes are glowing right now, meaning if we make a mistake here, he's going to start another knowledge drilling session. I carefully choose what I say. It's okay for me. I can anytime, and the same goes for my sister, Clara. So you can choose freely. Nice. Ricard pumps his fist up in excitement. I'm sorry, but I'm only free on Wednesday. Oh, our broken bar. I was hoping to play every day so we could reach the best coordination possibly. Broken bar. Well, Wednesday will have to do. Before I forget, I'm sure you remember we will be playing in the player level 5 mode, so try to rise your level to that level, if possible, and before the tournament starts. This way we will have a better chance at winning. Yes, of course. Both Laura and I agree with him. It will increase our chances to win if both of us are level 5 and can rise our champion 1 level. Slightly higher stats and 1 extra skill or skill upgrade can be the difference between winning or losing. Oh, I propose an idea for this last time we will play all together. How do you feel about doing a random dungeon? We will only check that the player rating is high enough, but we won't know anything about the faction, the monsters we will face, the dungeon type, broken bar, nothing. This way, it will be the same as if we were in a tournament. Oh, nice idea. We will face a similar situation to the one we will encounter so we aren't as surprised when we face unknown enemies and dangers. It's fine by me. At Ricard's words, Laura immediately agrees. I don't really care. I'm only participating in the tournament because Ricard wants to, and also to play with my friends and little sister. So whatever they decide is fine. As we walk to the next classroom, Laura, walking right next to me, looks at me with an awkward expression, as if forcing herself to say it. She finally opens her mouth. Hey, Andreu, I'm sure you'll reach level 5 this week. You're very close. I'll read your broken bar, and if I make an effort, I might be able to reach it to a broken bar, but it would be best if you could help Clara reach player level 5 too. If possible, can you help her during the week and see if she can reach it? Surprised at her words, I can only agree to her petition. Huh? Okay, broken bar? I really don't understand what happened between Clara and Laura. Broken bar. They were arguing so much before, but now Laura is asking me to help Clara? Nice. Foo. She then winks at me, a smile on her face. After the question Clara asked me this morning, I'm extremely conscious of Laura's actions. Fuck. Brain, I order you to stop thinking about weird things. There are several skills that allow you to recover HP, EP, and MP, or even STA and SU, faster than usual, but most players don't pick them until they are around level 10. They at most pick only one that fits their build. There's a reason for that, and it all comes down to efficiency. When you are in a dungeon, it's usually better to have skills that raise the damage or the chances to survive, because it increases the chances you reach the end in a dungeon invasion, or beat your opponent in a dungeon battle. Even a skill that only gives you some utility is preferred over a recovery skill because you only need to rest for a while and most of your EP and MP will recover automatically. But this all changes when you have higher stats. When both you and the dungeon mobs have higher stats, you need to use more skills, or use stronger ones, to keep up with the enemies. This means both EP and MP get depleted as fast as when you are low level, but they take a lot more time to fill up. This is when recovery skills are needed. As much as Andreu and Laura tried to stop him, Ricard's enthusiasm for the incoming tournament made him start another knowledge drilling session. Today we're going to play all 4 members of the League of Evil together. I still can't get used to that name, a broken bar. As always, it's up to me to add everyone to the party and start the dungeon invasion. The only difference with what I already did a few times is that today we are going to enter a random dungeon today, one from which we don't know anything at all. We are going to pick a dungeon with at least 4 stars over 5 so that we are sure the dungeon is good. This is because we don't want to find any stupid or quirky dungeon on a broken bar. We are working on our coordination for the tournament, so we need a decent dungeon. The first one I send the party invitation to is Clara. We played together yesterday, trying to help her reach player level 5 before the tournament. She now needs less than half the XP needed to reach level 5. But I'm not sure if she will reach it on time. A broken bar. The one who did reach level 5 was me, though. And this is the message I received. Reached player level 5. Puzzle rooms unlocked. Received 4x stasis chamber. Received 3.500 CP. Puzzle rooms are pretty much self-explanatory. The name says almost everything you need to know about them. The only extra thing you need to know is that most players don't like to use them. The most common reason is that they are expensive and don't help with killing the invaders. This, and that it's easy to get a bad review because of a puzzle if the invaders can't solve it. Riddles and similar things are included in the puzzle rooms, but they must be first approved by the game staff or broken bar, and it's a hassle most players don't want to go through. Even something like pulling levers in the correct order must be approved first, to make sure there are enough clues through the dungeon to not force the invaders into a brute force approach. Almost the only kind of puzzle you'll find in a dungeon not specialized in them is having to fetch objects scattered inside the dungeon to open a door or something similar. Anyway, returning to today's dungeon training, a broken bar. I add Ricard and Laura to the party too. They all quickly accept the invitations, and then I look for the dungeon we are going to invade. Given that the only requirement is having more than 4 stars rating, it's incredibly easy to find one. I pick the first dungeon that meets our requirements. It's called a Rainbow Gunk, which is a broken bar, a name that's both interesting and worrying at the same time. Well, we decided to pick randomly. If I choose another one, it won't be truly random, so broken bar a Rainbow Gunk. Here we go. After the initial light flashes, we find ourselves in an underground space. It looks like some kind of ruins, with rubble everywhere. Broken bar. Some spots have collapsed and are full of dirt. But where's the rainbow? A broken bar? You promised me a rainbow, but everything I can see is either grey or brown. We inspect the dungeon for a short while before talking between ourselves. What are we doing right now? We are trying to find clues about what type of dungeon we are in to make plans and also have an easier time later. We agreed to do this every time during the tournament because, even if it takes some time, it's important to know as much as possible about the dungeon to avoid making crucial mistakes. Did you see anything? I didn't see anything of relevance. I ask when we all return to the entrance portal. No, I only saw ruins everywhere. The same goes for me. If I had to guess, I would say this is an undead dungeon. Though there are also other factions that use this kind of underground passages and ruins a broken bar, so it's hard to guess only by it. What I can assure you is that we are in one of the evil aligned factions, or maybe some weird neutral faction. No good aligned faction would have a dungeon like this. Both Laura and Ricard say the same, except that the latter also gives extra information about the situation. We talked about it, and Ricard is now in charge of providing relevant information during the dungeon invasions. Let's say he's now the official chief of intelligence in our team. A broken bar. The most important word here is the irrelevant one, because now we can shut him up if he starts to sputter nonsense. A very good improvement, if you ask anyone other than Ricard himself, though he doesn't dislike it too much because, as long as it's irrelevant, we can't make him shut up. A broken bar. It's like a double-edged sword. I went further that way and saw something different. There were colored puddles scattered through the floor. I touched one a little and it was sticky. It also smelled bad. Pointing toward where Clara went to investigate, she explains what she saw to the rest of us. Well, at least we now know where the A Rainbow Gunk name came from. A broken bar, I sarcastically say. Also, you shouldn't touch things when you're alone. Didn't we agree we would first share information? What do you think would happen if it was a trap? I cover my face with a hand in exasperation. Anything more? Nothing more. I'm sorry, brother. A broken bar. Laura opens her mouth again at this moment. Hey, Baldy, do you know anything about those sticky and smelly colored puddles? A broken bar. Believe me or not, lots of factions can create similar decorations. I can't reduce the list of possible enemy factions with only this. Then we need to investigate them first. What do you say, leader? Asks Laura, looking in my direction. Thanks to her experience as a game master for TTRPGs, Laura knows a lot about traps and strategies to defeat invaders. That's why she's now our strategist. You could argue that Ricard, with his vast game knowledge, in his own words, would be better suited for the strategist position. A broken bar. But there's a huge problem with it. He's incapable of focusing on what's in front of him. He would start to plan how to avoid a trap and end up talking about how to better farm souls for his undead faction. So he only brings info to the table, and Laura is the one who makes the plans. And the leader position fell on me. There are several reasons for it, like me being in a good position to control the battle flow because I'm in the rear. But the most relevant reason is that I'm the one who knows everyone the best, so I can control both Ricard and Clara before it's too late and they run amok. And Clara broken bar. She doesn't have any role in the party other than dealing damage. Well, she is kind of far broken bar. Our mood maker? I don't know. She just does and says unexpected stuff most of the time. You might say it's a bad thing, but it's thanks to her that we spot a lot of traps and dangerous stuff before it's too late, so we can't really complain. I say we start moving in the puddles direction and investigate them first. I answer Laura's question. So let's move, guys. You Baldy go in front, followed by Lily, then me, and the last one is Lemon. Yes, I'll protect you from any enemies trying to ambush us from the back. Yeah, broken bar. I'm not so sure about this formation. A broken bar. I wonder why. We quickly reach the room with the colored puddle under Clara's directions. True to her explanation, this room contains 4 puddles of different colors: red, blue, green, and white. After a short investigation, we decide they are safe. Nothing happens if you touch the liquid, and you can even step on it. They are safe, there's nothing to worry about. This is the conclusion we reach. Splash. Splash. Moving forward, Clara continues to jump into the colored puddles, the same thing kids do on rainy days. She doesn't go far away to make the splashes, staying close behind me, but every time one pool is close an or broken bar splash. And this continues until the third room with puddles, when we hear a splash sound followed by an cry from behind. When we turn around, there's no sign of Clara, only a few water ripples in one of the puddles. Where's Lemon? A broken bar? I start to say when Ricard interrupts me. Shit, I should have expected something like this. That isn't a puddle, it's a slime. What do you mean? A broken bar? Realization suddenly strikes me, and I give out orders. Quick, Attack the one with the ripples. I cast chain lightning at the same time as Laura strikes the puddle with her whip and Ricard rushes there, sword in hand. Luckily the enemy isn't very strong and it dies at our barrage. How do we know it's dead? Because an HP bar appears on top of the puddle after the first attack. But the best sign is the geyser-like splash of sticky and stinky goo created when the HP bar reaches 0. Soon after, a horrible monster fully covered in purple goo emerges from the puddle. A broken bar. It's Clara. Don't you think the purple goo actually complements her champion's looks? It now looks even more terrifying than usual, with the tentacles covered in a disgusting and sticky purple substance. How a broken bar. Thank you for saving me. I thought I was a goner. He. It's fine. You discovered the trap now that we had spare time to save you. So not everything's bad. Just don't jump in the puddles anymore, or we'll have to seriously think about finding somebody else to play with us. I warn her. Yeah, that's the most effective warning I can think of when it comes to my little sister. No, I won't do it again. I'll stop. So don't kick me out. Like I was saying before, Clara tends to do random things that, most of the time, end up helping us in the long run. Just imagine we didn't discover this trap and one of us fell into the slime hole in the middle of combat. Yeah, our broken bar. It's a slime inside a hole, so I'm going to call it a slime hole. Obviously, it looks like we will need to avoid the slime holes from now on. There's no need to attack all puddles we find to check if they are a slime hole or not. If we avoid walking on top of them, they won't do anything to us. Well, we now at least know the faction of this dungeon. We are in an amorphous dungeon on a broken bar, so expect lots of slimes. As if nothing happened at all, Ricard starts to talk about the slime faction, and then proceeds to explain in detail everything he can remember about them. We have passed through a few more rooms filled with puddles and fought a few basic slimes when Ricard finally shuts up. There wasn't a single dangerous situation so far, other than when Clara fell inside a slime hole, so we are having an easy time. Basic slimes are like the ones that appear at the start of most RPG games. They deal almost no damage and are very slow. And I do mean very slow because the stitched actually move faster than Thema broken bar. Somewhere not too far away, I can see the stone eye kidnapper capturing a gel unit. I'm not sure of its original color because when they turn to stone they all look the same, gray. But it'll make a nice colored gecko regardless of the color. Nice. You're doing your job properly, Siam. Capture all you want, and help me grow my collection. Foo. Ha. I decided to call him a broken bar. I'm a broken bar. A broken bar whatever. I decided to call the stone eye kidnapper Siam because the template name is too long. Also, I'll never make a second or third one of them, so it's easy to remember a single name. I never mentioned it before, but it's possible to give a name to the dungeon mobs if you want to. Though it's a cosmetic option only, it doesn't change anything about how they behave or how strong they are at all. Most players never name the monsters because it's a chore. Most only name those units that are very important, like monster bosses or unique monsters, like what I did with Siam. Though I must admit that it's quite impressive when you enter a dungeon where every unit has its own name because it feels like you're in the real world. This is especially true if it's in a human dungeon. It's a shame we don't have any aura skill in the party. A broken bar. It would help us identify which puddles are slimes so that we can kill them and obtain free souls to feed my legion. At least those weak slimes are perfect. Ha. I hope the dungeon is full of them. Do you think I can feed them so they multiply and can obtain double the souls? Let's ignore what I just heard. A broken bar. We agreed that everyone is free to roleplay as he or she wants when we are playing together. The only time when it's forbidden is when we are making an important decision, so as to not slow down the dungeon invasion. The rest of the time, everyone is free to do or say what he or she wants, as long as it doesn't interfere with the dungeon invasion. As you can expect, the worst of all is Ricard, who continues to go crazy for souls every time he kills an enemy, getting even more excited after a big battle where lots of enemies died. I also do quite a lot of roleplay, interpreting the mad rat and its mad scientist impulses. Laura barely roleplays. Only from time to time, She clearly insinuates to me or slightly abuses some enemy in a very special way with her whip. I think she's struggling to find a good balance between not role-playing at all and being too explicit in a game where 18+ stuff can be banned. I can imagine that role-playing as a succubus while avoiding sexual stuff can be hard. A broken bar. And Clara plays perfectly the creepy little sister role. Though I am not sure if she does it on purpose, or if it's just the feeling I get because of how she behaves added to what she looks like. Her champion is already creepy enough, so if she tries to stick to me and play cute her broken bar, I can't stop shuddering in fear. In multiple ways. We continue to move through the ruined tunnel, when Ricard, who's walking in front, suddenly stops and starts to make weird movements, wielding his sword continuously as if fighting an invisible enemy. It also looks like he's floating in midair, his feet not touching the ground at all. What the hell's happening? I voice what all of us are thinking at this moment, but Ricard doesn't say anything. It's Laura, the one closest to him, the only one who can find out what's happening. It's an enemy monster. It must have swallowed Baldy whole. Quick, let's help him. Lemon, let's attack it. Yes, brother. I cast a few cold blasts while Laura attacks with the whip and Clara extends her tentacle from behind. I'm going to believe Laura's words here, but I can't see an HP bar on a broken bar. Are you sure it's an enemy and not a trap? The immobilization of the third cold blast I cast activates, and ice appears encasing something invisible. We can finally see the enemy, and Ricard is inside it. Should I say we can finally not see it? Because the only thing we see is the ice covering the monster, and not the monster itself or broken bar. Finally, after a few more attacks and spells, we hear a plop sound, similar to when you pop a balloon, and Ricard falls to the ground. At the same time, a wave of liquid is released, similar to what happens if you break a dam, and it splashes on us, leaving us dripping with something that looks like water, but it's a lot stickier. Bleg. What's this? It's disgusting. He. Now we are all covered in those substances. I'm not the only one anymore. Baldy, are you okay? The one who asks Ricard if he's okay is Laura. She's the only one who can reach him. The passage is too narrow for several of us to walk side by side. You must keep in mind that we also bring our support units with us, and they take up quite a lot of space. Trying to catch his breath, Ricard finally opens his mouth. Ha, broken bar. Even if this is a game and you don't need to breathe, it's extremely disgusting not being able to do so. Broken bar. How could I fall for something like this? It was the classical invisible slime filling the whole passage kind of trap. I already know it was an enemy because it died after attacking it, but I still need to ask. But why couldn't we see the HP bar if it was an enemy? Oh, that's easy. It was filling the whole passage, so the HP bar was very close to the ceiling. From my position, I could barely see it, but from your position, it might have been hidden. Oh, it makes kind of sense. Broken bar. At Laura's explanation, I finally understand what happened just now. From now on, who goes in front must check all the time if there's another one of those slimes. We can't allow ourselves to fall for this trap again. I order them. We are about to continue moving forward, but I have a bad feeling. A broken bar. It's rare for Clara to not say anything, usually laugh, when something like this happens, so I decide to turn around and make sure she's doing fine. But when I do so, I can see her struggling with random movements. She's also slightly floating in midair. And this time, because I'm the closest one, I can see an HP bar floating over her head, almost touching the ceiling. Oh, no, not another one. And this time it came from the back. Guys, we must save Lemon. I shout. I'm starting to get tired of the trap enemies, and it's only the third time a broken bar. As you have already seen, the slimes are the perfect units to be used in traps. It isn't about being ready for an ambush when the invaders are facing a trap, which of course they also excel in, but more about being part of the trap itself. Slimes that drop on your face, invisible slimes you can't see until they engulf you, a slime that camouflages as a rock or a water puddle. Broken bar. These are just a few of the many examples of traps in which the slimes are part of the trap. But my favorite one, and you must agree, it's incredibly nasty, Ice a broken bar. Random knowledge drilling done by Ricard during the dungeon invasion. It was irrelevant information, so nobody could stop him. Not long after saving my little sister from the second invisible slime, we reach a weird room. Until now, the dungeon had lots of colored puddles on the floor, some of those being slime holes, but this one also has puddles in the walls, and even in the ceiling. How the heck do you make a liquid defy gravity like this? Also, the room is full of rubble everywhere. It doesn't difficult the movement, but it does provide cover and also stops our line of sight. There is slime sticking to the rubble too. Okay, broken bar, this is clearly suspicious, says Laura. Maybe they are slime sticking to the walls and ceiling? It could be, but it's too crude. From what we've seen so far, the enemies were cleverly placed. It doesn't matter how you want to put it, but those ones aren't hidden at all. You can try and cast a hellfire and see what happens, but I'm almost sure they are only decorations. Okay, here it goes. Hellfire. Under Ricard's suggestion, Laura casts hellfire, trying to hit as many puddles as possible. But nothing happens. No HP bars appear, nothing jumps to attack us, and the liquids stay exactly the same, sticking to the walls and ceiling. I told you, they must be decorations. And as decorations, we can't do anything to them at all. But they are still very suspicious. A broken bar. Why are they now on the walls and ceiling too when they were only on the ground before? Hey, they are safe to touch too, and they feel the same as the others. Lemon, what did I tell you? Stop poking random things in the dungeons. While Laura and Ricard keep discussing between themselves, Clara puts her hand inside the closest one. But look, nothing happens at all. Sigh. As much as I like to dote on my little sister, sometimes she is too much for me to handle. We must learn to act upon unexpected things, and we won't have lots of time to think when we are in the tournament matches, so let's move on. Whatever happens, we will solve it later. On my instructions, we return to our previous formation and resume our exploration. We don't move too fast to be able to react on time. So when, from an orange puddle, part of the slime starts to rise, I immediately see it and cast Cold Blast. As the spell hits, we hear a pop sound, and orange slime drops to the ground. What was that? I don't know yet, but I saw something suspicious and attacked it. Surprised by my sudden attack, Clara exclaims from my back. I answer her while moving to inspect the corpse. Well, the remaining slime. I inspect the slime's remains. The first thing I see is the slime's name, Spitter Slime. Oh, so it was trying to attack us while camouflaged inside the orange puddle. But why didn't it die when Laura hit it with a hellfire attack? Curious about how it all works, I put my hand inside the puddle and find a hole that connects to a tunnel. So this is how it works. A broken bar. It comes from the tunnel, and then spits at you. A broken bar, and the hellfire didn't deal any damage to the slime because it was in another place. We're under attack. Distracted by my discovery, I don't notice other protrusions appearing in nearby puddles until Ricard warns us. Just as I turn around, something hits my face, leaving me covered in yellow goo. I then look around before starting to laugh maniacally. Foo. Ha ha ha. An ambusher that can attack at distance and also stick to the ceilings. It's a perfect opportunity for a new type of unit. Siam, it's your time to shine. Go and capture them all. Chain lightning. Ha ha ha. The chain lightning strikes the target and then jumps to the closest two slimes. They are weak, so they get stunned. Though it's a shame they are spread out, coming from several puddles. A broken bar. It would have been nice to stun them all with a single cast. What a shame. Siam quickly rushes to capture one of the stunned slimes. Meanwhile, Ricard, Laura, and Clara are attacking the other slimes, using the rubble as cover against the slimes that are further away. Guys, we can't dawdle here. Remember, we are training for the tournament and we will have a time limit in the first phase, so we need to move without stopping. Also, this area might be one of those where enemies don't stop spawning. It's best if we leave as soon as possible. Can't we stay here a little longer to farm souls and CP? It's really easy when they come at you like this. Pretty please? Ricard complains at my urging, asking to farm slime some more time. What's more, he is making a puppy face, trying to force me to change my mind. It's hard to see it because the champion faces, those that have won, unlike Clara's champion, aren't as expressive as in real life, but you can still understand the intention of the player. By the way, the ones that are easier to recognize are smiling and angry faces. You know, Ricard, with your ugly and disgusting undead face, the only thing you achieve is making me want to punch your face. I won't because we are friends, but I really have to hold myself back. We won't. Now, let's go in that direction. Be beautiful broken bar. This situation also works as practice for ambushes. Ahaha. Now he's trying to give a lame excuse broken bar. Are you really that worried about obtaining CP and souls? Weren't you the one who wanted to win the tournament? This and that are different things. A broken bar. Come on, Baldy, stop complaining and start walking. This is why you aren't our party leader. You get distracted by irrelevant things. Yeah, my brother is better than you when making decisions for the team, so stop complaining. Oh, our broken bar. Thank you, Clara. You are so cute. A broken bar. You get broken bar. Well, a broken bar. Thinking about it again. A broken bar. I'm sorry, but no, you aren't. While they continue to argue between themselves, our party continues the dungeon exploration. Come on. I just like to use every chance I get to level up and obtain more faction resources. But now isn't the time for this, you know. Me? No, I'm fine. There's no need to join their conversation. Right now, in front of us, there's something extremely suspicious. What is it, you ask? Well, it's a perfectly smooth and shiny dungeon wall section. You might be asking how a dungeon wall can be suspicious, right? Usually, the last thing you suspect in a dungeon is a wall, and it would be the same for this wall section. A broken bar, if not for the fact that it's a perfect square, with no cracks or brick joints, and it shines because it's wet. Oh, and the wall is green. Yeah, this is the most suspicious part, right? Oh, I know about this one. Quick, Mad Rat, hit it with a spell. Excitedly, Ricard asks me to attack the wall. I imagine what he's thinking, so I immediately hit it with a cold blast. But nothing happens, nothing at all. How weird. A broken bar. I could swear this was a slime posing as part of the wall, but it's only a decoration. I was thinking the same. As he talks, Ricard puts his hand inside the green wall. There's nothing here, only slime. It's about 10 centimeters deep, so we can cross it. What do you say? We all turn around, looking at Laura. I'll be the one to make the decision, but she's the one that thinks about the dangers. I was sure this was a trap, the same as Baldy, but it doesn't look like one, so I say to continue through here and see what happens. I agree with her, so without thinking any more about it, I decide we'll cross it. Then let's cross the slime wall. Now everyone will be covered in slime. He. Yes, Clara. Now you won't be the only one covered in slime from head to toe. Ugh. Disgusting. Though not as much as hugging a stitched. That's the worst. Don't ask how I know it. About 5 minutes after crossing the slime wall, I can confidently say that this dungeon is a slime hell. Literally. And also, the dungeon's name is incredibly appropriate. First of all, the number of slime puddles covering the ground, walls, and ceiling has increased, and from any of them, spitting slimes can appear at any moment, so we can't lower our guard. There are 2 slime holes in the mix, so we must be very careful where we step. You must know that the further we walk into the dungeon, the more part of it is covered in slime of different colors, up to the point that it's impossible to walk while avoiding all the puddles and slime holes. We are forced to either attack each puddle in the way or risk falling into a slime hole. Of course, we followed the first option, and ignored Clara's argument that the second option would be funnier. But the worst isn't this. Now, on top of the puddles, slime holes, and spitting slimes, we are assaulted by several other types of slimes. The first new slime hazard is the slime ball. It's kind of difficult to describe because of how absurd it is, but I'll do my best. A broken bar. Imagine a batting cage, where the machine throws balls at you at regular intervals. Now, put the machine inside a slime puddle so you can't see it. Then, make it shot at irregular intervals and random positions. And finally, replace the balls with slime balls, which are small slimes that stick to you if they hit you. Even if they don't hit one of us, once they hit a solid surface, They start to roll in our direction until they are in contact with one of us. And it's a pain in the ass because they deal acid damage by contact. The worst part is that since it doesn't count as an attack, both my lightning shield and Ricard's frost shield don't work at all. Then there are bigger slimes that camouflage themselves as rubble covered by slime. We call them hunter slimes, and there's a reason why we call them like this. If you get close enough, they suddenly jump at you, engulfing you whole, and then start to run away. Well, run as fast as a slime can run. We managed to avoid the worst for now, but a single mishap can make one of us disappear at any moment due to being dragged away and digested by a hunter slime. And the last one is the scariest one for our team, though it's also the funniest one in my opinion. I don't care about the lame name the dungeon owner gave it. I gave it my own custom name because, in any way you look at it, that's a fucking Matryoshka slime. It's a gigantic slime at 3 meters tall, and a huge HP pool. By itself, it isn't very dangerous because it's slow. But if you add the slime pools, slime balls, and hunter slimes to the mix, it turns into a dangerous one because you can't really ignore any of them. Now for the fun part. When we kill the Matryoshka slime, it makes a pop sound as its surface explodes and, from inside it, a smaller Matryoshka slime appears and continues to attack us. This repeats 3 times more, and for you to understand why it's the scariest enemy for you Sabroken Bar, you just need to know that it's impossible to kill it very fast because of its high HP. So we take quite a lot of damage from it. But the worst comes from its Matryoshka nature. While inside the bigger slime, all the smaller slimes are immune to damage. This means both my chain lightning and shared voltage skills are completely useless. And the same with Laura's Hellfire or Ricard's Whirlwind. By the way, the original names for the Matryoshka slime were Giant Slime, Big Slime, Medium Slime, etc. Aim. Right? The last thing about the dungeon after the slime wall is that there are colors everywhere. Everywhere. A mix of all the existing colors is covering most of the whole dungeon now, up to the point that it's difficult to see any of the original gray and brown ruins. There's so much color that it hurts my eyes. As I said, the name A Rainbow Gunk really fits the dungeon, both for how it's filled with slime, aka gunk, and for how it's filled with random colors that make your eyes bleed, aka color gunk. I'm sure almost everybody who enters the dungeon will call it a rainbow gunk. Die. Already angry because the Matryoshka slime keeps spawning smaller units, Ricard continues to swing his sword. Stop making A-pop noises and die. Leave it to me, Baldy. I'm the best suited against high HP enemies. Clara extends her tentacles and grabs the Matryoshka slime. Soon, the slime's HP bar starts to reduce at an accelerating speed. Hey, Baldy, go and save Lily. She has been eaten by another hunter slime. A little far away, there's a succubus inside a slime, slowly getting dragged away while struggling the best she can. I suspect hunter slimes target her first because she's the one providing healing to the team. I'm on my way. He runs to Laura, Buta Broken Bara. A broken bar. He falls into a slime hole. Shit. Now there are 2 who need saving. Lemon, help Baldy while I save Lily. Ignore the Matryoshka slime for now. Yes, sir. Baldy, I'll save you. Meanwhile, our support units are doing their best to fend off the continuous assault from the multiple slimes. By now, more than half our support units have already died, and only Ricard's specters are still doing fine. Oh, and Siam is fine too. Since it doesn't attack at all, most slimes target the other support mobs or us four instead of Siam. Continuously casting Cold Blast. I really need some high damage single target spell, don't I? I follow the hunter slime when I hear the sound of something flying in my direction. Fwoosh, fwoosh. Shit. Not now. Fwoosh. Ignoring the barrage of slime balls, I finally kill the hunter slime that was dragging Laura away. She was also attacking it from the inside. But by then, my whole body is covered in slime balls. My worst enemy. I can only kill them with cold blasts or staff attacks, so it takes forever to kill them all, and I take a huge amount of damage meanwhile. And lightning shield doesn't work against them because the damage comes from a special effect, not an attack. Not even chain lightning can save me from them. because they don't die, they stay at 1 horsepower, attached to me and continuing to deal damage. Lily, hit me with hellfire while I kill the trap that shoots them. She looks at me with a surprised and worried face, before saying, "What?" "But the damage, a broken bar." "Just heal me after, don't worry." She's worried about the damage. How considerate. But I'm going to take more damage from the slime ball's acid corrosion than from a single hellfire. So hit me, just not too hard. Ha ha ha. Black fire engulfs me and my surroundings, completely killing all the slime balls attached to me as well as those in my surroundings. And at the same time as she casts hellfire, I cast chain lightning against the trap that spits slime balls, destroying it. It doesn't count as an enemy unit, but as a trap, so shared voltage doesn't activate and I can destroy them with chain lightning. Nice. Now let's reunite with the others and move on. Sure. Just let me heal you first, okay? Revitalize. Green light surrounds my body as my HP starts to rise. Hey, I think this is the exit. Further ahead, Clara shouts in our direction, pointing at another green wall. Running side by side, Laura says, "I think it might actually be the exit to this place. Then we'll cross it." Baldy, Lemon, wait for us before crossing the slime wall. Laura extends her hand and touches my arm, catching my attention. "Thanks for saving me, Mad Rat. Do you want me to reward you tonight?" Foo-fa-foo. I open my eyes wide at her words. I decide to ignore her. "Butte a broken bar. Do you think now is an appropriate time to roleplay? Couldn't you wait until we were in a less dangerous situation?" "What would you do if I lost myself and got killed because of your provocation?" Still harassed by several spitter slimes, we run until we reach the green wall. And then, we all cross it at the same time. Calm suddenly returns, as if all the chaos created by the slimes in the previous room was a lie. In this room, we can't see any sign of danger. Not yet, at least. We are in a giant room, completely covered in slime of different colors. It's the first time. We can't see anything about the original ruins. Until now, there were spots not covered by slime here and there, but not in this room. And in the middle of the room, covering almost a quarter of the whole space, there is what seems to be a lake of a color we haven't seen yet. Black. Yep. It's the first time in the whole dungeon there was something black, so our eyes are naturally drawn to it. It also looks kind of ominous. My eyes can finally relax after so many colors everywhere. Just as I'm thinking we can relax from both the slimes and the colors, ripples appear in the black pool. First small, and then growing in intensity until the surface rises, as if something huge is about to come out of it. Is that a broken bar? The boss? Nobody answers my words. Everyone is absorbed by what's happening in front of us. Too much of anything can make other players get tired of your dungeon. Too many zombies make your dungeon a slog. Too many arrow traps make your dungeon uninteresting, and too many dragons make your dungeon impossible to clear. This also applies to decorations. If the players only see or fight the same all the time, they can get bored easily. Second point from 8:10 things to do to improve your dungeon. Something emerges from the black slime lake. It takes a while for us to see what it is because the slime is more viscous than water and it takes quite a while to fall back into the lake. What we can see is the shape of the top part. It's rounded and full of lumps about a meter in diameter. When the black slime finally leaves the monster's body, we can see something red. Is the boss a gigantic red slime with weird lumps in its body? Oh, now there's something yellow right next to the red. Does this mean it's a red and yellow slime? Did double color slimes exist in the game? As the slime continues to fall off the monster, something green appears. So a red, yellow, and green slime? Then something purple appears. You know what? I'm going to stop imagining things because it's getting tiresome and instead, I'll wait for the monster to fully show itself. Then something green, blue, orangey, a broken bar. Basically, every lump has a different color from the ones next to it, except for black. The monster is blending with the room's colors and I'm starting to have a headache. My eyes are bleeding right now. Is the boss also going to be a rainbow nightmare? I've got enough of random colors already. Why couldn't the boss monster be a single fucking color? Still dripping slime. The monster starts to walk in our direction as it releases a very loud cry. the force of which clears the remaining black slime sticking to it. Finally, we can see something long and thin in the monster's head, and something white just below. What the heck? A slime with whiskers and teeth? I exclaim. I think I know what we are facing right now. A broken bar. It's a colossal rat. Who could have guessed that the boss of a dungeon filled with only slimes would be a rat? Ahaha. Baldy, do we need to know anything about this colossal rat, like special skills? My broken bar number. Just keep in mind that it's fast, and hits like a truck. So what you can expect from a physical boss. Huh? Listening to Ricard's and Laura's comments, I'm left astonished at their lack of tension. It's as if they think this is going to be an easy fight. The only thing it's missing is my sister's comments. This is a very weird rat, don't you think, brother? I'm going to take a screenshot now that it's staying still. Say cheese. He. A rat saying cheese. He. And here it comes. Completely unrelated stuff coming from my little sister. Guys, aren't you forgetting about the most important part? What the hell are those lumps of different colors? I shout. Aren't they just decorations? You know, to fit the dungeon theme and that kind of stuff. Do you really think so, Baldy? In the whole dungeon, how many times was there something that was just a decoration? Even those that were decorations were, in fact, distractions for the real dangers. Now that you say it, our broken bar. Ricard strokes his chin in a thinking pose when the colossal rat charges at us with another gyre. Cry. Here it comes. It seems we'll need to find what the color lumps are the good old way, not knowing anything until it's too late. By the way, you might be asking, how the hell can an amorphous dungeon have a rat boss? Am I right? That's an easy to answer question. The reason is that factions have something called mercenaries, which are units not exclusive to that faction but that fit the faction's theme. Though not all factions have mercenaries. In this case, the amorphous faction, which is filled with slimes that tend to live in sewers, also has rat units, which also live in sewers, that count as mercenaries. Generally, mercenaries are more expensive than the other units because they aren't from that faction. And they are also designed to fill the faction's gaps in terms of versatility. For example, the slimes are generally slow, so as mercenaries they get rats, which are decently fast. The most common types of mercenaries are dragons. Most dragons can be used by lots of factions alike, maybe with just a change of colors and breath type. That's because not all factions have strong units that can compete with some of the other factions' top monsters. A few exceptions to this are factions like the Eternals, which use undead versions of legendary creatures like the Bone Dragon, or the Wicked Legion with their Demon Lord units. The Abyss. Just imagine something as big and as strong, or even stronger, than a dragon, except a lot more disgusting, and with lots of tentacles, eyes, or mouths. Yeah, they also don't need mercenaries. And the flesh monstrosities, you asked? Well, we also don't have any mercenaries because we can use almost any unit we want from most factions, so why would we need mercenaries? This is my personal opinion. Buta broken bar. Fuck this decision. DMA developers. Do you know how hard it is to get some units bodies? And you tell us we can't even rely on mercenaries to fill in the gaps, that we must look for units to capture all the time? Do you hate the flesh monstrosities that much? A broken bar. Though there's no way I'll stop playing them. Now that I think about it, not a single one of our factions has mercenaries. Sorry for the random ramblings. Returning to the boss fight. A broken bar. The rat charges at us and is Ricard, the tank, who receives the hit. After a loud clang, impact sound, I can see two things I previously couldn't. The first one is the boss size. Ricard is quite tall at close to 2 meters, but this rat is at least twice its height, so around 4 meters tall. But rats aren't very tall compared to how long they are. Broken bar, and this one is longer than 10 meters, without counting the tail. Yeah, now that it's fully out of the slime pool, we can see its tail, which is as long as its whole body and wider than my torso. The name Colossal Rat is certainly appropriate. The second one is the boss name, or template name. There's no way for us to know which is it. But the important part is what it says, Slime-Covered Colossal Rat. Still, quite a lame name for this boss, similar to the rest of the dungeon mobs. But this time I must thank the dungeon owner for the lack of imagination when naming things. Because I suspect what the name means. Those lumps aren't decorations. They're slimes sticking to the boss body. Be ready for a lot more dangerous fight than we expected. I shout. What? They are slimes? Ugh. Distracted by looking at the colored lumps, Ricard misses his timing and the rat makes him fly some distance away. Then it takes this chance to jump on one of our support mobs and chomp on it, killing the poor or a broken bar whatever it is. It's one of Clara's abyss monsters with lots of tentacles that look like leeches, in a single strike. It's true. I can't properly latch my tentacles on the boss because the lumps are in the way, and the tentacles stick to them and they take the damage instead. It's at this moment, when the first slime takes damage from Clara's attack, that all of them start acting at the same time. Was that the trigger? Until now, they were feigning to be decorations. Lots of pseudopods extend from the lumps on the rat's body, attacking anything that gets close enough. And if this wasn't enough, the slimes also spit a barrage of elemental attacks that falls on top of us, severely damaging all the support mobs. Are you sure we aren't inside an Abyss faction dungeon? Because the boss currently looks quite similar to one of those eldritch horrors, a broken bar if you ignore the colors, that is. Quickly attack with your area skills, Baldy and Mad Rat. We need to reduce the number of enemies as quickly as possible. We can't afford to fight against so many enemies at the same time as the boss. Sure thing. Chain Lightning. Following Laura's suggestion, I continuously cast Chain Lightning, dealing as much damage as I can to the boss and the slimes covering its body. Ricard returns to the fight and uses Whirlwind like a madman, and Laura casts Hellfire and uses the dot effect to continuously damage the boss and slimes. Meanwhile, Clara is trying to grab the boss with her tentacles, but the slimes keep putting themselves in the middle. Wow, I haven't seen so many visual effects yet in the game. Between my lightning, Laura's Hellfire, and the continuous barrage of elemental spells by the slimes, I'm sure somebody with epilepsy would have a seizure right now. You also have to add to the mix the absurd amount of HP bars floating near the slime-covered colossal rat. I don't know which one is from which slime, or which is the boss one. But there's a problem with Laura's plan. And that ice a broken bar. Shit. They have too much HP and my lightning jumps are random. I'm going to run out of MP before we manage to kill most of them. I'm going to use our trump card. Everyone, run away. Good luck. Just remember that their souls are mine. Okay, brother, you can do it. Kill them all. I'll give you a kiss if you do your job properly. Okay, Tilda. While everyone runs away, followed by the support mobs, except my support mobs, who obviously follow me, I cast Chain Lightning 2 more times to try and get the monsters aggro. Which works, because the boss stops chasing the retreating units and charges at me. I then extend my arms up high while talking to the charging boss and slimes. This is the preparation for our trump card. Ha 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 ha. You did well. I would really like to capture and experiment with you all, but it seems you exceeded my expectations. Now, you only leave me with my last resort. Foo fa foo. Let's meet again in our next lives. Ha 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 ha. Grand finale. Blinding light accumulates around me for a short while before being released in a wide and intense explosion. Boo. The whole room trembles. I'm sure the explosion can be heard throughout the whole dungeon. Grand finale. Active skill. Cost: 100 horsepower, 100 EP. 100 MP after 2 seconds of invulnerability. Deal: 50 plus 3 SP plus 0,5 max HP, light damage to every other unit in a 10-meter radius area around yourself. After using this skill, all your stats are reduced to 1/4 of the original value until the end of the dungeon invasion or dungeon battle. This skill can only be used once per dungeon invasion or dungeon battle. Grand finale is the skill I got when I reached player level 5 and upgraded the Mad Rat to level 6. At that time, our team was doing fine in dungeon explorations, so I didn't need to pick or upgrade any specific skill to complement the team. but we were lacking a trump card. Something that allowed us to turn the tables against enemies or situations we couldn't hope to beat in the tournament. And I was the best one to pick something like a trump card because of my 40% increased damage to spells, and Grand Finale is the perfect skill for it. With my current stats, I can deal about 800 damage with it. If you add the 40% extra damage for spells, it deals over 1.100 damage. Though not everything is good for this skill. Grand Finale is a skill exclusive to champions because it would be too OP if random mobs, or even bosses, could have it. That's because to compensate for the stupid amount of damage you can deal with this skill, it reduces your stats, almost crippling you. For a champion, this is a huge drawback. Once you die, you lose. But the same doesn't apply to dungeon mobs and bosses. That's the reason only champions can pick skills like Grand Finale. The only reason the skill doesn't kill you is that unless you play in a team, using it would be an instant game over. Instead, by reducing your stats to 1/4 of the original value, you can still beat the dungeon but are effectively useless. In short, it's as if you were dead, but it doesn't cause a game over. Also, because of the stats being reduced to 1/4 and the damage I take from the Maniac skill, it's easy for me to kill myself with this skill. But the most important thing about Grand Finale is that a broken bar. What's more mad scientist-like than blowing yourself up when you lost the battle? Grand Finale fits the roleplay perfectly. Ha ha ha. After the light from the explosion disappears, only me and the colossal rat remain. All the slimes have perished in the explosion. Oh, and the colossal rat has less than half HP right now. Limping away, I call for help. Let's see if I can avoid dying to the boss. A single attack will kill me right now. Guys, it's done. Now come back and save me. I'll save you, brother. Just wait and see. Running as fast as she can, Clara runs to where I am, tentacles extended to try and grab the boss as soon as possible. Don't come, you monster. I imagine myself shouting in fear. Luckily, the monster's target isn't me but the rat. But not even Clara, the one with the greatest range, or Laura, the one with the blink skill, are going to reach me before the boss does. It's right in front of me, after all. The slime-covered colossal rat opens its mouth wide and jumps. I'm going to die. Broken bar. Goodbye world. I close my eyes and wait for the inevitable to happen. I wait. Broken bar. The boss doesn't hit me. When I open my eyes, I see the boss completely stopped, standing on the floor, still in the jumping position, and with its mouth still open. I can only think of one possibility. Siam, I love you. You managed to petrify the boss at the most critical moment. Ha ha ha. Yep, the boss is petrified right now. I put Siam in the corner of the room, hoping for its petrification to work at some point in time. I must tell the truth here. I didn't expect it to work at all due to the difference in stats. Broken bar. It worked. And at the best moment. Ha ha ha. Still limping away, I walk as far as I can from the boss. With all the stats reduced so much, I think I move slower than a stitch right now. I'm going to leave the rest of the fight to the others. With no slimes in the way, Clara quickly latches her tentacles on the boss, and with the help of Ricard and Laura, they safely defeat the boss. By the way, now that it doesn't have any slimes attached to it, we can finally see the colossal rat. It has a vicious appearance. Its front teeth look a lot more dangerous now than before. The tail moves like a whip, hitting anyone who dares try to attack it from behind, and its red eyes are filled with madness. But the most important part is, the rat is black. Finally, some enemy that doesn't cause my eyes to bleed. I think I'll stare at a white wall for a few hours after we finish this dungeon, to recover from the color shock. I know it's boring, but I'll need eye therapy after this. Anyway, after defeating the boss, we find the dungeon core and quickly break it. I'm sure Cian has captured a lot of units during the dungeon invasion, so I'm excited to see which bodies I can bring with me. Dungeon invasion successful. Rewards obtained. Warning: you don't have enough capacity to bring all the captured units with you. You only have these stasis capsules available. 1x giant stasis capsule. 3x stasis capsule. No. I shout. I can only bring 4 bodies with me because the stasis chambers are filled. And I'm sure they are filled with stupid units. How much I hate this faction sometimes. I'll have to completely remove the silent kidnappers from the dungeon for now. A broken bar. I thought reducing their numbers would be enough, but they are still filling the stasis capsules with random units, most of them weak, and I can't bring other and more useful units because the stasis chambers are filled. On the verge of tears, I select 4 of the spitter slimes. The spitting skill was an innate one, and they have decent stats for what I plan to use them for. But still a broken bar. I hate this so much. Why can't DMA developers allow us to discard useless bodies in these kinds of situations? What difference does it make for them that we can discard useless units to make room for better ones after a dungeon invasion? It's possible for somebody to be overwhelmed by visual effects while playing DMA. If you are affected negatively by the visual effects, go to the settings menu and change the visual effects options. Also go there in case of color blindness or visual related illnesses. Bits of information from DMA's player manual, which most players don't ever read. Some don't even know it exists. This chapter has a different POV. Ha, ha, ha. Here I am again. I raise my muscular green arms, proclaiming my arrival after the dungeon teleportation. Recently, there's been a lot of people talking about this monster displayed at the very end of the big reveal video, the one that looks like a black wolf with a very big eye. It's weird because it's the first time that there's so much arguing between players with opposite opinions regarding the same monster. One point of discussion is between players who like how the monster looks and those who are scared of it. Opinions like it looks cool and it's scary quickly turn into insults between players, degenerating into things like you must be scared of your own shadow too. You are so stupid you can't even understand the reason your legs tremble is because of fear instead of excitement. If I were the monster I would be scared too because of your ugly face, and way worse things than those. Though I can understand that everybody fears something. For example, I have nightmares where the evil mastermind is plotting evil schemes to make me suffer in my next dungeon invasion. I can't understand those who are afraid of a dungeon monster. What do you mean by it looks scary so I don't want to face it? When a monster looks scary, it means it's strong. And if it's strong, it means you should get excited for the chance to fight against it instead of running away. The scarier and stronger it looks, the better the fight is going to be. Ha, ha, ha. But the most intense discussions are about how dangerous this monster, called the Tunnel's Nightmare, actually is. Discussing how dangerous the monster is, as you would expect, is nothing too troublesome in itself. But the problem is that those discussions, without a single exception, always turn into a mudslinging fest where everyone swears and insults all other players, blaming others' luck, or lack of, calling everybody else a noob, and generally competing for who's the best player while dissing everybody else. It's gotten to the point where several accounts have been banned from the forums, but the discussions don't seem to be ending anytime soon. And regarding this, the Tunnel's Nightmare monster a broken bar, I didn't find it in my last dungeon invasion, so I have no idea about how strong it actually is, or how dangerous it can be for those players trying to invade the Mad Rat's lab. That's why I'm here today. I'm going to uncover all your secrets, evil mastermind, and also beat this monster you created to a pulp. Ha, ha, ha. My guttural laughter echoes through the first tunnel, the one that leads to the big cavern. I'm already excited thinking about the fight I'm going to have. Even if the information I could get from the forums is limited, due to all the swearing, I could get a general idea of that monster. Explaining it in a few words, it's a monster you don't want to meet if possible, and also it's so scary you'll surely run away from it. Ha! As if I'm going to run away from a monster. Just come at me with your all, or I'm going to defeat you before I can enjoy the combat. Talking alone, I continued to walk. Now that I've finally recovered my lost hawk pride, I don't fear death anymore. I'm sure I'm going to be able to clear this dungeon again any time I want. Behind me, 3 orcs follow my steps without saying anything at all. They are the support mobs I brought with me this time, 3 orc warriors. One of them has a bow instead of an axe. I decided to go with quality over quantity today, so I substituted the goblins with an orc. My objective today isn't to clear the dungeon but to fight the new monster, so I don't need any sacrificial units with me, or weak units that might die to the poisonous mushrooms while trying to find the tunnel's nightmare. It must already be the 3rd time I passed through this part. Something is clearly wrong with the dungeon today. This is a broken bar weird. It's unusual to not face any big trouble in this damned dungeon for so long, especially because I'm actually looking for trouble right now instead of trying to evade it. Also, I have confirmed that horror story about the holes appearing through the dungeon. Until now, I was always busy with other things and tried to reach the end of the dungeon as soon as possible. But today I've spent a lot of time doing rounds through the same area, a broken bar, so I've been able to see the holes appearing randomly through the dungeon. Holes that weren't there the first time I passed through the area, which can be seen in the walls, floor, and even on the ceiling. Crouched down while inspecting one of the holes, I muttered to myself, "It reminds me of something. I'm sure I've seen this kind of thing before, a broken bar, but I can't remember where or what it was." How frustrating. At this moment, I hear an agonizing cry. Surprised by the unexpected cry, I make an involuntary jump and almost touch the ceiling. If this wasn't a game, I might have gotten a heart attack right now. How could there be another player inside the dungeon? Or is it a phantom? Slowly turning my head toward the direction where the cry came from, I see a broken bar, a tiny yellow bird. It's quite far away, but it looks like there's something on top of its head that looks like horns from such a distance. Am I hallucinating right now? How can this bird be the one who made that cry? Also, where did that bird come from? I feel like I should know about it, but maybe it's because of the scare I can focus due to my loudly beating heart right now. I look at the bird, and it opens its beak. Then, as if defying all common sense, the bird suddenly releases a weirdly human-like cry. The first cry came from this tiny bird too? Realization suddenly strikes me, and I say at the same time I facepalm. Of course. That stupid mix of bird and goat critter. I don't remember what name did it have, but it sure is annoying. As if mocking me, the bird continues to make disgusting sounds. I can't reach you there with my weapon, but I can do this, you know. I say at the same time I use phantasmal weapon. The attack quickly reaches the bird and kills it, but not before it can release a last Aja. That sounds the same as a death cry. Yuga broken bar. Now I feel as if I just killed a real person. What disgustingly sick and convoluted mind must you have to design something like this monster? Oh, yeah, I know a broken bar. The evil mastermind can do something like this all the time. I'm sure he can do it without blinking. I'm sure he can create something like this while sleeping. Maybe I should try to run away instead, the next time I find one of those birds. For my own mental health, I decide to quickly forget about this disgusting experience. What was I doing before a broken bar? Oh, yes, the mysterious holes. I look at the mysterious hole right next to me when a cold sensation, as if I was suddenly drenched in cold water, courses through my whole body. This is a broken bar. This must be broken bar. I don't know if it's because of the repeated failures or what, but I've developed something like a sixth sense when it comes to other mad rats lab. When getting close to a dangerous place or situation, I feel as if all my hair stands on end, warning me. But this time it's something even more dangerous or fearsome. All the players were saying words like a fear or a scary when the tunnel's nightmare appeared in conversations, so it must be it. No, what else could give me this instinctive fear that almost overwhelms my whole body? Ha, ha, ha. Here it comes. The only thing in this dungeon that should be able to instill so much fear into any player, according to the rest of the players, is the tunnel's nightmare. I excitedly prepare myself for battle as I give instructions to the 3 orcs. Get ready for battle, guys. We're going to unveil the mystery behind the newest terror of this damn dungeon. Ha, ha. I then hear the monster coming in our direction. From one side of the tunnel, a faint vibration and step noise can be heard, getting closer at a very fast speed. Not wanting to wait anymore, I raise my battle axe overhead as I rush in the monster's direction. The step noise is getting louder. Wait, it sounds like more than one enemy is coming. Even better, then, more enemies to kill. Ha, ha, ha. But I momentarily freeze when I turn around the corner and see what's making the noise. What's this? How can this be possible? What's in front of me, still running in my direction at an almost impossible speed, is an absurd amount of the weakest monsters in this dungeon, those humanoids with several body parts stitched together. Regardless of how many of them I fight, I can easily kill them all, but for some reason, this time, my senses are telling me to run away at full speed. No, 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 you can't run away from the enemy. Do you want to lose your orc's pride again after just recovering it, and to the same damn dungeon? Also, what are you afraid of? They are the weakest monsters in this dungeon. I convince myself that everything's okay, but something keeps telling me to run away. With a wah cry, I shut off my worries at the same time as I rush at the monster swarm. The first enemy, the one leading the rest, falls to my axe in a single swing. Maybe my instincts were wrong and this is going to be easy. This is what I think until I attack the next one, and I only reduce its HP by about a third, and my expression warps in surprise. Strong. Why is it so strong? Surprised at the unexpected resilience of the enemy, I stop in place for just a second. When I recover, I'm already surrounded by those monsters on all sides. What's worse, I'm now isolated from my support orcs, who are fighting against the monster horde a few meters away from me. Shit. I should really go back and save them, but I don't have the leisure to do so. I'll need to use my all to defeat them and try to survive. I pump myself up with my next words. What am I hesitating for? It's an all-you-can-kill buffet. Let's enjoy this rare occasion. Ha, ha, ha. I'll show you what happens when your neck meets my battle axe. Releasing another battle cry, I use the rotating swipe skill, a skill that deals damage to all enemies in an area around me, followed by a mighty blow, a skill that deals a very powerful attack against a single enemy. The unlucky fellow who I hit with the mighty blow is reduced to a corpse in a single strike. Rotating swipe, active skill, cost, 70 EP. Deal, 5 plus STR, physical damage to every enemy in a 1 meter radius around yourself. Mighty blow, active skill, cost, 100 EP. Deal, 20 plus 2 STR. Physical damage to a single enemy. With just these two skills and a few more attacks, I managed to defeat most of the enemies surrounding me. But there are a lot more enemies that quickly fill up the gaps, so I find myself receiving attacks from all sides almost as fast as I kill them. Usually, I try to avoid using skills as much as possible because it's not my style. But I'm not that stupid to let myself get killed because of my pride. So in dangerous situations, I use everything I can, even the game skills. Despite my greatest efforts and amazing display of fighting prowess, there's no end to this monster horde. I can see more than 10 of their corpses, but there's at least twice that amount still filling the tunnel, and I can't see where the monster mob ends. Maybe there are even more enemies outside my field of vision. A few kills later I notice two things. The first one is very sad. The 3 orcs have been defeated. They resisted as best as they could, but it was impossible for them to survive against so many enemies. It makes me sad, but I already expected it. And the second thing I notice is a broken bar. I'm not sure, but I feel like they are getting weaker over time. A broken bar, or maybe they get weaker as I kill more of them. I feel like I'm killing the monsters faster than at the beginning when I notice a faint red light covering my hand. It's the effects of the orc's bloodlust innate skill, which increases my basic attack damage and attack speed when my HP gets under half its maximum value. This must be why the enemies feel weaker now. Oh, so it's because of the skill. Ha, ha. Ha! You've managed to put me in my serious mode. The second assault starts now. I shout in the middle of combat, swinging my battle axe without stopping. Meanwhile, the enemies are attacking me from all sides, using their grotesquely deformed limbs. Even when surrounded, I'm good enough to avoid some of their attacks, but it's impossible to completely avoid them because of how many there are. Ha, ha. Ha! I can't stop myself from laughing as the combat gets more intense. By now, I can confidently say this is the fight I've enjoyed the most in this damn dungeon. A broken bar, maybe you can even say it's the only time I've enjoyed it at all. I think I've killed at least 20 monsters. When a message appears in front of me, and I find myself in a phantasmal version of my champion. You have died. Yeeeees. This is it. I don't mind getting killed after an epic fight like this. Ha, ha, ha. My laughter continues to echo through the tunnels. I'm sure it would scare most people due to the phantasmagoric effect given to it right now. Things like this are what I enjoy. Being surrounded by enemies, attacking each other until one side does a broken bar, a fight to the death. And the best is I got to keep my orc's pride. It isn't a shame dying in a fight against a stronger enemy. Happily laughing, I prepare to leave the dungeon. There's this inexplicable feeling that I'm forgetting about something, a broken bar, but I had a great time, so who cares? I'm going to come back. And that time, I'll make sure to kill you all. So be prepared. These are my last words before the game teleports me outside the Mad Rat's lab. The tunnel's nightmare. The orc completely forgot about it because of how much fun he had fighting against the monster train. And a few days later, these were his words after fighting the monster train. Anu, why can't I beat those seemingly weak monsters? Is this really all my skill and fighting prowess amount to? Will I ever be able to defeat them in a straight fight? My orc's pride, dear broken bar, how can I say I still have it after being defeated so many times by the same enemies? Will I be able to recover it in the future? But that's a story for the future. Here I am, preparing the last things I need to do before the tournament starts. The first thing I must do, as I already promised myself, is to temporarily remove all the silent kidnappers from the dungeon. Haha, broken bar, what a shame I must remove them. A broken bar, if only it was possible to tell the game to not capture certain units. I suppose it's for balance reasons, so that we can't get free bodies without doing anything, and also make sure all of them are exactly what we want or need. A broken bar, but still, it's a shame. Yeah, I'm sure it's an intentional flaw from the DMA developers. The flesh monstrosities can already be considered the most broken faction in terms of versatility and individual unit power, but it's balanced by how much more effort the players must put into obtaining the units. If instead, they allowed the players to automatically capture all the units they want, it certainly makes the flesh monstrosities too powerful. The maximum they allow is to automatically capture random units so that we can't control what units we get. And this can be a bad idea if your stasis chambers get filled with random useless bodies, as it happened to me. A broken bar. Anyway, what I'm going to do now is spend most of my CP in stasis capsules so that I can capture more stuff later on, as well as start the research on fleshlings. Oh, and talking about research, after completing both the research for upgrading the hybrids, as well as unlocking the basic chimeras, this amazing new unit type appeared in the text available for research. Monstrous hybrid. Research cost, 1.000 CP, 500 food, 500 metal. Research time, 8 hours. Similar to normal hybrids, this humanoid unit needs 2 bodies to be created. But instead of both being humanoid, one of the 2 bodies can be from a non-humanoid unit. The shape of the monstrous hybrid will be humanoid and can thus be used as a champion. Monstrous hybrids inherit the innate skills of the original units, and their stats are the sum of the original units. The CP cost and ACP value of this unit is the same as the sum of the 2 units used to create it plus 50 CP. When I saw the new research, I immediately unlocked it. I didn't know when, but I was absolutely sure I was going to create monstrous hybrids in the future. The research description pretty much explains everything, but yes, monstrous hybrids are units that can mix a humanoid unit with a non-humanoid one. Until now, all units were either exclusively humanoid or non-humanoid, and there are a few reasons, apart from aesthetics, for this, like skill balancing or movement types. For example, almost no humanoid units can fly or properly fight underwater, but the same doesn't apply to non-humanoids. So with a monstrous hybrid, you can easily make a flying champion if you want to. They can also be amazing options for role-playing. But I'm going to stick with the Mad Rat because I like it better. Though not everything's good. The extra 50 CP cost seems like nothing, especially when talking about powerful units, but in fact, it's quite a lot if you're under a tight budget like in a dungeon battle. And a broken bar. I'm going to create the first monstrous hybrids right now. Ha ha ha. This isn't the only reason, but a very important reason is that I really need to use some bodies because, right now, I have very few empty stasis chambers. Yes, the only free ones are those I bought just a few minutes ago. Though it isn't like I'm going to need them in any short amount of time because the tournament goes mostly by the PvP rules, which means that nobody can obtain CP or special resources during it. I'm sure you remember that during dungeon battles you get an amount of CP that changes if you win or lose the battle, and you can't obtain special resources at all. I'm sure it's so that players can fully focus on the fights instead of obtaining resources, and we're lucky because otherwise broken bar I'm sure Ricard would chase after anything that moves to obtain even one more soul. A broken bar, don't look at me like this. I'm not like that too, okay? I only lose my composure sometimes. Ugh, stop staring at me with those accusing eyes. A broken bar, okay, okay. It's good for me too because, otherwise, I won't be able to concentrate either. A broken bar, happy now? You forced me to say it. Anyway, returning to the monstrous hybrids, I'm going to create a broken bar. What I want to do is use those slimes I captured the other day, the spitter slimes, and mix them with the apprentice technomancers I captured in the magic engineer's dungeon. My plan is to use them as laboratory helpers when the lab assistants aren't enough. Oh, and I'll put them in the same room as the second lab assistant. A broken bar, this way, the two fights won't be exactly the same. Monstrous hybrid, I choose you. I shout at the same time I start the creation of a new template. Why do I do it? I don't know, but for some reason, I feel good shouting it. Then I select both the apprentice technomancer and the spitter slime as the ones to use for the creation of the new unit. A fun thing I wanted to point out here. The apprentice technomancers are incredibly weak. And with this, I mean basic unit levels of weak, so they have a 5 or 6 in all stats. A broken bar except for the dexterity one, where they have a whole whopping 30. Of course, this is because they are supposed to be the ones operating the magic engineer's contraptions and traps, so they only need high dexterity to do their work. Also, I'm sure the 30 dex isn't a random value at all, because it's the value needed to operate most of the basic machines and equipment. That's why they have 30 dex, it's the minimum value required. They also have 6 intelligence, higher than the usual 5, which I suppose is there to help players customize their behavior when manipulating contraptions and traps. In comparison, the spitter slime has the most typical stats for a slime, very high HP and con, low will, and abysmal agia and dex. You might say it's a bad decision to use them as the other unit because of their low dexterity, and you would be right. A broken bar if I needed it to be higher than 30 dex. But I don't need anything with so much dexterity for now, and if I needed, I already have the lab assistants. Furthermore, there's another reason I want to use the spitter slimes, and it is because of their innate skill, slime spit. It isn't the best skill, but it's an innate skill exclusive to the Amorphous faction. And what's better, it works very well when paired with the lab assistants. So skills: slime spit, active innate skill, cost 20 EP, deal 2 plus 0,8 STR, physical damage to a single enemy and slow it by 20% for 5 seconds. This skill's effect doesn't stack. By the way, apprentice technomancers don't have any innate skills. Do you know why? Yeah, you guessed it right. It's because they're humans. Fucking humans. I hate them so much. And now I have lots of them in my stasis chambers, preventing me from capturing actually useful units, so I'm hating them even more than usual. The next step is unit customization. I make the new unit look like a normal human, a broken bar, except it doesn't have any defined features because it's made of slime. Do you remember when I was creating the champion? It looks very similar, a humanoid shape made of translucent material and without defined features. Plus it drips goo all the time. And as it couldn't be any other way, I make each of them a different color. There are exactly 4 of them, so the colors are, obviously, blue, red, green, and yellow. Like in that famous board game for 4 players. As an unrelated topic, though it's kind of related. During the dungeon exploration, Ricard made sure to explain why there are no humanoid units in the Amorphous faction. And that's because he broken by almost all slimes can be used as champions. So they don't need humanoid units at all. Yeah, you heard it right. How does this work? Well, the slimes take a humanoid shape but retain the original slime's innate skills, stats, and color, texture. He told us that they can even be customized to have faces and or hands and fingers. Anyway, let's return to the new monster I'm creating. For now, I'm not going to level them up. After all, I only want them for their innate skills slow, and to manipulate machines. The only skill I give them with the level 1 skill point is this one, Sprinter. Sprinter, passive skill, increases the unit's speed stat by 1. There's a reason why I give them the Sprinter skill, and it's because of what I'm going to do next with the AI modifications. Now for the last but not least thing. The AI. The first change I'm going to do is to change how they work outside of combat, to the same as the lab assistants, don't move and stay where I tell them. And the second change is how they behave during combat. What I do is make them run all the time as they continue to use the slime spit skill. But it isn't normal running. No, a broken bar, this would be too lame. What they do is they run away from any other unit that gets close to you. Yeah, they run away from the enemies, they run away from the lab assistant, and they even run away from the other 3. I'm sure if there was a mirror somewhere, they would run away too. And they do so at a relatively fast speed thanks to the sprinter skill. And let's not forget about the slime spit slower broken bar. There was only one name I could give them, Panicky Spitter. I'm sure you understand why. The last thing I do is add the 4 panicky spitters to the second laboratory area. But I also make 2 changes to the dungeon. I increase the second laboratory size a bit, to give the panicky spitters more space to run, and I add a simple condition to the door that leads to the next area. The condition is A only opens when all lab assistants and panicky spitters from this room are defeated. Oh, I also allow the panicky spitters to leave the laboratory area if they are being chased by an enemy. This way it can be very funny, for me, not for the invaders, to see somebody chase after a panicky spitter throughout the whole dungeon. You know, a broken bar, because, if they don't kill the lab assistant and all the panicky spitters, they won't be able to open the door to the Minotaur area. Ha 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 ha. Aren't I evil? Ha ha ha. By the way, these are the stats for the panicky spitters. Panicky spitter, LV1, HP 200, 200, STA 13, 13, SU 12, 12, EP 170, 170, MP 130, 130, STR 13, 13, Con 16, 16, Agate, 8, SPI 12, 12, Will 10, 10, Dex 32, 32, SPD 6 INT 6 Com 0 Skills active, Slime Spit, Innate, Passive, Sprinter. Now, there's just one more thing I wanted to do before the tournament starts. Believe me or not, it's something that's been bugging me since the moment I created the champion. I'm sure you have felt too that annoying sensation you have when there's something you know you could do better, but can't find the motivation to improve your broken bar, and the more you delay it, the worse you feel about yourself or broken bar. But when you finally convince yourself you have to do it, you then look for excuses to not do it. I'm sure everyone has experienced something like this at least one time. And yes, I'm talking about the rat transformation skill right now. Since the moment I decided to seal it, I've been bugged by the knowledge I could be doing better than what I'm doing now. But every time I thought about testing it again, I got sick just by remembering the first experience. And no, I'm not going to create another champion. I like the mad rat. I like the image of a mad scientist with a rat head, and I don't mind having a skill I can't use as long as it doesn't interfere with the rest. That being said, what I'm going to do right now is practice the rat transformation skill and see if I can get used to the sickness it produces. Yuga broken bar, I feel sick already, and I haven't used the skill a single time yet. A broken bar, well, here I go, a broken bar. Reluctantly, I activate the rat transformation skill. And a moment later, I'm in rat form, I want to puke. I'll read your broken bar. It doesn't look like I'm going to get used to it anytime soon. I'm going to start with the conclusion. No, I didn't get used to the nausea produced by the new form. But, and it's a big but, I did manage to achieve something. What did I manage to achieve? Well, that's an easy answer. I managed to activate the rat transformation skill and then return back to my humanoid form in less than 3 seconds. And as long as I don't move at all, it's a broken bar bearable. After all, the transformation only lasts an instant when I use it like this, so I don't have too much time to get sick. You might be asking, how the heck is this useful? Am I right? The important part is the size difference between the two forms, making the rat form a lot harder to hit because it's a lot smaller than the humanoid one. If I time it right, I might be able to avoid attacks or skills during the transformation. The keyword here is a might. I like to call it rat avoidance transformation trick, or rat for short. And no, the name I gave to it isn't a coincidence. Amazing progress, isn't it? From having the skill sealed, to be able to use it in combat. If you can call the rat as a using in combat, that is. I don't care about such nuances, so I'll do it. Ha ha ha. I'm not sure it will ever be useful. But who knows, maybe it will. In truth, I don't have too many expectations for it. Don't be distracted by the other stuff. The most important thing you must remember in this damned dungeon is to absolutely never allow a single panicky spitter to run away from the room you find it. Block the exit with support mobs, focus on them first while ignoring the other enemies, and then nuke the whole room with your biggest skill. A broken bar. Whatever you do, never allow a single one of them to leave the room. Otherwise, it can turn into an eternal chase through the dungeon, and you're not going to enjoy it. You can say that it's the worst mistake you can make, and it's easy enough to prevent it. So broken bar, don't forget. Extract from the chapter A important things to look out for from A how to stay sane in the Mad Rats lab. The day has come. It's Saturday, and it's time to register for the tournament. Well, I say registration, but the registration process has already finished. Applying to the tournament, selecting the level we will participate in, and receiving the reply saying we have a spot reserved. What we need to do now is select the champions and create a dungeon together, using elements and mobs from all of our 4 dungeons. The most vital decision is selecting the champions we're going to use. They're the units we're going to play as, making them the central piece of all our strategies, and they are the only units we can control in tomorrow's first phase. But there's another reason why choosing the champions is the most critical decision. The champions we select now are the only ones we can use in the tournament. Not only changing champions isn't allowed, but it isn't possible to change their skills either. Dungeon Master's Arena is a game about planning ahead of time, making everything possible to stop the enemies at the same time as you prepare for their countermeasures against you. Especially so in dungeon battles, PvP, and the tournament isn't different from the rest of the game. We must decide on the champions we're going to use before it starts, and must stick with them until the end, so every team should make balanced teams that can beat any dungeon they encounter. This way they also prevent players from swapping champions depending on the opponent team. Technically, there's no restriction on what champion you choose as long as it can be unlocked at or before reaching the selected player level for the tournament, which in our case is player level 5. But in reality, a broken bar, you don't want to be too greedy. Why? Because there's a CP limit to create the dungeon, and the champion's cost is also included in it. They give us a limit of 6.000 CP for the dungeon, so if we spend all of it in the champions, we'll have to leave our dungeons empty. And believe me when I say that's the worst idea you can have. The second thing we're going to do today is to design a dungeon using parts of our 4 dungeons, mobs, traps, rooms, etc. It's also possible to build an entirely new dungeon instead of using pre-existing parts, to make sure it looks decent instead of being a patchwork monstrosity. But all mobs and traps must come from our dungeons. And let's not forget that all elements must be available at player level 5. My broken bar, I'm sure I've already explained something about the first phase of the tournament, but I'm going to explain more right now to you, and in more detail. Ha ha ha, how generous I am. In the first phase, which we'll do tomorrow, Every team will only be able to use their champions, so no support mobs are allowed. Every team will randomly dive into the dungeons prepared by the other participants and try to achieve the most points and qualify for the next phase, the real tournament, in the cup format. If a team beats a dungeon, it will then enter the dungeon of another team. The whole thing lasts 2 hours, and you can enter any number of dungeons if you manage to clear a broken bar. This should give every team time to clear between 4 and 5 dungeons. The points are obtained by clearing dungeons, and also by killing invaders inside your own. It's also important to not die because you'll lose points for every death you suffer. Yeah, broken bar. A glass cannon team is definitely not the best option for this phase, even if you could technically make it work for the second phase. According to Ricard, this first phase is mostly to purge those teams who didn't properly plan the team composition. You know, the enter a random dungeon thingy makes it almost impossible to survive the first phase unless your team is capable of adapting to any situation, or at least most of them. Also, according to him, it's a general consensus between all players to make the dungeons as deadly as possible instead of taking the wasting time approach. That's because you get bonus points when killing champions or defeating the whole enemy team, and not for how much time the enemy spends in the dungeon. If you design it to waste time, you can make the unlucky invaders unable to win lots of points, maybe even disqualify them for the next phase broken bar, but you'll also lose the points you can earn by killing the other team, turning it into a lose-lose situation that nobody likes or wants, where you make the other team lose but you are also disqualified due to lack of kills. Oh, and another thing you must know, a broken bar this first phase can't be spectated and the recordings can only be shared after the tournament ends. That's because the DMA staff wants the players to go all out without compromising the main event so that the participants don't have to save their finishing moves or secret tactics, and can use everything in their arsenal to qualify for the second phase, also called the main tournament. If we reach the second phase, we'll be able to create a new dungeon for each match. But for now, let's focus on the first near broken bar. Everybody's ready, right? There are no raiders after we select our champions. Oh, I almost forgot. Have you two been able to reach player level 5? I also raised my player level to level 7. Aren't I amazing? Ha ha ha. The 4 of us, I, Ricard, Laura, and Clara, are currently in the game. We are in some kind of fantasy office room assigned to us for the tournament. The DMA staff assign one room to every team, so that's easier to meet in person while inside the game, and only that team's members can enter it. You could say it's a luxury to have a room for every team when there are over 1,000 teams participating only at our player level. A broken bar, but this is a digital world, so there's no real cost for them. The first to answer Ricard's question is Laura. I was very close to leveling up after the slime dungeon. Luckily, yesterday I had some extra time and after 2 dungeon battles, I managed to reach level 5. Did you win them? I won one and lost the other. Not bad. I ask her, and she answers my question. And after our short exchange, it's Clara's turn to answer Ricard's question. I too managed to reach level 5 with the help of my broken bar friends and my brother. Thank you again, Andreu. You're welcome. You almost let the word slaves slip there. I involuntarily shudder at Clara's answer, not because of the word slaves, but because I had to enter her dungeon again. I already promised myself I wouldn't enter her dungeon a single more time, but if I didn't help her, there was no way she could reach player level 5 by now. She just reached level 5 earlier today, after all. But this time my brain didn't shut off completely due to fear and I managed to bring a little something back with me. Foo. Ha ha ha. I'm going to share my suffering with the other players in the future. Those players who decide to invade my dungeon. Ha ha ha. Oblivious to Clara's slip and my shuddering, Ricard continues to talk. Oh, nice. Then we'll have a full champion level 6 team for the tournament. Because I suppose you didn't forget to upgrade your champions? Oh, what skills did you take? Who do you think I am? Of course, I leveled up my succubus. Also, in consideration of the rest of you, I decided to upgrade one of the skills I had instead of picking a new one. Good job, Laura. This way we won't need to take anything extra into account for our team play. Well, Yes, a broken bar. She awkwardly scratches her cheek at Ricard's enthusiasm. A broken bar. Aren't you too excited, Ricard? This is the skill I decided to upgrade. Hellfire, LV2, active skill, cost, 180 MP, 30 MP per second. Ignite a 10-meter radius area with Hellfire. Units inside the area take an initial, 10 plus SPI, fire damage and an extra, 2 plus 0,2 SPI, fire damage each second. Upgrades Soul Burn. 30% of the damage dealt is calculated as if the affected units had 0 will. Hey, I too decided to upgrade a skill instead of picking a new one. But in my case, it's because it really complements the rest of my skills. I didn't take the team play into account, but it worked out anyway. This is the skill I upgraded. Untouchable, LV2, passive skill, increase the damage from skills that require touch by 1 plus 0,1 SPI. Upgrades Death Touch, increase the extra damage by an extra 1 plus 0,1 SPI. When we invaded the slime dungeon, she had already reached player level 4 some time ago. So she also had this other skill called Paralyzing Touch, which I forgot to mention before. Paralyzing Touch, triggered skill. Every second you touch an enemy unit, you have a 5% chance to paralyze it for 3 seconds. The paralyzing chance increases by 1% each second you touch it, and it resets when the enemy is paralyzed. Champions and bosses can't be paralyzed for more than 5 seconds every minute with this skill. That's the reason why she was in charge of dealing with the Matryoshka slimes. The paralyzed status effect really crippled them because only the external one of them was active at the same time. So by paralyzing the external slime, the other slimes couldn't do anything and the Matryoshka slime was rendered useless. And now that I remember a broken bar, I forgot to show you the stats I have after upgrading my champion. Well, here it goes. Madrat, LV6, HP 555, 370. STA 39, 26, SU 48, 32, EP 450, 300, MP 615, 410, STR 37, 25, Con 52, 35, AGA 52, 35, SPI 63, 42, Will 46, 31, Dex 48, 32, SPD 7. Madrat. Skills active triggered passive rat transformation, innate chain lightning, cold blast, grand finale, shared voltage, LV2, battery, lightning shield, mana attuned, innate, mana core, innate, maniac, LV2, expert, perfect. Then, let's register our champions already, says Ricard. All of us select our current champion and set them as the one we're going to use for the whole tournament. There's no going back now. All of our champions together cost a little bit over 2.000 per broken bar. This means we have almost 4.000 CP for the dungeon we need to design right now, and the ones we will design for the second phase. This includes traps, environmental effects, mobs. A broken bar difficult decisions here. Broken bar. Having selected our champions, Ricard starts to mutter alone, and Laura joins him immediately. Do you think we should focus on a single one of our factions for this phase, or should we use mobs from all factions? Also, what about the big surprises, like our bosses or especially dangerous monsters? I think a mix is the best option. This allows us to combine our strengths. Also, a broken bar. There are no bosses in the tournament. I mean, we can use them, but they won't receive the 100% stat increasing buff. They will be treated as normal units. Is that so, broken bar? I was hoping to put my boss there. Broken bar. What a shame. You have to consider the fact that in the second phase, we'll be able to actively participate in defense too. So having a boss would be too much. It would also break the CP limit balance. Remember that the same happens when you do a dungeon battle. The boss buff doesn't work. Yes. Now that you mention it, a broken bar. Hey, do you think the Tunnel's Nightmare will make a good option for this dungeon? I decide to interrupt them by asking a question. I look forward to using it in this tournament. Not for the first phase. Ricard immediately turns down my idea. Remember that we should focus on killing the enemy team. not on making them waste time. We want to achieve the most points possible, so we better think of ways to kill them as fast as possible. I would also like to keep those special monsters a secret for the main tournament if possible. But didn't you say there won't be any recording during the first phase? Then what does it matter if we show our surprises early on? There won't be any problem in our dungeon invasions, so we can do whatever we want with our champions. But this doesn't stop other players from explaining what they encountered in the first phase. So I don't want to use those special mobs for the dungeon this time. Okay, Broken Bar, it makes kind of sense. Broken Bar dejected. I accept Ricard's point, though it's a shame I can't use those special mobs. Clara raises her hand at the same time as she says, I have an idea. Why don't we put all our strongest units right next to the entrance and make them kill all invaders? This time it's my turn to shut her idea down. I'm his brother, so she's my responsibility. Kind of. Clara, Broken Bar, don't you know this isn't allowed? In dungeon battles, as well as in this tournament, you can't do something like this at all because of something called CP density. A Broken Bar. I then proceed to explain to her the CP density rule, a mechanism exclusive to the dungeon battles. The PvP mode of this game. In dungeon invasions, you can create the dungeon as you see fit. There are very few restrictions, like having a path that connects the entrance to the dungeon core. But regarding the mobs and traps, you can do anything. If you abuse it and make an impossible to clear dungeon, the one who suffers is you, because you get bad reviews and then nobody enters your dungeon anymore. But to ensure the dungeon battle is an actual battle of wits instead of a slaughter fest, where everyone puts all monsters next to the entrance, there's a rule we players call ACP density. It basically limits how many monsters you can put clumped together, as well as how strong they can be. There are ways to circumvent this limitation, like making them move in a certain pattern, or putting alarm traps that call all nearby units to your position. But all of them can be avoided if the other player is smart or good enough. Oh, and it's also completely impossible to put units right next to the entrance in a dungeon battle. And that's why we can't do as you proposed, Clara. I finish my explanation. We continue with the brainstorming. Laura, do you still have your poison-resistant units? I ask. Yes, I do. Why do you ask? Well, I was thinking of putting my poison mushrooms mixed with Ricard's skeletons and your poison-resistant units. A Broken Bar. Oh, good idea. This way we can force the other team to fight inside the poison clouds without killing our units. That's what I was thinking. I say, we have finally settled on the dungeon we're going to use for the first phase of the tournament. Foo. Hey. Guys, a Broken Bar, you're creeping me out with your weird laughs. A Broken Bar, complains Ricard. But he's the creepiest one when he starts to talk about the game, or when obtaining souls, so we ignore his ramblings. I also like the dungeon, but to like it so much as to laugh like these. A Broken Bar. Why are we laughing like this? Well, it's because of all the ideas we put into it. The first zone or area is filled with all my random and dangerous units: Tunnel Mimic, Goblin Pest, Brain-Dead Assassin, Death Butterfly, Fiery Fly, Stair Shrub, and Static Lamb, plus a few Brain-Dead Leader, mob squads to increase the difficulty. It is a very volatile combination because they can kill each other with the auras and death bursts, creating potentially lethal combos. It looks like a mix of my cave area and tunnel area and has no traps or any hazardous terrain. At first, I was against revealing so many secret units. A Broken Bar, but Laura and Ricard convinced me by saying they are too situational to be used in the second phase effectively. We might use them later on too, as extras, but it's true they are too difficult to control. You can say this first area is just a lot of random units put together. We hope they'll deal as much damage as possible to the invaders and take them by surprise. If lucky, at least one of them will die, but what we are hoping for this is to put the enemy team on edge against what comes next. The second area is the hazardous area, taking advantage of the poison immunity of the skeletons, and the poison resistance skills Laura gave to some of her units, plus the demonic swarmer's immunity to mushrooms. A Broken Bar, we prepared this special area, packed with poisonous mushrooms. The idea here is that, After being surprised by my random but dangerous mobs in the first phase, the enemy team now has to fight in an environment packed with poison everywhere, against units unaffected by it. And the third area is the tip of the cake. Exhausted, and hopefully low on HP, SP, and MP, now the enemies have to fight against the most resilient of our units, the zombies, specters, and other undead. And let's not forget there are lots of demon units supporting them from the back with spells. Oh, but Andreu, you said it was a dungeon using units from all 4 factions, but you didn't mention anything about your sister's monsters. That's true. I purposely left them for the end because they are the central piece of our strategy. The Abyss units are going to be put throughout the whole dungeon, separated from one another to maximize their MP draining. Their role is to reduce the MP of the enemy team as much as possible so that they can't properly deal with the last area, especially against the specters, who are very hard to deal with if you have no MP because only elemental damage can hurt them properly. Come and suffer in our dungeon. I'm sure you'll be happy to see all the love we have packed. Ha ha ha. I never expected the surprises I would find in the tournament, especially not one surprise related to the rising popularity of the Mad Rat's Lab. The Mad Rat's Lab champions Mad Rat, LV6, upgraded hybrid, High Elf plus Rat plus Shadow. Active, Rat Transformation, Innate, Chain Lightning, Cold Blast, Grand Finale. Triggered, Shared Voltage, LV2, Battery, Lightning Shield. Passive, Mana Attuned, Innate, Mana Core, Innate, Maniac, LV2, Expert. Dungeon Area's entrance, forest that gradually turns red as if it absorbed the blood of uncountable victims as it approaches the entrance to the cave. It sets the mood and has no dangers. Cave, giant cave that contains giant and glowing mushrooms, creating places perfect for ambushes. Constant screams can be heard from here. Monsters, demonic swarmer, goblin pest, silent kidnapper. Traps, falling corpse. Tunnels, connects the cave to the rabbit area and the laboratory. It's a series of interconnected tunnels with an underground river. Monsters, demonic swarmer, tunnel mimic, goblin pest, silent kidnapper. The tunnel's nightmare. Traps, falling corpse, mushrooms. Special, eternal resting areas. Laboratory, filled with chaotically distributed laboratory equipment. Contains the dungeon core and the storage room protected by the Minotaur Queen. It is divided into 2 areas that aren't directly connected, and you must pass through the freezer to reach the second. Monsters, Lab Assistant, Panicky Spitter, Minotaur Queen. Traps, falling corpse, lightning rod. The freezer, interconnected rooms, partly natural and partly excavated in the rock. It's filled with corpses, blood, and body pieces. A superficial ice sheet covers most of its contents. Monsters, brain-dead mob, brain-dead leader, brain-dead assassin, hidden enemy trap. Traps, exploding corpse. Field effect, freezing cold. Rabbit area, mountain valley filled with grass and innocent bunnies. Connects the tunnels with the laboratory, working as a shortcut. Monsters, Curse Rabbit, not a rabbit. Bosses Minotaur Queen, LV5, Hybrid, Minotaur plus Fairy Queen. Active, Trickster, Innate, Acid Bubble, Light Arrow. Triggered, Fierce Charge, Innate, Fast Recovery, Survival Instinct. Passive, Presence Detection. Monsters Lab Assistant, LV5, Hybrid, High Elf plus Runesmith. Active, Fireball, Jumping Smash. Triggered, Frosty Retribution, LV2, Double Snap. Passive, Mana Attuned, Innate, Stone Skin, Innate, Fire Aura. The Tunnel's Nightmare, LV5, Basic Chimera, Terrace Lime plus Maggie Loif. Active, Alpha's Howl, Corrosive Goo. Triggered, Your Worst Nightmare, Innate, Mind Break, Paranoia. Passive, Eternal Pain, Innate, Terrifying Presence, Innate, Too Gross to Look At. Demonic Swarmer, LV3, Siamese, Scout plus Minor. Scout half, active, dash. Triggered, Demonic Revenge. Passive, Nature Attuned, Innate, Stone Skin, Innate, Strong, Commander. Minor half, active, bash. Triggered, Demonic Revenge. Passive, Nature Attuned, Innate, Stone Skin, Innate, Strong, Commander. Not a rabbit. LV3, hybrid, rabbit plus hunter. Active, rabbit transformation, innate, bleeding strike. Triggered, bloodlust, innate, unexpected strike. Passive, berserker. Tunnel mimic, LV2, basic chimera, tunneler plus mimic. Active, mimicry, innate, engulf. Passive, eternal pain, innate, enlarge. Goblin pest, LV2, Siamese, goblin plus imp. Goblin half, active, corrosive arrow. Passive, opportunist, innate, slippery, innate, strong, spiritual. Imp half, active, shadow blast. Passive, opportunist, innate, slippery, innate, strong, spiritual. Panicky spitter, LV1, monstrous hybrid, SPA tilde negation to slime plus apprentice technomancer. Active, slime spit, innate. Passive, sprinter. Braindead mob, LV2, stitched. Active, toxic spit. Passive, too gross to look at. Braindead leader, LV2, stitched. Active, toxic spit. Passive, commander. Braindead assassin LV2, stitched. Active, toxic spit. Passive, blood power. Silent kidnapper, LV2, basic chimera, small myconid plus giant spider. Active, paralyzing spores, innate, web throw, innate. Triggered, capture expert. Passive, eternal pain, innate, unidentifiable. Critters. All critters that don't have a specific area assigned to them can be found anywhere, taking into account their characteristics. Death butterfly, LV2, creepy, butterfly plus chameleon. Triggered, decaying touch. Passive, optic camouflage, innate. Fiery fly, LV3, creepy, fly plus fire spark. Triggered, death burst, fire. Passive, fire elemental, innate, in flames. Static lamb, LV3, creepy, sheep plus electric spark. Triggered, death burst, lightning. Passive, lightning elemental, innate, static discharge. Water ant, LV1, creepy, giant ant plus water spark. Passive, water elemental, innate. Curse rabbit, LV1, creepy, rabbit plus curse bug. Triggered, death curse, innate. Octocat, LV1, creepy, cat plus octopus. Passive, optic camouflage, innate. Colored geckos, LV1, creepy, gecko plus gel of the same color. Passive, sticky trail, innate. Stare shrub, LV1, creepy, awakened shrub plus mass of eyes. Passive, eyes everywhere, innate. Enoia, LV1, creepy, canary plus goat. Monster train. The driver or a conductor starts roaming the dungeon as soon as the players enter, slowly activating the hidden monsters all around the dungeon. The stats and speed of all the monsters in the monster train increase as more and more monsters start following the driver. 1x driver, LV2, stitched. Triggered, follow my lead. Passive, intelligent. 50x passenger, LV2, stitched. Triggered, random safeguard skill. Passive, unstoppable mob. 50x hidden enemy traps. Traps. Falling corpse, deals damage if it falls on an enemy. Exploding corpse, explodes when an enemy gets close. Lightning rod, strikes repeatedly with lightning. It can be destroyed. Poisonous mushroom, inflicts poison that stacks and deals damage. Sleeping mushroom, inflicts sleep on enemies. Hidden enemy, hides the monster inside until the trap is triggered, releasing it. Support mobs, not in the dungeon. Stone Eye Kidnapper, Siam, LV2, basic chimera, cockatrice plus giant spider. Active, web throw, innate. Triggered, God's intervention. Passive, eternal pain, innate. Petrifying eyes, innate, too gross to look at. Braindead follower, LV3, stitched. Active, toxic spit. Triggered, survival instinct. Passive, intelligent. Inside a white room full of black screens, a man is sitting alone, slowly scrolling through a list full of detailed information about players, with a cup of coffee right next to him. His baggy eyes make him look as if he didn't sleep in the last few days, and the stubble beard confirms the theory. He must have been working non-stop for at least a week. Geordie, you're still here? I thought you would have left by now. You really need to go sleep to prepare for tomorrow. Startled by a feminine voice speaking right next to his ear, the man quickly turns around to see the speaker. Then, with a musky and tired voice, he replies, "Ha, you're talking as if you weren't as tired as I am, Alicia." True to his words, the woman, too, looks like she spent the last days without stopping to sleep. Her eyes are red, and it almost looks like two dark holes have appeared right below them. She makes a short laugh at the man's words. At the same time she awkwardly scratches her unkempt hair. "Ha, broken bar, so, what are you doing instead of leaving? You know, after so much work, I was curious about the participants this year." "Oh? Doing extra work? Preparing for tomorrow's job?" "You could say so." Broken bar. Returning to the list, the man continues to scroll it. Meanwhile, the woman stays there, just spacing out, as if she lost all her energy. A short while later, she picks up the cup of coffee and drinks it, not hesitating about it coming from the man in front of her. He doesn't seem to notice at all. Jody stands up after finishing reading the list and is surprised by Alicia still standing there, like a zombie. "Hey, Alicia, you still awake? Or are you standing asleep with your eyes open?" She blinks a few times before answering, I almost fell asleep. Yes. "So Broken Bar want to go eat something together before going back home?" "Sure, why not?" Almost like a pair of walking corpses, the two leave the room filled with black screens. "Hey, Jody, what are we going to do tomorrow?" "What group of the higher-ups assigned us?" "This time we'll be supervising the level 5 tournament." It looks like our extra work during the preparation phase was recognized by the higher-ups and we got assigned the easiest one. "Oh, nice." At least the lack of sleeping time didn't go to waste to a Broken Bar. Alicia tries to make a victory pose, but with her current lack of coordination, she almost falls to the ground. Luckily for her, Geordie was right next to her and helped avoid the disaster on time. Careful there. Thank you. Slightly blushing in shame because of her lack of coordination, she decides to change the topic. "Why, you were reading the participant list, alright?" The man quietly assents to her question. "A Broken Bar, did you see anything that looks troublesome?" "A Broken Bar, not really, but I did see something interesting." "Oh? Tell me what it is." "There are 2 players using the flesh monstrosities in this tournament. You know, it's rare to see a player using them in a tournament like this because of how much more effort you need to put in to reach the same place as other factions." "A Broken Bar? A Broken Bar again talking about them? Why do you like them so much?" "They are just a weird faction, that's all." "Also, what could be interesting about some noob level 5 players?" "They must still be learning how to play the game." The man looks offended by her words for a moment, but he quickly decides to forgive her. After all, there's no reason to fight over something like this. But after calming himself down, a soft smile appears on his face as he remembers something about the participants. "I'm sorry I have to correct you, but this time there's a very interesting participant." "Interesting participant? At level 5? Are you trying to make a fool of me?" "No, number. I'm saying the truth. I swear." "You might have heard about it recently. It's a player with a dungeon called the Mad Rat's Lab, and he's participating in this tournament under our supervision." "Oh, so it's him." Her Broken Bar. A grin appears on Alicia's face as she realizes what it means for them. "It looks like we're double lucky this year. We not only got the easiest group but also got something to look forward to." Broken Bar. Fufu. By the time the tournament started, the Mad Rat's Lab had already surpassed the game barrier and infected some of DMA's staff. It was inevitable after so many posts from players talking about it. "This chapter has a different path. Come on, stop looking around and let's move. We have to complete as many dungeons as possible. This is our first dungeon in the DMA tournament. We need to beat as many dungeons as possible to secure a place in the main tournament. But my teammates are wasting time looking around." "Hey, did you hear me?" "Yes, we heard you." "Now shut up and wait, like a good kid." "What did you say?" "You know what, a Broken Bar? If you want to be like this, okay, I'll move ahead of you." "Wait, don't go alone." Finally, following my lead, the rest of the team starts to move forward. Sigh. Must I do everything for this team? Why are the rest so useless? Not very far from the dungeon portal, we find ourselves inside a medium-sized cave with lots of tunnels everywhere. It reminds me of a cartoon I saw when I was a kid, one where the protagonist had to enter a worm-like monster's lair, a broken bar, except that this one isn't as disgusting as the one in the cartoons, and it also has giant mushrooms that hinder our vision. I told you to wait, Danny. Do you want to throw away our chances because of recklessness? I don't want to hear it from you, who only know how to waste time. Looking around. Ignoring Carl's words, I enter the cave and look around. The first thing I see is a weird shrub with lots of eyes. What the hell's that? Why does a shrub with eyes exist? My brain comes to a halt at the stupid monster in front of me. When I recover from the surprise, I try to see what else is inside this cave. But a broken bar. When I try to turn my head to look somewhere else, I notice I can't move my neck. In fact, I can't move at all. I'm paralyzed. What? This thing paralyzed me. How did it do it? I struggle for a short while, trying to force my champion to move, to no avail. And when the paralyzed status effect disappears, I quickly rush at the weird shrub with lots of eyes and slash it in a swift motion with my sword. Ha! Not so cocky now, huh? Did you think you could stop someone like me with just that, huh? See, Danny? That's why it's important not to rush mindlessly ahead. This time you only ended up paralyzed, but what if it's something lethal the next time? That's why you should follow Cal's lead like the rest of us. I gnash my teeth at Tony's nagging. Is everyone on this team against me? Not wanting to hear anything more, I continue looking around. There are lots of weird monsters here. There are bright red flies, a sheep releasing lightning, and one more of those weird shrubs with ice, a broken bar. There's even a group of disgusting humanoids some distance away. What's wrong with this dungeon's monsters? Hey, do you know what are all those monsters? It's the first time I see them. A broken bar. The one to answer my question is Cal's, as expected. No, it's the first time I see most of them. But I know those disgustingly gross humanoids. They are the flesh monstrosities, basic units. Maybe the weakest unit in the whole game, if you exclude critters. Huh? Aren't you always bragging about your knowledge? How come you don't know anything about those units, then? Also a broken bar. They want to stop this great me with weak units like those? Ha ha ha. I'll show you it's a worthless effort, I say, rushing ahead to kill those grotesque humanoids. This and that are two different things. Also, can you stop rushing ahead? Didn't you hear Tony admonish you just a moment ago? Sigh. At least, I hope he doesn't get himself killed. A broken bar. I hear someone complaining from behind, but I ignore it. When somebody nags at you all the time, the only thing you can do is ignore them. When I get close enough to the enemies, I use the flying slash skill and release a flying slash. Those disgusting monsters die as soon as they are hit by it. See this? There's no reason to fear them so much. I turn to my teammates and brag about what I just did. If all enemies are going to be as weak as this, we're going to have an easy time in this dungeon. Ha ha ha. You really a broken bar. Annoying pest. I swat one of those glowing flies away. Even if they are glowing flies, they are flies after all, so they are annoying and like to stick to your face or move near your ear. I would like to kill them, but the worst part about them being flies is that they are naturally hard to hit with attacks. I could use an area skill, but it's a waste of EP or MP. Annoyed at the flies that are swarming me, I set my sight on another target, the pack of lightning sheep I can see from my current position. Ha ha ha. You're my next target. Die ear 1/4. Wait. Something's weird about those flies and sheep. And didn't I tell you to not rush ahead? Ignoring Carl's words again, I come close to the sheeps. But, just as I'm about to swing my sword at one of them, something completely unexpected happens. The flies chased me the whole way, but I'm faster than them. And the moment one of the flies gets close enough to the sheep, it happens. What happens? Well, both the fly and the sheep burst into fire and lightning explosions, respectively, and those explosions make the other flies and sheep explode too, in a chain reaction. And I'm caught in the middle. BZZZT, boom, boom, BZZZT, BZZZT, boom, BZZZT. When the chain reaction finally ends, I find myself in the phantasmal version of my champion. Until now, due to so many visual effects, I couldn't see the game message in front of me telling me I died. You have died. Yeah, I know, thanks. There's no need to rub salt into the wound. I then opened the battle log to see what the hell has happened, but what I see makes me want to cry. I didn't notice before, but the whole time when the flies were flying around me, I was taking constant fire damage from every one of them at the same time. And when the explosions occurred, I was already low on HP, so I easily died. I raise my arms in anger as I shout, "Shit, I got done in." What the heck was that? How can you make flies and sheep explode like this? I didn't even touch them at all. Fuck you, Danny. If we don't reach the second phase because of you dying here, I'm never going to talk to you again. I was sure this was some kind of trap, so why didn't you stop when Carls told you to? Then, you should have helped me instead of blaming me now, Tony. Complaining after the fact means you are blaming everything on me and making excuses. Tony is looking at me with his face distorted by anger. He's holding his axe, ready to strike at me. Hey, what are you trying to do? I'm already dead. Even if you want to hit me out of anger, it isn't possible anymore. Ha ha ha. Now, stop fighting. Danny made a mistake, but there's no need to complain to him so much. Next time, don't rush ahead like this, okay, Danny? If you learn from this and don't do it again. A broken bar. I get angry at his words, so I snap back at him. Yeah, well, I made a mistake, so what? But why didn't you warn me, Carls? Aren't you always showing off your knowledge? Does this mean you let me die on purpose? Huh? He scratches his cheek and furrows his eyebrows when he hears me. I'm sorry, but it's the first time I see monsters like Thusi. Broken bar. They must be special monsters from one crazy flesh monstrosity player. A broken bar. What? So your knowledge is useless after all? Ha, I knew it. Useless knowledge from a useless fighter. Don't call me useless. Tired of hearing Carl's and Tony's complaints, I turn my head to the only party member who hasn't said anything until now, Sarah. It turns out she's been looking at me with cold eyes as if I was less than garbage. With a HMPH sound, she turns her head away. Then, she starts to talk with Carls as if I didn't exist. I cross my arms in protest and gnash my teeth, but I don't have any other option than to follow the rest of the team for now. Once we beat this dungeon, I'm going to show my teammates how good I am. Yeah, they're going to be so astonished at my display of skill and battle prowess. I'm going to kill everything in our path. Ha ha ha. I follow my team from behind. There's a limit to what you can do as a phantom, and exploring ahead is completely banned. You can't be the team's invulnerable scout. But since I'm dead, I don't have anything at all to do. For now, I'm going to keep track of all my teammates' mistakes so that I can defend myself if they want to pick on me again. HMPH. As if I was the only one who can make mistakes. Ha 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 ha. You complained so much about my mistake at the beginning of the dungeon, only to get yourselves killed so easily later on. Ha 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 ha. Right now I'm rolling on the floor laughing. Even if we float instead of walking when we are in our phantasmal form, we can still do things like this. After all, the phantasmal form is mostly an aesthetic thing. We can't cross walls or the floor, only other players and monsters. And yes, all of them got killed pretty quickly after I died. The first one to die was Sarah, our healer. Soon after I died, she walked into the random tunnel and got eaten by a gigantic worm-like monster. And she lacks damage, so broken bar she died before she could kill the monster from the inside. Ah ha ha ha. Serves her right. That's what you get for looking at me as if you were superior all the time. The next one to die was, funnily enough, Carls. He who likes to brag about his knowledge so much, and is always so bossy, got killed because he didn't look at the battle log at all. I cracked up when I saw his face after looking at the battle log filled with your HP has been reduced by 2 messages. Ha ha ha. And the last one to die was Tony. It isn't his fault, but he was the only one to not die due to a stupid mistake. When he reached a zone filled with poison mushrooms, he couldn't properly fight alone and surrounded by poison, and well, you know the rest. See, this is why I was against entering the tournament with Danny. If he didn't die so easily, he might have been the one to be eaten by the worm, and with his high damage, he would have survived. And then I could have healed you and Tony before you were killed. But the worst is that he's laughing at us all the time. ... Yeah, I'm sorry, Sarah. But I thought that, because he's good in combat, he could complement our team that lacks firepower. A broken bar. Looking at me with disgust and anger, Sarah talks with Carl's shit. I hate it so much when people talk about me as if I wasn't present. He. That was quite fun. Killing one player with a very big explosion just after entering the dungeon, and then slowly killing the rest of the team. Not only that, but you also managed to destroy all their teamwork, and maybe their friendship, if you can call that friendship, in less than 5 minutes. A broken bar. I'll call it the Big Bang. Did you see it, Geordie? Inside a room filled with screens and people watching them, a woman is laughing and pointing at one of the screens. Oh, yes, I did. It was an amazing explosion. See, Alicia? Do you understand now why I like the flesh monstrosities so much? You never know what the players will prepare for the next encounter. And not only that, a broken bar. SHH. Shut up. Another enemy team is entering the dungeon right now. ... Okay. But don't forget you have a job you should be doing instead of watching the matches. A broken bar. Yes, she says while making a leave me alone gesture with her hand. Shrugging his shoulders, Geordie leaves Alicia. He then rises his cup of coffee to take a sip and looks around. Some people, especially those who are doing their job properly, are directing awkward or angry gazes at Alicia. ... She's going to spend all the time looking at that screen, isn't she, broken bar? He shrugs his shoulders yet again and suspires. Andreu and his team didn't know about this until later, but the random weird monsters part of the dungeon was creating many more victims than they expected. Mostly because the invaders didn't know how to fight against them, but also because of the mistakes they made. Even so, the only team to suffer complete defeat in that part of the dungeon was the first one. Let's say that they got 4 free kills thanks to someone's recklessness, and the chain of events it generated. We're now inside our first randomly assigned dungeon for the tournament's first phase. Okay, guys. Now's the time to give our best. We trained our team player and polished our dungeon delving skills for this day. Let's show the world how good we are. Ha ha ha. Having finished his short motivational speech, Ricard raises his hands in an "Aren't I amazing?" pose. Though I don't know if Laura or Clara are listening to him or not. I'm certainly not. ... Did you a broken bar discussed previously? A broken bar? I think maybe in a few more weeks. A broken bar. And looks like they aren't either, though I can only understand fragments of what they say. Clap. Clap. I clap my hands 2 times to get everyone's attention. Hey, let's focus. I then look around. There's a broken bar, polished stone tunnels everywhere I can see, with torches every few meters. And also a broken bar. No, there's nothing else in my sight. If I had to guess, I'd say we are inside a Stone Lord's dungeon. But I can't see anything relevant. And you? It's true that it looks similar to a Stone Lord's dungeon. But you must keep in mind that in this tournament every team has 4 players. So even if one was a dwarf, we still don't know what the other 3 will be. I know a broken bar, I say in response to Ricard's words. I ask Laura next. ... Lily? Any idea? Not really. I think the best we can do is start moving and stop wasting time, just in case. I also ask my little sister, Clara. And you, Lemon? She's only looking in my direction without saying anything. Well, I think she's looking here. Broken bar. It's very hard to tell when her champion has no eyes. I wait for an answer but she still doesn't say anything. That's a little creepy, so I decide to ignore her. Then, let's go. As usual, Baldy goes first as the party's tank. The tunnel opens into a slightly wider area. There isn't anything of relevance here, except for the fact there are 3 tunnels here. Is this one of those famous traps where you have to choose the correct path or you die? But my thoughts are interrupted when something starts to make loud clanking noises right next to us. Clank, 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 Clank. What's making those noises? Shit. Ricard swears and immediately uses dark grab. And what appears in his hand when the skill's animation ends is a very tiny golem. At least it looks like one because it is metallic. I didn't see it when I entered the room. It was well hidden. I just hope it isn't too late. A broken bar. Interrupting his words, loud clanking noises come from the left tunnel. And not too long after, also from the other two tunnels. Fuck. He swears again. He then turns around and explains the situation to us as he scratches his cheek. We're screwed. This golem is something similar to an alarm trap, except that it works in conjunction with others of its kind. We should assume that every monster in the dungeon is headed our way to kill us. The good part is that, because of the CP used on the golems, the other mobs will be weaker than in most dungeons. But a broken bar, they will come at us all at once. That sounds bad. I say, you messed it up again, Baldy. You're always making mistakes. Ricard snaps at Clara's provocation. I don't want to hear this from you, Lemon. If every monster is headed our way, we shouldn't stay here then. Ignoring Ricard's and Clara's bickering, Laura looks at me and says, and what do you suggest? We need to choose one of the tunnels and go inside. We're going to get killed if we stay here, but if we choose one, we have 1 in a 3rd chance to survive, don't you think? My broken bar. Laura's idea makes sense. What tunnel do you suggest? She looks away and crosses her arms while saying, it's your decision as the leader, not mine. You want me to choose so that the blame doesn't fall upon you. Huh? You scheming succubus. A broken bar. Now, what tunnel should I choose? The left one is the one from which the clanking sounds replying to the first golem came from. A broken bar. Isn't it too suspicious? Then the central one. It's the one right in front of us. Isn't it too suspicious too? It's as if the enemy team put it intentionally right in front of the entrance so that we unconsciously choose it. Our broken bar. But then, I have a bad feeling about the right one. Something's telling me I don't come here. I slowly look at the 3 tunnels one last time, trying to make up my mind. My broken bar. I've decided. I don't have any dice or coin to make the decision for me, so I'm going to do it the good old way, running straight ahead like a headless chicken and hoping for the best. We'll take the middle one. We can already see some enemies coming from the left tunnel. They are a mix of goblins and dwarves. So we run to the central tunnel and enter it before it's too late. But then, Ricard suddenly stops and waves at us to continue moving. What are you doing now? I ask. Does he want to get all of us killed? But what he answers in a serious mode makes me feel proud of him. Well, somewhat proud. Our little baby is growing up. I'm staying here. Even if we were lucky and the dungeon core is further down this tunnel, it's possible for us to get sandwiched between the enemies that are coming from this tunnel and those chasing after us from the other 2. I'll stay here and slow them down as much as I can while you go and find the core. I'm the most resilient one, and also the one who made the mistake, so I'll take full responsibility for it. Okay, I say. I hope you have good luck and don't die. Lemon, you go first now. You're the only melee remaining. Yes, I'll show you I can be useful. Hey Baldy, good luck there. Good. This way our chances to survive have increased. I'll take the rear then. Our mage and leader better be in the center. Accepting Ricard's resolve, I urge the rest of the team to move on. We continue moving forward as Ricard waves at us with his hand. Also, I'm an undead, so I can't actually die again. I'm the one best suited for this. A broken bar. Okay, I regret being proud of him. Even if it was only a little. We fight our way through lots of enemy units. The first ones to appear are the same goblins and dwarfs we already saw appearing from the left tunnel. But soon after, better units appear, like orcs, and some weird golems that throw missiles at us. But they don't pose too much of a problem. Even if we are only 3, because we are running in the opposite direction as them, we encounter them scattered, and they die easily to our concentrated attacks. The bad part is that there are lots of extra tunnels everywhere, so we have to backtrack our steps more than once, and every time we do, The next group of enemies we encounter is harder to beat because the enemies had time to lump together. Though it's nothing a few chain lightnings and hellfire combo can't make quick work of. We continue running through polished stone tunnels until we reach a room with something that glows in a faint purple light. Hey, brother, look at that. There's the dungeon core right in front of us. We did it. You chose the correct path. Yay. It's thanks to my amazing deduction and analytic skills that we could safely reach the dungeon core and break it. Ha ha ha. See, as I was saying before, the headless chicken approach always works. Ha ha ha. Wow. You're amazing, brother. Laura looks at me skeptically. So you were lucky choosing randomly and now you're bragging about it. Huh? Don't look at me with those eyes. It hurts. Not wanting to suffer that stare any longer, I quickly concede. Okay, Broken Bar, you are right. I was lucky. I just chose one tunnel randomly. Hey, you lied. Do you think I'm still a kid, and you can easily lie to me all the time? Huh? Now, Lemon. I pat her head and she calms down. I was just spouting bullshit. Do you really think I was trying to deceive you? No. I don't. Ha ha ha. Easy. Too easy. It's so easy to convince her of anything. Though I had to touch something disgusting and now my hand is slimy, so not everything's good. When I look away from my little sister, I notice Laura still staring at me with the same eyes as before. She must know I just manipulated Clara's thoughts. A broken bar. But why do I feel there's something else mixed in her gaze? Something like jealousy, maybe a broken bar? No. What are you thinking, Andreu? Why should she be jealous? It's impossible to be jealous for patting my sister's disgusting head. Trying to break the awkward mood, I decide to talk about what happened with Ricard. Do you think Ricard's alive? I'm almost sure he's dead by now. Maybe he's coming here in his phantasmal form, and will soon start to brag about his heroic deeds, says Laura. Broken Bar. Didn't you feel a little bit disgusted at his attitude? I'm sure he thought he was some kind of noble warrior sacrificing himself for his princess. Clara. Broken Bar. It isn't nice to say bad things about dead people, though I must say I totally agree with what you said. But we shouldn't be wasting time here. Until we crush the dungeon core, we can still be killed at Broken Bar or something worse. So I move to the dungeon core and crush it. Then, I say, we'll never forget Baldy. He sacrificed himself so we three could survive and live another dire Broken Bar. It's a shame we'll never see him again. I feign to wipe my non-existent tears. Then, a phantasmal version of Ricard comes close to us from the passage we came from. Hey, I see you managed to survive and clear the dungeon. Ha ha ha. Nice job. Of course, I can see and hear Ricard, but I still open my mouth again and say the following words. I'm so sad I can still hear him. A Broken Bar. Yeah, me too. I can still hear his unending ramblings, explaining everything about the game, even those parts that nobody cares about. From my side, Laura continues my joke. Guys, stop ignoring me. We walk to the dungeon portal that will teleport us to our second randomly selected dungeon. When we reach it, I say, in a very sad voice, life is so hard. A Broken Bar. Poor Baldy. We'll miss him dearly. Yeah, we will. It's at this moment that Clara opens her mouth. Was she waiting for this exact moment to say something? Baldy? Who's that? Who are you talking about? Was there somebody called Baldy? So she's taking the A. We already forgot who he was. Root, huh? Nice. I decide to go along with her. Baldy. A Broken Bar. I feel he was someone important to me, but I don't know anymore. It seems I've forgotten already. Is that so? I feel the same, says Laura. Hey, I know you are joking, so stop it. It isn't funny. We continue to ignore him. A second later, I suspire again. Then, in a normal tone, as if everything previous to this moment wasn't real, I say, well, let's move on. We three still need to clear as many dungeons as possible. Laura and Clara nod at my words. And no way. A Broken Bar. Can it be real? How is it that they can't hear me? A Broken Bar. Is it a bug? Ricard continues spouting nonsense. It seems he's starting to believe our words, somehow. If you knew it was a joke, how come you are doubting your own words now? Ha ha ha. But when I'm about to cross the portal. A Broken Bar. PFFFT. He. I'm sorry, brother, Lily. I couldn't hold my laughter anymore. He. What a shame. We were so close to making him believe he was an actual phantom and nobody could see or hear him. A broken bar. From my side, Laura bursts out laughing too. PFFT. You must admit you were getting desperate there, Baldy. Ha ha ha. With our laughing voices and Ricard's complaints, we cross the portal and enter our second dungeon for the tournament's first phase. As I already told you, most teams design a very lethal dungeon for this first phase. This time, we found something like an alarm trap that called all monsters to a position, a very nasty one. But once we enter the next dungeon, who knows what we're going to encounter? You must stay alert all the time, because the only sure thing is that all other players will have planned nasty and deadly encounters for us. Remember that the way you design dungeons for dungeon invasions or dungeon battles is different. The latter also applies to the tournament. For dungeon invasions you try to make the players enjoy the diving experience, but in dungeon battles you want to kill them as soon as possible. Though the definition of a fun differs from one player to another, so it's possible to find normal dungeons where they try to kill the enemy invaders to a broken bar. This was part of the knowledge drilling done by Ricard in retaliation for ignoring him in his phantasmal form. Here we are, in our second tournament dungeon. After crossing the dungeon portal, we recover all our HP, MP, etc., as well as get resurrected if we died. This is so we can go all out in every dungeon instead of having to save resources for later, a very important thing when you are assaulted all the time by monsters and traps going for your life. Of course, single-use skills are also reset, like the grand finale skill and the status reduction it creates. But I didn't use it, so it doesn't matter. And also, it gives players who messed up, or who were unlucky in the random matchup, to have another opportunity to classify for the second phase, or main tournament, if you prefer. Because being unlucky, getting killed in your first dungeon, and then being automatically disqualified is bad. The DMA developers are benevolent towards the players, in that they let them choose when to start the invasion into the next dungeon by crossing the portal instead of being teleported after crushing the dungeon core. So we can take some time to relax before starting the next invasion. If the team members are dead or scattered, only one player needs to cross the portal and all the others will teleport too. Anyway, returning to the dungeon, we are surrounded by white and polished marble walls, with engravings in the middle section, neatly ordered tiles with geometric patterns on the floor, and braziers every now and then on the walls. This clearly looks like some kind of temple, maybe an underground one, but I'm not sure. The first one to say something, having finished looking around, is Ricard. Humans. This place smells of humans. With a deranged look in his eyes, he enthusiastically raises his arms, only to be dejected soon after as he remembers a very important piece of information. What a shame we can't get souls in the tournament, because I'm 98% sure this is a human dungeon. Why a broken bar? Just why can't we get our special resources in the tournament? Finally, he drops to the floor and shouts, dejected. It's like watching a movie about the 3 steps needed to go from euphoria to despair. You okay, Ricard? You already knew about it when we read the tournament rules, so why are you reacting like this now? I walk there and pat his shoulder 2 times, in pity. Don't get used to it, okay? Because this is going to be the first, as well as the last time I try to console you for something as stupid as this. So we should expect humans. Anything else? Laura and Clara shake their heads in denial of my question. Ricard a broken bar. He's still on his knees, blabbering nonsense, so let's ignore him until he recovers his sanity. Or at least until he returns to his normal state, which isn't exactly sane but will do for now. Okay, then let's start moving. As usual, Baldy will take a broken bar. I stop talking when I see Ricard's soulless expression. He has a vacant look and doesn't react after waving my hand right in front of his face. If I'm honest with you, right now, he looks like a real undead. It's kind of scary because his champion is an actual undead, a death knight. Never mind. Lemon, you'll take the lead. Followed by Lily, then me, and the last one is Baldy. A good leader needs to adapt to the situations at hand. Right now Ricard ice a broken bar. Let's say he isn't feeling well, so I can't count on him right now. I already knew something like this could happen, taking into account Ricard's antics. I wouldn't dare say it's a plan B because so far broken bar, well, certain stuff you might see later on. But when I was playing with my little sister to rise her level, I did some runs with her taking the lead so that she could get used to the position. So everything's going to be fine. A broken bar? I hope so. The first thing we find in our way is humans. Only humans. This must be an all-human player team because it's weird we haven't seen any other unit type so far, unless they are planning to surprise us later on, that is. Ricard is still a soulless husk. He is reminded every time we kill one human that he can't enjoy their juicy and tasty souls, in his own words, and gets depressed again. He's recovered enough to be able to talk and give info tips, but I still don't want him to take the lead. Just in case. More humans ahead, warns my little sister. After killing the group of 4 humans, she complains. I'm sure she's pouting, but her champion doesn't allow us to see it because it doesn't have lips or a face at all. Her broken bar. I hate when they are so weak. Before I manage to stack some of my skills, they're already dead. That's what happens when you have lots of dot skills and the enemy is weak. It's the same in all other games, I say. But don't be depressed. In exchange you are very powerful against strong enemies. She and I have opposite builds. I excel against multiple weak enemies and she's the best against single and powerful ones. You could also take a few instant damage skills if you like. But then you'll lose your specialization, like me, adds Laura. I believe your build is very important for us as a team. Is that so, broken bar? She clenches her tentacle fist. Thank you, Lily. I'll show you how I melt any strong enemy we encounter. We fight a few more human groups. They are all quite weak. My broken bar. I don't understand what's up here. Normally, a team would design the dungeon to be as dangerous as possible, because one way to obtain points is to kill invaders, but this dungeon has been too easy until now. Maybe the other team hasn't read the rules, or are they simply a group of noobs? I don't know. But I feel uneasy. It's just as I'm thinking this that the passage ends and we enter some kind of fighting arena. There are empty seats all around us, protected by a translucent film of some kind of material, and from the ceiling, the sunlight enters and illuminates the area. Were we underground until now? But we don't have a lot of time to look around because, from several other entrances that were previously closed, heavily armed humans enter and surround us as soon as we reach the central area. They are a mix of heavy warriors and knights, 4 of each. They are 2 decently strong units from the Iron Lord's faction. I'm unsure about their CP costs, but they must be between 200 and 400 CP. How do I know they are heavy warriors and knights? Well, it's easy to see because heavy warriors always wear their characteristic heavy armor, and the knights must always wear a cape. This is a lot more dangerous situation than the previous fights. For once, there are more than 4 enemies, at a total of 8. But they are also a lot stronger. If we exclude the stats obtained by leveling up, because I'm sure we are higher level than they are, each enemy is only slightly weaker than each of us. And there is twice the number of broken bar. This is getting serious. I say, both the quality and quantity increased quite a bit from the previous groups. A broken bar. Lily, Lemon, get ready for an intense fight. I then look at Ricard. He's still downcast, so I shake him up a bit and also slap him twice on the face. I promise it's just to wake him up and not to relieve me of the stress caused by his behavior. Wake up, Baldy. It's time for a serious fight. He ignores me even after the slaps, so I decide to use the trump card, also called the taboo phrase you must never say in front of him unless you want to trigger his a crazy mode. And that ice a broken bar. It's time to kill some humans. Kill a broken bar. Humans? Light returns to his eyes as he understands what I just said. Humans? Where are the humans? I'm going to kill them all and consume their tasty souls. Ha ha ha. He returned to normal. Well, as normal as that can be. Let's not mention he won't be able to get their souls, just in case. Yeah, affect humans. So do your job properly and try to get the aggro of as many of them as you can. It's a good thing our team doesn't rely too much on physical attacks to deal damage, because the heavy warriors are difficult to kill if you only have physical damage. Oh, yeah. Do you remember I like to complain so much about humans not having innate skills? Well, it isn't completely true. Don't misunderstand. They do not have any innate skills. It's just that a broken bar, when trained into higher tier units, some of them automatically obtain certain skills. They aren't unique or innate in any way, so you can give those skills to any unit you want, but they are free skills that don't cost any skill points to obtain. Though this doesn't solve the part where they can't have anything truly unique, because any other player can give their units the same skills as those obtained by the human units, only that they cost 1 skill point. And no, if I create units with human bodies, my units don't get those A-trained skills, because I didn't A-train them. That's why I don't want to use humans at all if possible. The skills that the heavy warrior and knight always have are heavy armor and dauntless, respectively. Heavy armor, passive skill, reduce the physical damage you receive by 30%, but your speed is reduced by 1. Dauntless, passive skill, when facing an enemy with at least 20% higher average stats than you, increase all damage you deal by 20%. The heavy armor doesn't affect us very much because a lot of our damage comes from spells or skills that deal other types of damage, but the dauntless skill is different. It is one of those skills that are designed to face stronger units, and the knights have decent stats already, so a 20% increase in damage isn't something to scoff at. By the way, I'm not sure if I explained to you or not, but champions don't get the 100% stat buff in this tournament. So yes, it follows most of the normal dungeon battle, PvP, rules. But even without the buff, I believe our stats, or at least Ricard's, are higher than theirs. So they are going to benefit from the 20% increase in damage this combat. Fuck our bad luck. As a side note, resistance skills to the same damage type don't stack. If you have a skill that increases the resistance by 20% and another that raises it by 30%, you only get 30% resistance. This is obviously for balance reasons. A very funny consequence of this is what happens with dwarf units. Because they already have the innate 20% reduction damage on all types of attacks, basic resistance skills do very little on them. That is, unless you upgrade those skills a broken bar. So, roleplay-wise, you either end with naked dwarfs that tank all damage with their stone skin skill, or with highly armored dwarfs that are almost immune to that kind of damage. And I've been to dwarf dungeons where the player actually gives the dwarfs the proper equipment. Basically, I fought against dwarfs wearing a loincloth, and also against tin cans with eyes. Ha ha ha. It was amazing. While I'm remembering the dwarfs wearing loincloths, the humans are getting closer. Ha ha ha. Do you really think a bunch of humans can scare me? Ricard shouts again, before rushing ahead. He's the tank and I told him to get their aggro, so he's doing his job properly. A broken bar, I suppose you can say it like this. When Baldy gets their attention, you bring them down one at a time. Okay, Lemon? Yes, brother. Also, Lily, focus on healing. Don't let Baldy die a broken bar again. I'll try to assist where it's needed. They are quite strong units and are scattered, so chain lightning won't work properly. Following my instructions, Clara latches her tentacles on her first victim, and Laura prepares to dash in with Blink and save Ricard when he's reduced to low HP. Andy, a broken bar. I wait for the right time to act. A little bit more a broken bar, just a bit more a broken bar now. I cast chain lightning against the poor knight with the monstrous creature attached, also called my little sister. When his HP bar is almost depleted, the spell reaches the first knight and then jumps to another knight. They are scattered, so it only jumped one time, but thanks to timing it properly, the 20% increased damage, plus my usual 40% extra spell damage, the spell leaves the second knight with less than half HP, and the first knight, left at 1 horsepower, immediately dies to Clara's duties. Lemon, that one's the next one. I point at the knight that received the lightning jump. Ha 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 ha. Come and see if you can kill me. Ha 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 ha. Meanwhile, Ricard is spinning, using the whirlwind skill, and attacking all the enemies in range at the same time. He's currently surrounded by 4 heavy warriors and 1 knight. I don't know if he did it on purpose or what. Due to broken bar, the heavy warriors excel in defense, so they don't deal too much damage, and thanks to his innate skill, Essence Siphon, which heals him for 20% of the damage he deals, added to Laura's healing, he's holding his own pretty well. We killed 1 knight, 1 is going to die soon, the 3rd is attacking Ricard, and the last a near broken bar. It's chasing me. I got his aggro after casting Chain Lightning and it's now chasing me through the whole arena. Stop it, you jerk, I shout. I'm a squishy mage, you know. If you want a duel, go fight that crazy undead over there. Ignoring my words, the knight continues to chase after me. Every now and then, I slow down and the knight gets close and hits me. What am I doing, you ask? Well, I don't want to spend too much EP running away, so I'm moving slower to save as much EP as possible. But the main reason is, I allow him to attack me every time the lightning shield timer is reset. I take some damage from the knight's attacks, but he takes more damage from my lightning shield, so I win after every clash. Without doing anything, just running away. Ha ha ha. Also, sometimes the lightning shield stun activates and I can rest for a short while. Lemon, get closer to Baldy. I'm going to use Chain Lightning. Also, Lily, heal her. She's going to die soon. After receiving the attacks from the first knight, and now the attacks from the other knight, she's getting dangerously low on HP. After all, knights do a lot of damage. Laura quickly casts Revitalize on Clara. Then, as I told her, she gets closer to Ricard and I cast Chain Lightning targeting the knight Clara was fighting, who's almost dead by now. The spell hits the first knight, and then it bounces between the 4 heavy warriors and the other knight, who are attacking Ricard. The first knight is almost dead, and the other enemies are severely damaged, thanks to staying in Ricard's whirlwind's range for a long time. If you add this to the Chain Lightning and Shared Voltage combo, a broken bar, the first knight gets stunned, and both the normal Chain Lightning and Shared Voltage trigger jump to the nearest enemy, dealing a large amount of damage. The Chain Lightning keeps jumping and triggering Shared Voltage every time it should reduce an enemy to 0 horsepower, and then the Shared Voltage lightning jumps and spreads the remaining damage. Even if there are only 6 enemies in the mix, with so many lighting triggers, it looks amazing. Ha! Look at that amazing visual effects. I say, added to Baldy's whirlwind skill, it looks like an electric tornado. Ha ha ha! I shout, raising my arms and laughing maniacally. Well, that's it. This'll end the fight. The remaining enemies were low on HP, so the Chain Lightning must have made quick work of them. And Ricard's whirlwind will deal the last hit. A broken bar. It looks nice, brother. But don't forget about that knight that's still chasing you. Oh, shit, I forgot about that one. At this exact moment, I see a sword slashing at me. This is some kind of skill, isn't it? I'm fucked. It's easy to get distracted and stop looking at your surroundings during a battle. That's why assassin units are one of the most feared units when playing this game. Basic knowledge every DMA player knows, or is forced to acknowledge after getting killed by one. The only remaining knight slashes at me. It must be some kind of skill because it doesn't look like a normal attack. I try to avoid it, but it's already too late. The sword hits me. At the same time, lightning appears around me and shoots against my aggressor, pushing the knight away and stunning it for a short while. Ha! At least it didn't kill me. This was a very close call. Broken bar, I say, looking at my status window. My HP is currently in the danger zone. I take this chance to run away and ask for help. Can somebody take this knight off of me? I'm about to die. Sure thing. I'm on it. I'll help you too, brother. Both Laura and Clara rush at the knight to save me. The poor knight is now being restrained by tentacles at the same time as a succubus hits it with a weeper broken bar. I don't ever want to be in that position. Note to my future self, never aggro both of them simultaneously. Meanwhile, broken bar. Ha ha ha. How did you like it? You bunch of pathetic humans can't reach my supreme level. Ha ha ha. Ricard is spouting bullshit again. Though this time it only lasts until he remembers he won't get any souls in the dungeon, and his sullen expression returns. It's like watching an emotional roller coaster. He's switching from depression to happiness faster than I ever imagined possible. A short time later, after the last night is killed, I bring order to the chaotic situation. Hey, let's calm down everybody. We can't waste time here. We must move forward. Can I go in front again, please? A broken bar. I hesitate for a moment, but then I look at Ricardo. Broken bar. Okay, you can go in front, Lemon. I think it's the best option. Yay. Laura comes next to me and whispers, are you sure about it? It was fine until now, but you know she can be quite unpredictable. I know. Buta. Broken bar. I nod. I completely agree with her point of view. Buta. Broken bar. I then make a gesture pointing at Ricard and say, ... Do you think he's a better option right now? She then looks at Ricard and frowns. You're right. It might be for the best. So we continue moving forward in the same formation as before. Hey, look there. There's the dungeon core. Clara shouts as soon as she turns around the corner. And there's nothing else in the path. I'll be the one to crush it. He. Wait. Stop. Laura tries to stop my little sister before it's too late, but she dodges the succubus and rushes ahead. What's going on, Lily? Did she run ahead because we're at the dungeon core? I ask. Isn't it too soon? But now that I think a bit more about it, the previous group with the knights and heavy warriors must have cost quite a lot of CP, so we might be close to the end. Stupefied at Clara's actions, Laura's reaction is late. She doesn't answer my question and stays there for a moment. When she recovers, she follows my little sister. ... Hey, I said wait. It looks dangerous. I don't hear Clara saying anything in response, so she must be ignoring Laura. She's doing it again. A broken bar. I sigh at my little sister's behavior. It's already too late to stop her. I hesitated because I'm in the back and can't see what's ahead, and now she's running amok. A broken bar. I, too, pick up my piece and turn around the corner. The first thing I see is Clara crossing a gigantic bridge, and Laura chasing a few meters behind. I said stop right there. No, brother is going to praise me for destroying the dungeon core. He. Yeah, broken bar. I don't think so. Below the bridge, there's a very deep chasm. I can't see the bottom of it at all. A broken bar. If you exclude the bridge and the braziers illuminating the way, the rest of the room is empty. The walls and floor have the same engravings and geometric patterns as before, but the bridge is amazing. It puts to shame all bridges I've seen in real life. And, as Clara said before starting to run, there's the dungeon core at the other side of this bridge. Decorations you already have in your dungeon don't cost any CP to use in dungeon battles. You can use something like this if you want, and there's no detriment for the tournament at all. This is why you can go as far as you want with decorations. I chase after them, but, about the same time my little sister crosses the halfway mark and Laura is a few meters in, I hear a loud noise and stop. Rumbling sounds. At first, I think it is some kind of trap activating, but when the noise increases in volume, I see the bridge collapsing. Several parts of the bridge fall into the chasm, and the other parts soon follow them. Laura tries to run back to our side, but the ground collapses before she can make it. Luckily, she has blink, so she uses it and barely makes it to the chasm's edge. But Clara, who was in the middle of the bridge when it started to collapse, can't do anything. She's too far from both sides, and she has no mobility skills. She turns around before falling into the chasm, looking here in a panic and waving at me. Is she saying goodbye? ... You really a broken bar. I can only put a hand on my face and sigh at what's happening. The only thing me and Ricard can do is watch the spectacle. I must say it looks quite amazing from our position. ... Broken bar. I was lucky there. Broken bar. If not for the blink skill I would be dead right now. Having barely made it, Laura looks down from the edge. ... There's no way Lemon survived. As Laura said, my little sister can't survive this. Not too long after, we can see Clara's champion come out of the chasm, in her phantasmal form. ... What the hell did you do, Lemon? I admonish her. Did you want to kill yourself so much? No, I didn't do anything. The bridge suddenly collapsed. I didn't touch anything. I swear. A broken bar. That was a broken bar. An instant death trap, I think. Oh, Did you recover from your human soul obsession, Ricard? Nah, what am I saying? That's a chronic illness. I'm sure it triggered when somebody reached the halfway point. I see a broken bar. But it doesn't make sense. Still angry because of what happened, Laura complains. I understand everyone's trying to kill the player teams that invade their dungeon to earn extra points, so putting an instant death trap makes sense. A broken bar, but there's no other way around the chasm. How are we going to cross it now? And why did you charge ahead without listening, Lemon? No. I'm sure there's another path somewhere. There must be. If the only path was the collapsing bridge, the dungeon wouldn't be valid because there's no direct and permanent path between the entrance and the dungeon core. Yeah, what Baldy just said. Also a broken bar. Lily, please calm down. If Lemon didn't run ahead and triggered the trap on her own, all of us would have been on top of the bridge when it collapsed and everybody would be dead right now. What a nasty trap this is. A broken bar. He. Yeah, you should thank me instead of complaining. I glare at her, who's laughing after getting herself killed. Lemon, you and me are going to talk about this later. I know you unintentionally ended up saving us, but still a broken bar. I sigh. Also, we need to find the real path now. You might ask, why don't we destroy the dungeon core with a ranged attack and be done with this, right? We don't do it because we can't. There are 2 restrictions put on invaders that can prevent the destruction of the dungeon core. The first one is that there can't be any enemy, from the dungeon defense mobs, in the same room as the dungeon core and within 20 meters. This is to prevent somebody to destroy it when being chased by monsters or to destroy it in the middle of a fight. But there are no enemies anywhere, at least no enemies I can see right now, so we can ignore this one. The second one is that you must be within arm's reach to destroy it. Yeah, our broken bar, as much as my little sister can extend her tentacles, there's no way to grab the dungeon core if we don't cross this chasm first. I ask the others if they saw another passage when coming this way, but they shake their heads except for Clara, who raises her hand with enthusiasm. Oh, I know. What do you know? I'm not in the mood for stupid things right now. A broken bar, I swear. If she spouts nonsense, I'll explode. I saw it when I came out of the chasm. There's another passage there, she says, pointing near the edge of the room, where the chasm and the engraved wall meet. What are you saying? A broken bar? There's nothing there. Broken bar. The only thing there is the wall, reduced to rubble. It looks as if the original room was split by a tectonic shift or something similar. Both room halves have the same style, and the engravings and floor patterns continue from one side to the other. And the only thing connecting both sides was the bridge. Yes, there's a path. Come on, believe me. Okay, broken bar, I'll come. I decide to let her drag me away. I mean, there's nothing to lose even if it's a broken bar. Laura and Ricard shrug their shoulders and follow us. As I was saying, there's nothing a broken bar. We're now close to the chasm's edge, but we can't see anything. Before, because of the lack of light, all the braziers are on the path to the collapsed bridge. It was hard to see and I couldn't be sure of it. But now, I can clearly see there's nothing at all. No, come closer. You must come here and look below. Look below? You mean into the chasm? Yes. I follow her instructions. The chasm is so deep I can't see the end of it. The darkness is asphyxiating. But I also see what Clara was talking about. Yuga broken bar, that's very nasty. I say, it's so nasty it puts my dungeon's gimmicks to shame. What do you mean, mad rat? Let me see it too. Laura pushes me so she can see it too. Right below our position, there's a staircase that goes down. It's camouflaged into the cliffside and it's impossible to see it from any other place here. Broken bar unless you can fly, or you jump into the chasm. Then, there's a pitch black and very narrow bridge that crosses the gap to the other side, so dark I can only distinguish its contour because I'm close to it right now. I can't see it from this position, but I'm sure there are more stairs on the other side of the bridge. So it is like this. Her broken bar? You see the dungeon core and get excited. The only path is the bridge, so you cross it, assuming that even if it's trapped, it's the only way forward. Then, it collapses and you die. The end. But then, when you come back up in your phantom form, You can see there was another path that crosses at our broken bar and you are filled with despair. Not even I have something this nasty in my dungeon. Maybe I can use something similar in the future. Something that screams this is the only way forward when it's a trap and the real path is hidden right next to it. Foo. Ha ha ha. Madrat, what do we do? Laura's question brings me back from my delusions. Am I a broken bar? Oh. Yeah, we cross it. This must be the good path. Okay, then, I'll go first. She takes the lead and goes down the stairs, followed by Ricard, and me in the last place. Clara's flying around me, making noises and trying to scare me so I misstep and fall. But it doesn't work because I'm too busy making plans. I have an even better idea. A path that seems like the only way forward but in fact, it's a trap. And then, right next to it, another path that's hidden that looks like the real one, but it's also a trap. Ha ha ha. We reach the other side of the chasm without any more trouble and quickly break the dungeon core. Meanwhile, I keep planning my next dungeon gimmick. Foo. Ha ha ha. It'll be legendary. Sometimes, you'll need to know if what's ahead is a trap or not. In those cases, ask yourself this: does it look like a trap? If the answer is no, it's probably a hidden trap trying to take you by surprise. Try to avoid that area if possible. They are usually very dangerous. If the answer is yes, it's also probably a trap, only that it isn't as hidden as the other ones. It's best to avoid them if possible too, as they tend to be very dangerous. By now you might be thinking, then, how am I supposed to proceed if everything's a trap and everything's dangerous? To this, I must answer, welcome to the Mad Rat's Lab. Extract from the chapter A before we get into the serious stuff. From A: How to Stay Sane in the Mad Rat's Lab. BZZZT. An electric arc hits me after pulling a lever. Ah, shit. It's the wrong one again. I pull the lever next to the one I just pulled and the door opens. Let me try it next time, brother. I'm lucky. Okay. Not like it's important who's the one pulling the lever. A broken bar as long as the door opens, nothing else matters. We are currently in our 4th dungeon. It's full of traps everywhere. Broken bar, and as you can imagine from our previous conversation, we've already found several doors locked with 2 levers. If you pull the wrong one, a trap activates. I know. It's a 50% chance. But still, a broken bar, it hurts. Also, precisely because it has a 50% chance to do nothing, these kinds of traps, if you can call them traps, are quite cheap. And this dungeon is full of them. We have encountered traps in which, if you pull the wrong lever, you suffer an electric discharge. Traps that spew fire, traps where the floor vanishes, traps that drop a boulder on your head, a broken bar, and a lot more, like being hit by a cold blast, blinded, having the HP, EP, or MP directly drained, and any other thing you can imagine. There are even traps that make more traps appear. The only kind of traps we haven't found is the instant death ones, but I don't discard 1 or 2 instant death traps hidden between the absurd amount of other traps. So far we haven't encountered a single monster, only traps. You might be surprised at hearing this, but yes, there's not a single enemy in this dungeon. Before I forget, the 3rd dungeon, the one after the collapsing bridge, was very easy. In fact, I'm not sure if the other team understood the rules for the tournament's first phase at all. A mix of humans and elves living in wooden houses on top of the trees looks amazing, but that's the only thing they have. It isn't dangerous because the enemies are scattered, and it isn't deadly either, especially if you compare it to the instant death bridge trap. In short, we beat it without any troubles, no deaths, no surprises, and we reached the end in a short amount of time. It might even be the easiest dungeon I've ever been, relatively speaking, now that we are level 5, because the first dungeons I invaded, at level 1, were easier. Whoosh. Hey, Lemon, didn't you say you were lucky? Ha ha ha. I taunt her after receiving a burst of fire right in the face. She pulled the wrong lever in the next trap, just after saying she was lucky. No, I'll show you. This one doesn't count. Doesn't count my ass. But I don't mind, because as long as she doesn't die, it doesn't matter who takes the trap's damage. Click. In the next trap, she manages to pull the correct lever and starts showing off. See? I told you I'm lucky. No, You pulled one right and one wrong. In any way you see it, that's the 50% chance you have when pulling them at random. A broken bar. Gunan, well, broken bar, how can she make grinding noises with her teeth when she doesn't have a mouth at all? You'll see, I'll also guess the next one. Okay, whatever you say, a broken bar. Bam. PFFT. Ha ha ha. You pulled it so convinced, and then got slammed by that giant log. Ha ha ha. Again. This doesn't count. It's okay, feel free to pull the next one too. Meanwhile, Ricard and Laura are following us and talking between themselves. Sometimes, they laugh at our actions, but it looks like they decided to leave everything to us for now. Click. Yees. I guessed it. See, I can do it if I want. You did it, I shout with enthusiasm. Then, I return to a mocking tone and say, but this only makes it a 50% success, you know? If you say you're lucky, shouldn't your success ratio be higher? Yuga broken bar. Like this, we proceed through this all-trap dungeon, changing who pulls the levers so that nobody dies. We're crossing a narrow corridor when a trap that shoots poisoned arrows activates. They hit Laura, who's the one leading us right now, but they are weak, so we ignore them and continue moving forward. I think we should be reaching the end by now. Yes, I think so too. We've been here for a long time and found lots of traps. I calculated how much CP was spent in those traps, and if I'm not wrong, we must be near the end right now. Walking in front of us, Laura turns around, and Ricard confirms her suspicion. Clara shrugs her shoulders. It's good if it's true. I'm tired of so many traps already. Me too, Mad Rat. By the way, I think it's time to swap places. My HP's getting low, and I'm already out of MP to use heals. Okay, Lily. When we exit this corridor, we swap. Everyone resumes our dungeon invasion after my words. Right now, everyone is low on HP. Most traps don't deal a lot of damage, but it's damage that can't be prevented, and it's impossible to avoid most traps in this dungeon. We manage to stay alive by switching who walks in front and taking turns to pull the levers, but we're reaching our limits. We soon reach another room. There's a closed door at the other end, and 4 pillars with a lever placed on the 4 corners of the room. This is weird, a broken bar, says Laura. Until now, each door only had 2 levers. That's true, I add. Maybe this one works in another way. Who wants to try and pull one? I'll pass. As I just said, I'm too low on HP right now. I don't mind pulling it, our broken bar. Me, I'll do it. As expected, Clara enthusiastically raises her hand, interrupting Ricard. After I nod, she approaches one lever and pulls it. BZZZT. And she's electrocuted. So this isn't the correct Ania broken bar, I comment. But then, I take another look at the lever and see something unexpected. Unlike what happened until now, the lever returns to its original position. It's as if it's telling us to pull it again. How weird, a broken bar. Then, what happens if we pull another one? Or pull the same one again? Stroking her chin in a thinking pose, Laura also noticed the same thing as me. Hey, Lemon, can you try and pull that one next? Sure thing. My little sister goes there and pulls the lever Laura pointed to. When pulled, it releases another electric blast before returning to its original position. We try a few more times. Pulling a single lever at a time, regardless of which is it, doesn't work. We only take damage from activating the trap. And pulling the same lever again only releases more lightning. I have an idea. It's Ricard who proposes the next action. There are 4 levers in the 4 corners. It's impossible to pull 2 at the same time because they are far apart, but we are 4 players, a broken bar, so what's going to happen if we pull them all at the same time? It makes sense to try. I say, each of us moves in front of a lever, and we pull them all at the same time. Instead of the usual BZZZT sounds, what we hear are 4 click sounds followed by a cry. My cry. A broken bar. The ground under my feet disappears and I fall. I fire broken bar and continue falling. Will I ever reach the end? Just as I think so, my body is impaled by spikes that immediately kill me. Okay. That was very timely. Bruh the ear. Are you okay? I hear a distant shout from my little sister. No, I'm not. I'm dead. But there's no need to shout because they'll know as soon as I come out of the hole. In my phantom form, I rise from the hole. I rise, and rise, and continue rising. It's the same path as before, but I'm now moving slower a broken bar, so it takes more time than the fall. When I finally come out, I see everyone looking at me. I also see that the door is now open. Don't need to explain, I say. It was the correct method to open the door, but it also meant one of us had to die a broken bar. Both Laura and Ricard nod at my words, and Clara broken bar. Hey, your face and cry were so funny. You have to see the replay later. I'll save it later and watch it loads of times. A broken bar. She's making fun of me. Luckily, right behind the door, there's the dungeon core. We break it and proceed to the next dungeon, though I don't think we'll have time to beat yet another one. Let's see if we can reach the second phase of the tournament with our 3 deaths and 4 dungeons cleared. I think our chances to make it are quite high. Broken bar. I hope so. Foo. Ha. Rising his arms up, a player laughs maniacally. A hood hides his face, so it's impossible to know who it is. Hey, bro. It's thanks to you showing those videos that we're having such an easy time in this dungeon. Another hooded player, walking right next to the first one, interrupts his laughter. But I still don't understand, why are you so obsessed with that player? A broken bar. How was he called? Mad something a broken bar? The first player clicks his tongue. TSK. Aren't you ashamed of yourself for asking such a question? Isn't it obvious to follow a player who has such crazy and innovative ideas? When I saw his first video, I discovered a whole new world. It was to such a degree, I had no other option but to switch to the Flesh Monstrosities faction. How could I, who was striving to reach enlightenment, ignore such a great inspiration? After all, in a very excited tone, the first player tries to convey how his life changed and why he adores that player so much. But the second one only looks at him in disbelief, as if he's a lunatic. Then the first player continues talking, in a reprimanding and somewhat exasperated tone. His eyes opened as much as possible, almost as if they were going to pop out of their sockets, giving him a deranged expression. Also, how can you forget the name of the greatest evil genius of all time? I'll say his name as many times as needed so that you never forget it again. The name of the illustrious personage who's illuminating the path forward for all of us who believe in a better future. The one who brings despair to everyone equally. The player who has managed to balance so much despair with equal satisfaction, making other players want to invade his dungeon even knowing they are going to suffer. Remember my words, because I'm sure his name's going to last through the annals of history, a name so noble that even I, his most devout follower, sully it every time I say it. I tremble in excitement every time I remember it. The player pauses his explanation and shudders before continuing. And his name is a broken bar. Come on, haven't you learned by now that it's a waste of time? He'll forget about it in just a few minutes. A broken bar. A third player interrupts his monologue. Like the previous two, he's wearing a cloak that hides his face. Also, I don't understand the reason why we need to hide our faces with hoods and cloaks. Videos of the first phase won't be shared until the end of the tournament. A broken bar. It doesn't make sense. Aren't we here to show his amazing might? A dry laugh escapes from the first player at the other's question. As if it wasn't obvious. We are his followers in the dark, those that support him and fuel his evil machinations. We aren't worthy enough to show our ugly appearances to the world. Only when we meet him in person, and he acknowledges our existence, can we show our faces to the world. So it's something like this, leader. Now I understand. The third player enthusiastically nods to the first's words, as if he just reached the ultimate truth. The fourth and last player takes this chance to bump his fist into the third side. Of course, it is like these. A broken bar. Are you a moron, that you don't even know something as simple as this one? Sorry, a broken bar. He lowers his head in shame at his blunder, awkwardly scratching his head. Like this, the group of 4 players proceeds through the dungeon. Behind them, there are lots of corpses from very weird and disgusting creatures, like something that looks like a shrub with eyes, for example. And in front of them, a passage full of mushrooms awaits. The first player, walking in the front, turns around and excitedly exclaims, "I hope you didn't forget about the poison resistance skills." As his followers and devout believers, It's an indispensable skill. He sagely nods at his own words before turning again to the front and walking into the tunnel. And don't forget to check your status screen and battle log every once in a while. This is one of his teachings, so we must never forget it. As much as I would like to give him our deaths as a sacrifice for his glory, we can't afford to do it yet. We must first reach the second phase and show the world his greatness. Foo-fa-foo. Ha 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 ha. Following behind him, like ducklings following his mother, the other 3 players soon join him in his maniacal and deranged laughter. It's obvious why 2 of the followers are doing it, but why is the other one, the one who doubted the leader's words, laughing too? Maybe he's just following the other's actions to not be left out, or maybe, just maybe a broken bar he has been completely brainwashed by now. Who knows? The increasing popularity of the Mad Rats Lab led to lots of players knowing about it, and those players further increased its popularity in turn. And as always happens when lots of humans like or talk about the same thing, factions emerge. There were those who liked surprises and the unexpected, who called themselves explorers. Those who enjoyed suffering, called masochists. Speedrunners who competed for who cleared it faster. Those who wanted to see others despair, also called recruiters. But the most deranged of them treated the dungeon as a holy site, the player who created it as a god, and the lessons learned in the dungeon invasions as God's teachings. You know, the usual stuff that happens when you put a bunch of crazy people together. In this tournament, the world was about to learn about the Mad Rats cult and its followers, the Mad Cultists, as well as the most deranged of them all, who the others called leader.